Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Would like to, you're not energetic. Have you all had breakfast? Okay, you are all most welcome to this morning symposium. We have a very long protocol. I'm not going to go through it. Just permit me to say that we've had a slight administrative change. We were expecting the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Robin Anabanja, but we're in a season where politicians and people who lead must be called and canvass at short notice. So we are expecting, we've got a change. We are going to be expecting the Minister of State for Agriculture, Honorable Fred Buine. He'll be arriving in the course of the morning. My suggestion is that we probably do not wait for the guest of honor to arrive to get started. So we are going to set expectations in terms of what to expect for the rest of the day, and then lay the scene for the formal arrangement. So I would like to welcome you all. My name is Jimmy Kiberu. I've been in this industry for the last almost 1 decade, and I've been working with a couple of organizations, Monsanto and thereafter Bayer, and my colleague Yon, most welcome to Kampala. Yeah, so I would like to welcome the government officials present. We have quite a big team from MAIF. We are going to get to see them. We have the CropLife Uganda board members, and I don't want to steal the thunder from the CropLife Uganda chair, Agnes. She'll be recognizing them. We've got CropLife Africa Middle East, well represented here. And then we've got our wonderful sponsors. And even before I go any further, I would like us to put together a hand for all the sponsors who have made this possible. Yara, the largest fertilizer company, our platinum sponsors, but we also have Bayer. Allow me to be selfish a little bit there. We've got Syngenta. We've got, okay, they're all going to be recognized, but we've got our keynote speakers who we are going to be interfacing with shortly. Cultural leaders, media, farmers, and many others. So quite a busy lineup. In the room, I think just last weekend we had Mother's Day. I think it was on Sunday. And before that we had Easter. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just request all the ladies in the room just to stand up. Let's clap for them and recognize them. Belated. All the ladies. I'm glad we could clap for them. Thank you very much. These are the people who gave birth to Jesus Christ. Gentlemen, I've not forgotten you. Let's also ask you to stand up. All of you, all the gentlemen, let's appreciate them. Alan, you're a gentleman. Thank you very much. These are the people who crucified Jesus Christ. So we thank you for being here. So we are going to get started, and just before we get started, allow me just to give you a little bit of a background. I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes just managing a bit of the administration, what to expect, do's, don'ts, and also to understand what are some of your expectations. So I'm here on behalf of the industry under the aegis of the CropLife Uganda in this case. But as you know, CropLife is an international body responsible for plant health, and its vision is to be a leading organization in the promotion of responsible and sustainable use of crop protection products. It's quite an ambitious vision, and all I will say is that at the moment, our production team, why isn't the slide deck? Transition. Okay, we might think that all is well, but the converse is true. There's quite a growing local and international activism growing in this sector. And I think the agrochemical industry is quite vilified. And we're going to be hearing quite a lot of concerns from a health and safety, environmental, and many other issues. It's vilified. And we're seeing a strong movement of people who are against the use of agrochemicals, the safety or lack of safety of it, misuse, especially in this part of the world. And we've seen movements of groups like Greenpeace and many other organizations. We had invited a number of organizations that are opposed to the use of agrochemicals and fertilizers, but as you might expect, some of them decided to chicken out. They don't like it when they're interfacing with the scientists because their funding might be affected. But we cannot ignore the threats that do exist. The threat of climate change, pests and diseases really makes this industry very instrumental in agriculture production. There's a widespread misuse of agrochemical products in many places, and I think we're going to be getting real case studies about this, and a lot of speakers are going to be talking around this. There's heightened awareness and concerns around the environment, health, safety, and these are major issues. I would say these are beefy issues for the industry leaders to sort out. Not one of you can do it on your own. You have to do it collaboratively. And of course, increased counterfeit threats. These ones are all over. My father is a smallholder farmer, and I think he's going to be in this room in the course of the day, and he's always telling me about horror stories about his neighbors. What happens is that there's a place here called the Container Village, and when you go to Container Village, if you're not careful, sometimes what you pay for and what you get are two different products. And we're going to hear quite a number of stories about that one. So we'll be hearing a lot about counterfeit and how it's affecting the industry, or the farmers, and everybody. We have the threat of, I think for me, from an industry perspective, is that the industry is probably not doing quite enough to communicate and get the message. Some people are doing it, but we're like disconnected planets. We are not moving together. And I think this opportunity we have today is to see that we're able to speak with one voice, to come out with solutions that are able to address this. And of course, it's fractured. We need a harmonized message, and the issues are quite many. I might spend the rest of the day talking about it. And really this presents the dilemma that we do face. And I hope by the time we get out of this room, we will have got at least a solution on how we are going to proceed. So the reason we're here is because of all that background I've just shared. We've had this symposium not just to meet and have a cup of tea, but to really sort out significant issues of the industry. It's not business as usual. And as I told you, everybody, we must work in concert. There's no one of us who carries that silver bullet or solution. We all must come together. And I think we are going to be hearing what different actors are doing in their little silos. We're going to see the innovations. We're going to hear the breakthrough solutions and so many others. So this is a hat we all wear. And I think the sector is now at an interesting space in time when there are so many challenges, and I think we need to do a lot than we've done before. What are we going to do over the next 2 days? We've got 2 very, very busy days, and I'm going to suggest that we try to make the most of our time. We are going to, I think by organizing this symposium, we've managed to bring together players in the agrochemical industry, together with all the partners, including our regulators, the Minister of Agriculture, not just from Uganda, but we even have counterpart ministries of agriculture from Kenya, from Tanzania. They're all going to be in one room. So it will be interesting to get to hear what the other people are doing in their part of the world, and we see how we can either borrow from each other or learn from each other, cross-pollination of ideas. What we'll do is also bringing together the decision makers, the regulators, MAIF, manufacturers. I think this is the first time this industry is holding a summit where even the CEOs, the industry is being represented at the very highest level. Now that is what I call commitment. Commitment, when you get a CEO putting aside his busy docket, running a cluster of so many markets and spending his time here. We are going to learn about new innovations in agriculture technologies, and for those of you who have been in the exhibition at the back of this room, you are going to get to see what some of our counterparts are doing in terms of innovation to make our products safe and better. And I hope you are going also to do a lot of networking in case you are seated at a table where you're with colleagues from Bayer, BASF, Syngenta. Spread out, make sure that you are people who you do not interface with every day, so that we make the most out of the networking. We're going to learn from each other, and this learning is going to take a number of formats. We are going to have, of course, the exhibition, which is going to be running throughout the 2 days. We are going to have moderated panel discussions. And in this room, if you look in the magazine, you'll see some of the panel leaders who are going to be leading this. We are going to have specialized presentations. And all this, we also have media members. The media sometimes do not get to understand the issues. Let us use the opportunity to make sure that they get the issues, to hear them from the horse's mouth, as they say, so that they can tell the story and amplify the issues much better. So our media stakeholders, I think we shall be relying a lot on you to achieve this. Okay, if you have the program booklet, the program is printed in there, but I'm just going to spend a few minutes just to run us down through the program. We've arrived, and the session is opening with the scene setting. We're about 45 or 50 minutes behind, but we are going to make up for that lost time. We are going to be disrupted when the Minister of State for Agriculture arrives. So we shall receive him. He'll be with us for the period he'll be with us, and then we shall continue. We are going to have a lunch during lunch, we are going to have a media briefing, and that media briefing is not going to be attended by everybody, but it's going to be attended by CropLife Uganda board. I think Agnes will be telling us who she will need in that room. But I would highly request that CropLife Uganda members, the multinational companies, the manufacturers, the formulators, you are into that room, okay? I think you'll be told nearer the time by the that you're in the right room. We are going to be using a room outside of here for that particular press conference to talk about a very important topic that I don't want to talk about, but I'll only say that if we don't address it, a lot of our agricultural exports are going to be in peril because there's some stringent new regulations coming from the European Union, and it's an opportunity for us to talk about them openly and also give an opportunity to the industry to give its take on how to manage these issues going forward. Because what was happening, everybody was working in their own silos. But what we want to do is for the industry to present its issue, explain how long it takes, for example, to develop replacement products, so that we can all move forward as one team. Between midday and 16 hours, we are going to have panel discussions, and as I just mentioned, we are going to have that discussion around the EU candidate products that are currently under regulatory review. We are going to get a case study from Uganda, a case study from Kenya, and then we shall have a panel discussion. We are going to have another presentation around the regulatory commercial challenges of fertilizers and crop protection pesticides in sub-Saharan Africa, which is going to be presented by a very respected gentleman, Mr. Joey Racha. Are you in the room? Yes. Mr. Joey Racha, we were joking at tea. He used to work for Bayer for over 35, I think, was it 40 years? 30. And they say that he was Bayer and Bayer was Iracha. So we'll hear a lot about that from Mr. Iracha. We are going to get to hear about advances in fertilizers and soil health, and we'll be getting a case study about, from Africa, from the representative of Yara. Dr. Ngang, are you in the house? Oh, most welcome to Kampala. Tumeshukuru sana to receive you. Yeah, she'll be telling us about the case of sub-Saharan Africa, the whole fertilizer issue, past and present. And in the evening at about 6 p.m., we shall all gather at the poolside on the hotel side of the Serena. We'll have a networking cocktail. Less speeches, probably you'll not be suffering the death by PowerPoint as we are doing at the moment. Day 2, that's how it looks, it's quite short. We are going to start with panel discussions again. Let me just say that the format of this whole conference it's going to be less speeches, more panels, more Q&A. We are using something similar to the Chatham House rules or TED Talks and having engagement on the panel, but also getting Q&As from the members in the audience. So it's going to be less bureaucracy, more engagement, two-way discussions. That's one thing you're going to notice about this whole organization of the symposium. We've tried to leave the red tape. For the golfers, when you go to golf, whether you are the prime minister, whether you are the director, your titles stop behind. But when you get inside, you're all at the same level. You're all at par. And this is what we need for honest engagement and dialogue. The panels for day 2, we have responsible use of agrochemicals and fertilizers. And I think this one is going to be led by a very respected gentleman. He's been the ex-leader of opposition in Uganda. He's a scientist, and I think he's an entomologist, Professor Ogenga Latigo. Maybe you could just wave to the audience. Karibu sana, Professor, and we're looking forward to your session. We are going to have women and youth shaping agriculture. Quite an interesting topic, that one. Climate change, artificial intelligence, and we have a director from the, it's called the Artificial Intelligence, it's a directorate that deals with artificial intelligence in government of Uganda. Lunch, and then in the afternoon we shall have presentations of on public-private partnerships, and then we shall have a symposium wrap-up. We are going to have a rapporteur who is going to capture all these discussions, but within the industry we also have 3 members who have been assigned the task of capturing some of the issues that are going to emerge from here for further discussion and engagement with the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Industry and Fisheries. You'll be getting to know them as we go along. Then we shall proceed into the closing remarks, wrap-up recognitions, and that will be the end of the 2 days. So who is in the room? I think it's a packed room, and we're going to get a lot more people. But we've got local and multinational companies present, manufacturers, importers and farmers, formulators of agricultural products and fertilizers, CropLife Uganda members, government, development partners like AGRA, trade associations. We have quite a number of trade associations that are in this room, civil society, media, youth, and women. And the program speakers, some of them I've already mentioned them. From Minister of Agriculture, I don't know if Dr. Paul Mwambu, is he around? I think, oh, he's well represented, yeah. Your name's Madam? Mary? Mary Teddy. Okay. The Department of Crop Inspection is represented by Madam Mary Teddy Asio. So Dr. Paul Mwambo will be joining us. I understand he's been called back to the ministry for some emergency. We have Dr. Winnie Nganga. The Ugandans can't pronounce your name. They call you Ngaga. Sometimes they say Nganga. What you'll need to do is find out what this means. Yeah. So they don't have a soft tongue. Yeah, but she's called Dr. Nganga. Miss Agnes Mbabazi, Chair Lady, CropLife Uganda. Agnes, stand up. This lady is like Jesus Christ. She's been carrying this cross for the last 5 months. We've got Professor Hamadi Idiboga, President of Programs Delivery at AGRA. Professor, can you stand up? I'll tell you a little bit more about this gentleman before he makes his next presentation, but he's going to be our keynote speaker, and we're looking forward to that session. We've got Mr. Joy Racha. I mentioned him already. He's a director of Fresh Care East Africa, and he does a lot of talks around the region. So you'll be enjoying that. We've got my colleague Susan Kiambi, regulatory manager by East Africa. Susan? Yes. You remember I told you that we've got a team of industry volunteers who are going to script all the resolutions that are going to come from here. Susan is part of that team, and she's been doing quite a lot of work, including this afternoon's press conference. She's really been very good, and her team, in preparing us for that. We've got Solomon Seruwo, Bukola Chemical Industries. It's not all about multinationals. We even have locals, local content. Bukola? Maybe he has stepped out. Godfrey Kugu, Agronomy Manager, Yara, East Africa. Yes, he's right at the back. We've got Professor Maurice Ogenga Latigo. I've already introduced him. We've got a lady. She teased me when I just joined Bayer, but she's a wonderful lady, and we can't wait to see you on stage. Evelyn Musyoka. Evelyn Musyoka is one of the high-flying executives in this industry, and she'll be sharing a lot of her experiences. Evelyn, stand up. Yes. Very interesting lady. She will be sharing a very interesting session on women shaping agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. We've got Miss Brendan Wadri. I mentioned that she's the director in the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. She'll be joining us. I don't think she's here yet. She'll talk to us about artificial intelligence. And you know it's cutting across even agriculture, drone technology, and so many other technologies. We've got Mr. Negombie Kisache, who is a director, who is from Stanbic Bank, and they are one of our big sponsors for this conference. I hope he's in the room. Tomorrow he'll be talking to us about, when we talk about partnerships, they'll be talking about financing, agriculture financing, and I think that will be quite an interesting one. And then we've got my good friend, Mr. Alan Kasuja, who I'm going to be handing over shortly. He's going to be the event MC. Most of you will be knowing Alan. He's one of those voices that wake you up on the BBC. Alan Kasuja. He doesn't want to stand up, but his first contribution to this conference was to raise the average height of everybody here. Alan, most welcome. But it's that baritone voice that always wakes you up with the African podcast. As I mentioned, the meeting style, everybody who is here has been invited. Although we've been running adverts for the last couple of months, weeks, and so on, everybody who's come here has come by invitation. There's so many people out there, but we want to make sure that our message is directed to the people who are most critical. The regulators, the industry players, the farmers. I think it's a family conversation. We don't want intruders. And we've been very keen. So that's why when you're going through the registration, you went through a very protracted, working with Gen Zs. Some of us, we are believing in paper. They said, no, the world has changed. Everything is digital. So you're going to see a lot of QR codes and so on and so forth. So it's going to be a two-way conversation, Chatham House style, TED style talk, and so on. And I think we've got moderators who are going to be managing that. It's going to be highly engaging, highly energetic conversations. Let's be as open. I think there's no foolish idea. The only foolish idea is only that one which has not been expressed. It's going to be highly interactive and panel-led. And then, of course, we must also have some housekeeping rules. If you notice, we don't have any tea stations. And if you look at the program that we circulated, one thing we struck out was tea breaks, because these take away a lot of time. You can give it 30 minutes. Some people will give it. We're Africans, after all. We'll come back after 1 hour. So we are going to have working tea sessions. In case you feel you need to have a cup of tea, you'll walk out slowly, go to the back, refill. The only thing you won't get is a beer. But you'll have it at 5 p.m. at the pole side. Lunch will be in Achua and Addis on the same floor. As you walk out, it will be on the left-hand side. The first room you meet is Achua. That's where we're going to have the press conference. But then the next room is where we're going to have our lunch. And then washrooms, if you look at the entrance, just make a gentle left. The ladies will be on the left, the gentlemen will be on the right. You'll find the rooms just on this same floor, so don't go back where you came from. Press conference, I mentioned the press conference. Not everybody is going to be in the press conference. Those who are going to be in the press conference will be notified by the event MC, but I've just given you an idea. CropLife Uganda Board, our development partners, Agra, manufacturers, and a few others. And then the cocktail, I think we've talked a lot about the cocktail for day one. So we now come to the last bit, which is your expectations. I think for a meeting of this sort, it's useless if we don't set expectations early. What we're going to do, we are going to manage expectations. We need to know, what do you expect from this symposium? Simple, don't give us an essay. This is not a PhD thesis submission, but just simply, if you summarize, what are your expectations? We are going to receive this feedback, and that feedback is going to be relayed in real time. And what will happen is that we shall review this feedback tomorrow as we close. So if you go back, let's go back. Go back to the expectations. Can we go back? Okay, we're back. So, you're going to be sharing your expectations by scanning the QR code on your lanyard. So, in here you've got, in your lanyard, you're going to have a QR code. Scan it, and when you scan it, it will prompt you to give you expectations. But we also realize that people who might not be, or who might be digitally challenged, if you look at your table, you've got some sticky notes. In case you don't want to go the digital route, you can go the analog route. Just write down your expectations. And we've got a team of ushers. Can I have some ushers, Leila? Make sure they're in the room. So you'll just write your expectations. This will be brought forward and will be read, or they'll be acted on as we go along. So every table has those sticky notes. Write your expectations and send them forward. For those who have got the QR code, we would like you to scan it and then send your feedback. Can we, Andrew, do you want to, can you activate it? Yeah, Andrew, stand up. So Andrew is the gentleman behind this whole QR code, and is the one who has developed this feedback collection. We are using Mentimeter or Menti.com. So whatever you type, we'll be able to see, so we can get a chance to see what your expectations are. Do we have any which are floating in? Okay, I can see. What's that? Okay, well, somebody expects to meet the Prime Minister. We might see her tomorrow. She was called by the President at short notice, unfortunately, just as she was about to come, because the President is in the western side of the country. But her heart is here. I can see, I would like to learn about AI sharing in agriculture. The Prime Minister, so many people want to meet the Prime Minister. I want to hear about AI in agriculture. Do we have any? Scan the QR code, because as you type, we shall see it in real time. And then those of you who have written on the sticky notes, please just raise your hand and somebody will collect it and send it to the front. Do we have any written? Don't write essays, just keep it short. Keep it short and simple. KISS. Andrew, are we getting the feedback on menti.com? So as you continue writing, we'll be getting a lot of your expectations. And it's going to be transparent. We are going to display it in front. And by the end of day 2, we shall be able to look back and see whether your expectations were met or they were disappointed. Do we have anything on analog? Yeah, please. Bring them forward. I love feedback. It's the most important. Okay. Some of you write like doctors. Okay. Practical. Okay, somebody's looking forward to practical solutions to handling of counterfeits, fertilizers, and agricultural chemicals. So, Professor Latigo, that's down your street. Somebody wants to learn more about the safe handling of these products. Any others? Any other? Yeah, please. And please test this on the flip chart board, because we are going to revisit this. You're going to paste it on the flip chart board. Make sure they don't get swept away. Okay, we have got somebody who decided to use his own sticky note. We would like to hear feedback from farmers, cooperatives, practical experience of counterfeits, and real experience of use of fertilizers. So Yara, you've got your work cut out. And of course, counterfeit continues to be a big one. How CropLife can engage women more in the awareness of counterfeits. Hey, counterfeits is a big deal, eh? Yeah, I think it's going to be the big thing. So I think that panel on counterfeits, just know that this is a big issue. It's not small. I'm told in some places, 95% of the products that are sold are counterfeit products. That's how bad the situation is because of weak enforcement. How it can help improve on the above. So counterfeit, I can see URA, crop insurance, and so on. So let's all have all these added, Madam? Yes. Is there any other feedback? I haven't seen much more on the screen. Okay, we've got another one here. We would like to hear from Maif, especially crop protection regulations and framework policies for biologicals. I like this. We would like to hear from Maif, that's the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, especially crop protection, on regulations and framework policies for biologicals. Yeah. Let me have it. You can put these ones up. Somebody wants to learn more about the banned molecules and what's the way forward. I think this is very key. And this afternoon, the industry is going to be speaking to this particular one, because just to give you an idea, some of the molecules, if banned, will mean that people who are farming maybe maize or something, you're just going to leave the crop to protect itself. That's how bad this thing is. I would like to know about efforts made on ground on various malpractices followed by farmers on agrochemicals, again on safety. And then there's this one, regulators to take note of challenges, especially regulatory processes. So I think I'm not going to exhaust them all. Yeah, I'm just going to request that whoever is going to be taking the notes, you revisit those expectations, because they will help us assess ourselves at the end. I expect solutions on how we can fight counterfeits in this country and how to bring on board different stakeholders. Counterfeits. I think 60% of the input is about counterfeits, feedback. How to counter counterfeits and minimize damage or losses to farmers. I think I like this one, because now that's the farmers. To use just counterfeit, to the farmer it means loss of revenue. So it's like you working for 20, 30 years and they tell you all your savings don't exist anymore. Everybody joining organic manure, learn about certification of organic manure. I think we have a session on that tomorrow when we talk about some of the innovations. So I'm going to conclude with this particular one. Please make sure you don't lose those. Minister of Agriculture, how my youth. Okay, I can't read the next word. How my youth. I can't read it honestly. To create wealth, something to do. Positioning farmers to get PDM funds. PDM, it's about PDM. For the non-Ugandans, PDM is the parish development model which has been rolled out by government to make sure that they impact smallholder farmers. So they're given a kitty of money, I think it's about 1 million shillings, which is about 300 US dollars. And they can use this in different ventures, from poultry, crops, and so many other things. And this program is ongoing. So I think, if you've heard, I think people need to hear more about this. So I'm going to end with this, and I think there's quite a lot of feedback that has come also online. You can see it: AI, way forward, networking, clear roadmap on the sector, enabling the sector, sustainable regulatory awareness, government's counterfeit efforts. So government, I think people want to see what you're doing in supporting this. Oh, we've got quite a high tide on the digital feedback. MAIF needs to help us understand how to fight counterfeit. So I think what I'm seeing is one of the major outcomes is the industry sitting with MAIF to come up with solutions on this. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a very busy day, as you can see. And I think on this point, I would like now to fade out. And I'm going to introduce and hand over to my colleague, Alan Kasujia.
1, 2, 3.
Who is the MC for the next 2 days. Alan, most welcome, and karibu.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much. Let's give Jimmy a round of applause. He has spoken exceptionally well. Can we make sure this microphone is working? Yeah? Excellent. My name is Alan Kasujia. It keeps going off. I am a journalist. And I ask very difficult questions for a living. So that's what I intend to do, given an opportunity here today. Can we just be a little bit relaxed? You guys look so serious. You know, is it because most of you are scientists? Is it because you look very, very serious? But that's a good thing, because you're serious people. But I'd like you to relax. How many countries are represented here today? Any Ugandans? Let's hear some noise. Any Ugandans? Be careful, Kenyans tend to shout louder than that. They will outnumber you. Any Tanzanians? Do Tanzanians ever go anywhere? Anybody else, any other countries? Which other countries are here today? India. Hello, how are you? Welcome. Which part of India are you from? Mumbai, great city. Let's give him applause. Any other countries represented? Yes. Where are you from? From where? China, right. Ooh. Like now, I know most countries in the world. Where is that country? Welcome, welcome. Anybody else, any other countries? Yes, sir. Where are you from? Republic of Chad. Any other countries? Yes. And Jimmy, you committed sacrilege by saying we can't say nganga. We can do better, ahoro wako. Exactly. We speak Kikuyu too here. Welcome, karibu sana. Anybody else? Yes, sir. That's a very interesting politician over there. Anybody else? Zambia, Muliwanji. We know. Welcome, welcome. Zambia is one of the best countries you could ever go to. Very warm, Pan-Africanists, those ones. Good to see you, Godba. How are you doing? Good to see you, Godba. Godba is a man. He shakes trees in this country. He gets into trouble with the government because of the things he says. Good to see him. Anybody else? Ethiopia. Where is Ethiopia? Oh, salam no. Salam. Welcome, 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 welcome. You know, there is a woman in this house that Jimmy didn't mention, and I think that in itself is a very huge sin. Let's recognize the presence of Victoria Sejtoreko. Please stand up. I want you to clap for another 10 seconds, please. That is a powerhouse. That is a revolutionary as far as agriculture is concerned in Uganda. She was Minister of Agriculture very many years ago, the first woman Minister of Agriculture, probably the most impactful after President Museveni took over. And it's really, really good to see her here. She went on to work for the United Nations and came back home to teach people about agribusiness. So she deserves a round of applause. Good to have you. And another man who was understated today is Professor Ogenga Latigo. I don't know how he ended up in politics, but he did. And approached politics, he approached it scientifically, and he had a lot of influence in shaping the way agriculture happens in Uganda. Now, let's give him a round of applause. As the master of ceremony, it means that I will hijack some time and probably create my own panel with Victoria Sejtoreko and Ogenga Latigo. I think that would be an interesting conversation that would benefit everybody. But I will decide that later. Now, this is going to be a fantastic day. Interact, get to know each other, talk to each other, you know. And please, when you speak, there are journalists in this room, and half the time you're saying things we don't understand. Please chew up that food so that we can eat it as well. So that this is not an echo chamber. Let the stuff you say travel outside this room, okay? It will be great when the politicians show up, when the minister shows up, but even if they don't, we shall continue to have a fantastic engagement session, with or without them. It will be nice to have them, though. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And to get us started, I'd like us to welcome Dr. Winnie Nganga. She is from Yara, East Africa. She's going to do a very quick presentation about her organization. She is the biggest sponsor of this event. Let's give them a round of applause as they come up to speak to us. We have a police lady here, Dr. Nanyonga. Good to see you. How are you? What is a policeman doing here? What's the police got to do with agribusiness?
No, we ensure compliance. Most especially, we are the ones who get these guys who are counterfeiting.
So tell us a bit more. How many have you got so far?
Very many. I can't even mention. And we are still getting them.
It is clearly a big problem.
It's a big problem.
Do you have the skills? Do you understand how to identify these counterfeit products, or it's guesswork?
It's not guesswork. Of course, we can't work alone. We work with the technical staff, with the Minister of Agriculture. For us, we just get them and we arrest them together with them.
And then, so arresting them is one thing.
Yes.
Are you able to prosecute them?
Exactly, prosecute them and bring them to court and follow it up to when they are arrested, they are in New Zealand.
So you're here to learn about how to do your job better?
Exactly. And ensure compliance together with different stakeholders here.
What is the one thing you want to walk out of this place with? What do you want to learn?
Actually, I want to find a solution on how we can work together with the rest of the participants here to find a solution on how we can fight counterfeit in this country.
Let's give her a round of applause. You're most welcome. Dr. Nganga. Agnes wants to speak first? Okay. Agnes, please. Let's give Agnes a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Agnes has put this whole thing together. Many sleepless nights, lots of hard work. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, MC. Let me put this right, Alan. Agnes didn't want to speak, but it's in order for me to welcome my guests in the house.
I agree with you completely.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I need some energy. You're so many in the room and you're speaking like you're very few. It is a very, very exciting time for me to stand before you this morning. My name is Agnes Mbabazi, and I'm the chairperson CropLife Uganda. I'm very excited to welcome you today. All protocol observed. I do not want to mess up anything to do with protocol. Business people do not understand protocol very well, so all protocol observed in the room. So I'm so excited, very, very excited to stand before you this morning, to see a room full of scientists, regulators, development partners, CropLife members, farmers, advocates, civil society, and the media. It's a very, very special moment for us at CropLife Uganda, where I lead a team of able men, and I'm the only woman on that team. And I would like at this moment to introduce my able team that was able to put this together. And I will introduce them one by one, and please stand up for recognition. We have a board of 6 members before I talk about CropLife. And let me introduce the Secretary General, Mr. Gilbert Kato, who also works with ETG. The money man, or the treasurer, is called Mr. Charlie Machals. Please stand up for recognition. We have another board member, Mr. Makweta. He's one of the founder members of CropLife Uganda in the early 2000s. Mr. Makweta came all the way from Mbale. You're most welcome. And Devashish works with the Osho. He's also a board member. I would like to recognize this team in a very, very special way, because without them, we wouldn't have anything in this room. Thank you so much for all the effort you put in, for the time you spared, for the finances, for the commitment, and for the ideas that we put together to make sure that we have everybody in this room this morning. I would like to recognize and welcome the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Teddy is representing the Commissioner, and I believe she's the most senior here. You're most welcome. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you so much. And for us, this is a representation that when we have the regulator in the room, we are covered. The industry knows this. We are covered. We are not politicians. We love the politicians very well and very much, and Professor Latigo is one of them. But we are very happy when we see the ministry in the room. I would like to recognize the Agricultural Chemical Committee. I've been guided. It used to be Agricultural Chemical Board. Now, I'm not sure which word I should use, but Agricultural Chemical Board, Agricultural Chemical Committee. Kindly stand up for recognition. Dr. Otim, Dr. Kasule, Hilary, our chairman here, Mr. Komi Perez. Please wave to the people. Dr. Kahanjire, who is the head of of the technical committee under the ACB. So the whole ACB is in the room. So for the manufacturers, the distributors, CropLife members, don't leave this room without touching base with this group. They're seated over there. They are very busy people. I am so humbled to see all of them in this room. Ministry of Agriculture has a big team. Kindly stand up for recognition. I can see Alex, Fred Muzira, please stand up. Of course, Afande as well. We have a big team from Ministry of Agriculture. And for us, this is a very good representation that the conversations we are going to have in this room is really, really going to be a very, very cordial one, and we shall have a very good way forward. I would like to recognize our development partners, our sponsors, but most importantly, I would like you to clap for CropLife members seated in this room. Please stand up. All the companies, starting from the multinationals, we have the managing director of Bayer East Africa. Kindly stand up for recognition. We have the managing director of Syngenta, all the way from Zambia, and is also a CropLife chairman in Zambia. You're most welcome. The team from Bayer, please stand up for recognition. And Bayer is one of our major sponsors today. We have Evelyn Musyoka, the lady who shakes women in Africa. Over there, troublesome woman when it comes to agriculture. But a good friend of mine and a former colleague, Susan, is also over there. This team came all the way to be in this room. Guys, please make sure you clap for everybody. We have a team from Yara, headed by Dr. Nganga. Not Nganga, Dr. Nganga. You're most welcome. Yara, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for coming. We have a team from BSF. We have Lincoln. We have Agnes. I think a team of about 3 people. Thank you so much, and most welcome to Uganda. We have many people that supported this event. I would like to recognize in a special way farmers in this room, and I'll begin with Afande Kaima. Afande Kaima is in his capacity, you know, he's a former spokesman for Uganda Police, but he's here in his own capacity as a farmer, a coffee farmer. And the most controversial farmer, a former LC5 chairman from Luengo, Mr. Mtabaz George. You all know him. Please stand up for recognition. This man used to beat everybody. When you mention Mutabas, they know it's about beating. He used to beat farmers. He finds you sleeping, he beats you until you're out. I would like to recognize in a special way CropLife Africa Middle East. We have Fazil in the house. Thank you so much for coming. Please stand up for recognition all the way from Ethiopia. We are very, very honored to have you here. CropLife members, we have the local members, the distributors. Please stand up for recognition. We have 32 members, our member companies. I saw Solomon and Peter from Bukola. Please, all of you stand up. CropLife members, stand up. It's extremely important because we are here, or everybody is here because of CropLife members. We have a membership of 32, and we have doubled this number in the past 1 year. And we have done a lot of work to ensure that all importers belong to CropLife. It is the only way we can have self-policing. It's the only way we can have a way forward in our industry. It's the only way we can have such conversations. And I would like to applaud you. They gave us a lot of support, a lot of support. In the room, like Jimmy had mentioned and Alan, we have fertilizer companies. And mainly, we have 3 fertilizer companies. We have Yara, we mentioned it already. Yara is our platinum sponsor. Please give them a big hand clap. And we all know the job that Yara is doing in this country. We have Grain Pulse. Grain Pulse, we have Sophie over there, and Dr. Hilary, who also sits on the Agricultural Chemical Board. And we have in the room one of the new companies that is trying to bring a new product in the organic world. They launched the other day. They're yet to roll out their product. I think they're still working it out with the Ministry of Agriculture to have everything right. Day Biopharma. This group CEO is over there, and the team. Thank you so much, and they are our sponsors as well. Now, coming down to the speakers of the day, I would like to recognize in a very, very special way our keynote speaker, Professor Hamadi Boga. You're most welcome. Kindly stand up for recognition. It was not an easy job to reach this gentleman. I'm very honored to see you this morning in this room, because when we started the conversation of this symposium, I tried to reach out to who can speak to us from a point of view of knowledge, from a point of view of science, and also from a point of view of government. He's a former Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture in Kenya. PS, I'm sorry. PS, I'm sorry. And so when I was looking around, everyone kept mentioning his name. The very first person who mentioned his name was William Ngeno, the MD of Yara. He didn't come today. We missed him. But the recommendation was very high, and highly recommended by Jime Chibelu. Had to go all his way to look for the telephone number. And we are very excited. We have a lot of expectation. And for me, it is an important day. And another guest speaker, a gentleman I've known for so many years, my mentor, my encyclopedia. You want anything in this industry? He's Joe Iracha. Stand up for recognition. This man has been like that for the past 30 years. He doesn't grow old. He truly, truly defines the industry. I want anything to do with agronomy. I don't look anywhere. I just send him a WhatsApp. And he's like a Gen Z, always on point. He will be there on WhatsApp and he will answer. You're most welcome. And without a doubt, I'm sure we are going to have very good conversations. To the Minister of Agriculture, it is a very special moment for us to have this conversation. I happen to sit on the Agricultural Chemical Board, and I represent private sector. I run my own company called AgriFarm Uganda. It would be unfair not to mention that, but I, of course, stand here before CropLife. But why, for me, the Agricultural Chemical Board is very important in this room, and the Minister of Agriculture, is that the conversations we want to hold today are all about private sector and the ministry. And I'm very much convinced that by the time we leave today, we should be able, 2 days, we should be able to have a harmonious position. The question of the day today and why we are here especially is about the trends in agrochemical and fertilizer industry. We all recognize that a lot is happening globally. There are so many new restrictions. There are so many advances now in technology, in climate change, in AI, and in our sector. And if we don't sit together as a family, as an industry, as a team, we will not be able to do anything. We must stand together as an industry. We must work with the Minister of Agriculture, because they are our regulators, to set the pace and to ensure that we are moving at the same pace. The regulators are there to support us and guide us, but the private sector is here to ensure that we do self-policing, we work with the Minister of Agriculture, we drive the agenda of our industry. It's our business. We mean business, but we cannot do business without regulation. And we cannot do business that is not responsible. So I would like to let the ministry know that the CropLife members in this room are very happy to work with you, are very committed to work with you, are very committed to ensure that we do clean business, we fight counterfeit together, we bring all the technologies together, and all we are asking for is collaboration. All we are asking for is, let's have a talk, let's have a dialogue, let's speak like a family. The days are gone where we used to have the regulator on the other side and the industry on this side. The order of the day is to have dialogue. There's no need to fight. And when I was reaching out to many of you, I kept saying, all the presenters, we want to have a harmonious conversation. We must not shout at each other. We need to have a talk that is technical, that is full of science, not political. We shall talk about politics outside this room, but to ensure that the ministry effectively communicates. And on this particular note, one of the key topics we are going to talk about today, and to be my presentation again after here, is the EU restrictions and the candidate products that are going to be banned. It's a very pertinent issue right now, and the way we handle it matters. The industry has a lot of information. The ministry has a lot of information. How do we bring everything together to ensure that we all move at the same pace? I would like to recognize a gentleman that just walked in, a former Minister of Tourism, but an advocate of agriculture, Honorable Subi Chiwanda. I saw him walking in. I don't know, he's over there. He was actually with the Prime Minister a few hours ago, and he was actually communicating with me that she's on the way because the President called her. But that gentleman has a group of farmers that are very amazing and is very passionate about agriculture. I would highly recommend that you become the minister. I'm just sorry, but I mean, we need somebody passionate. And honestly speaking, the agriculture sector needs somebody passionate about our sector. Not just anybody. We need somebody that resonates with us. Honestly, I will say this without missing words. This is a very important sector. This is a sector that feeds the world. Without food security, there is no security in the country. Without a doubt. So we cannot talk about security alone without talking about food security. This is everybody's conversation globally. And so we must have everybody that matters in the room to have the conversation in the room. Of course, we got an apology from the Minister of Agriculture not to be here. Again, like we said, the President is having a very important meeting. But what I'm trying to stress is that this industry is a very important industry, but yet not recognized. Most of the time, people do not recognize that climate change is real, global warming is real, fertilizers are becoming a big deal. And recently I was telling people that when you look at the statistics of the use of fertilizers in Uganda, it stands at 2 kilograms per hectare. Kenya stands at 32 kilograms per hectare. Rwanda stands at 29 kgs per hectare. We don't talk about Congo and Southern Sudan. But in the region, we are at the lowest. Obviously, the argument is that we are gifted by nature, but we can also see now that this nature is leaving us slowly by slowly. So we must stand up to the occasion and, as an industry, promote sustainability of agriculture, look for low hazardous products, because this is the issue that is on the table, look for eco-friendly products. And because we have the manufacturers in the room, I do believe that they are 10 years ahead of us when it comes to innovation and looking for so many products to bring on board. I would like to thank all of you, our sponsors. Thank you so much. They will recognize you over there. There are so many. This event was fully funded by private sector, and I would like to applaud all of you for really ensuring that we have this conversation. And before I leave the podium, my call this morning is, let's stand together. The ministry, we are here to work with you. The private sector, we must take responsibility. We cannot leave our industry to just be, in the hands of nobody. We must take responsibility. We must come together and work as a team. The farmer in this room expects a lot from us and from the ministry, and we have the solution. For the development partners, it's also a call to work with reputable organizations, companies that are doing clean business, because we know the issue of counterfeit is a big deal, like you have heard. We need to work together. We cannot stamp out this counterfeit without standing as a team. And I would like to congratulate CropLife Uganda members for the first ever symposium that has happened today. For me, it's a dream come true, and I am super excited. And I must tell you, going forward, we are going to make this an annual event. So the members in this room start planning. We'll declare the date for the next one. We must move forward with strength, with energy, not turning back until our industry is streamlined. Thank you so much. I would like to wish you a pleasant stay for 2 days for God and my country. Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Agnes, stay there for a second. Stay there for a second. I want us to clap for Agnes. I want us to clap for her. It is important that someone who's worked as hard as she has to bring us all together is acknowledged And thank you very much, Agnes. Your work is recognized. And the next time we meet, we shall have colonized this whole place. Let's give her another round of applause as she takes a seat. I'm only sitting down because you'll get tired of looking at me. But I just want to recognize again, Yara East Africa, Syngenta, Bear, Agra, Stanbic, Professor Hamadi Idiboga, Maif, Professor Ogenga Latigo, Victoria Baliju Sasej Toreko, and also Mr. Joy Racha, very important supporters of this event. Let's give them a round of applause. In the meantime, though, standing on stage, Dr. Winnie Nganga from Yara East Africa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I know the mood has been set. There's a lot of excitement, and I'm happy to be present here today. I love the energy, and I know we'll have a very good session as we continue. So for me, it's just, I have first an assignment from Jimmy. He's talked about my name, Dr. Winnie Nganga, and I want to explain the meaning. There are two versions. One is provider, and the second one is a healer who communicates with spirits. Which one do you think I should go with? So to avoid scaring people, let me go with the provider. But that's because it's a Bantu word that has two versions in Namibia and also in Kenya. The Kenya one is provider, yes? Yeah, so I'll go straight on to my speech, but before I do that, I also want to just acknowledge our participation in Crop Life and that we believe in Crop Life and its agenda, and hence why we are platinum sponsors for today, and we look forward to many more partnerships together. Thank you. So I'll go straight into my note speech, which basically, I wrote it down so that I don't talk too much. So Uganda agriculture remains the cornerstone of our economy. It provides livelihoods for over 70% of the population. It fuels the economy, the rural economy, and it holds key to our aspirations for industrialization and export-led growth. Approximately 80% of Uganda's land is arable, yet only 35% is currently utilized for farming. So for underutilization presents a substantial opportunity to increase food production. There has been a statement by the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, that estimates that Uganda's agricultural capacity could feed up to 200 million people, highlighting a very vast potential. Even as you were coming in, I think the entrance already depicts what Uganda looks like. I mean, it's a land of plenty, and there's a lot of potential. But one of the most important and immediate impactful ways to improve food security and promote exports is to invest in soil health through balanced crop nutrition. For Uganda to elevate its food security, we must look into three pillars: policy as the foundation, partnerships as the engine of scale, and the trade environment for a thriving business. So when we look at policy as the foundation, we know that the sound policy provides a bedrock for any thriving industry. The government of Uganda has taken commendable steps in enacting the National Fertilizer Policy of 2016 that promotes sustainable fertilizer production and addresses issues like adulteration and knowledge gap. We know we have a long way to go because of the key word today, the buzzword has been counterfeits. So we know there's still a lot to do around ensuring we create stronger policies around that and stronger enforcement. As Africa, we have also made good strides towards advancing policy through the recent Kampala Declaration in January this year that outlined the 10-year strategy in transforming Africa industry. Agri-food industry. And also there's the Nairobi Declaration in May last year that really outlines our commitments from our heads of states to enhance agricultural productivity by improving soil health across Africa. So in terms of what Africa is doing to create the policies, we see there's a lot of efforts towards the right direction. I think the key here remains around implementation. And for us, we must go a step further. We must implement a national soil health roadmap and ensure that the fertilizer solutions that we are providing on our soils are tailored and specific for the Uganda's diverse crops and soil needs. So there is need for more soil health agenda, there is need for more soil testing so that we are providing the right solution for the soils. In terms of partnerships, we know that this is the engine of scale. We cannot grow this industry in isolation. We need to have strategic partners. We need to work with government and development partners, and they must work hand in hand to support the last mile delivery, soil testing, and farmer education. We must also work with the private sector players, private sector importers, blenders, manufacturers, agro dealers. They need to have a conducive environment to thrive. If business is not working well, if counterfeits are too many, then private sector, in terms of their level of investment, is challenged. So that in itself, creating a conducive environment for private sector is key. We need to also work with financial institutions to create accessible credit mechanisms, and also the research institutions, of course. They are very keen in ensuring that we are providing data-driven insights in how effectively and to be sustainable. But let's remember, partnerships is just not about funding, but it's about trust, it's about collaborating, and it's about having a shared purpose. So we must have a vision that is aligned, and we must be very pro working together to create that vision together. When we're looking at the trading environment for a thriving business, Uganda is a land-linked country with tremendous trade potential. However, as we know, there are areas to address in terms of bottlenecks that hinder conducive environment. So in terms of counterfeits, what can we do to address it? How can we address the cross-border product diversions across East Africa? What can we do in terms of ensuring we have the right East Africa harmonized quality standards? How can we expand our business? Those are the key questions that we need to ask to ensure that we create a thriving business in Uganda. But we must invest now. We must invest in the systems, we must invest in knowledge, and we must invest in infrastructure. I have talked a lot about what we must do, but what is Yara as a company doing? So as Yara, we have been here, and we are here for the long term, and we are here to expand, we are here to grow in Uganda. And we are here to partner with all key stakeholders. And number one, we provide access to quality crop-specific fertilizer to drive yield and profitability. We are a 100-year-old company, a Norwegian-based company, in case you didn't know who we are. And yes, we do have a wealth of knowledge in the fertilizer production. We have established a presence in Uganda, and we provide crop-specific nutrition programs tailored to the local soil conditions for specific value chains. One of the key successes we've had is the Yara Coffee Nutrition Program. Coffee farming, as you know, is central and to the livelihoods of approximately 1.7 million smallholder farmers. And it actually employs around 5 million people, contributing significantly to the nation's economy. So as Yara, we took a step forward, and we've created a coffee balanced nutrition in Uganda solution in terms of providing the right, we've looked at the fertilizer, we've looked at the soils, the coffee physiology, and the nutritional requirements and the local soils, and we've developed a program that is suitable for the coffee nutritional requirements. We've seen tremendous increase in this in terms of tree capacity, flowering, and berry retention. We've worked hand in hand with the farmers to maintain productivity of the trees for longer, to reduce yields, fluctuations, and also improve disease resistance. But we want to go a step further. We want to partner more. We want to work with key interested people so that we move this from the current level where we are at to upscale it at a national level. In collaboration with major coffee takers, we have been able to improve the fair average quality from 3 kgs to 6 kgs for 5,600 farmers in Ruwenzori and the Greater Masaka region. We aspire to upscale this initiative to over 10,000 farmers in Uganda in partnership with the right partners. We also have, in terms of not only do we provide fertilizer, but it's important to talk about our logo, which is knowledge grows. We are very much aligned with ensuring and empowering the farmer with the right knowledge so that the farmer is able to make the right decision around what he needs to put and how he needs to put it. So we have, our business model is structured to provide knowledge to farmers, enable them to make the right decision on fertilizer, and we have done this through our agronomists who are present in the farms. Located at Asili Farm, the Yara Knowledge Center serves as a hub for training, demonstration, and farmer engagement. The center focuses on sustainable crop management and advanced fertilization techniques, helping farmers adopt innovative practices for improved productivity. Through these comprehensive initiatives, Yara Uganda is driving agricultural transformation, enabling farmers to achieve better yields, improve soil health, and also secure sustainable livelihoods. And finally, it's my pleasure to invite you to join us in this great initiative of the Knowledge Center, which we will be launching on 2nd of July, called the Agri-Hub, whereby we will have it at the Asili Farms in Kigumba. This will be a momentous occasion, as it will be the first of its kind in Kenya, in Uganda, sorry. That's not a nice way to wrap up. Yes, it will be the first of its kind in Uganda, a transformative space designed to empower Ugandan farmers with modern agricultural knowledge and practices. The center will also address challenges around productivity, climate resilience, and agribusiness growth. This initiative is our commitment to growing a nature-positive food future, and we are looking to partner with trainers, people with wealth of information, people who really understand what it means to increase the yield of the farmers and grow an economy that is sustainable. And I would like to leave you with this quote from Henry Ford: "Coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, but we must work together for success." Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Winnie, just stay there for a second. Just stay there for a second. I tend to break rules. I don't have rules, to be honest, and officialdom is not really my strong point. But I'm really curious. Honorable, you have an organization called Chisoboka. Just tell us very quickly about Chisoboka. What exactly do you do?
It's an agricultural campaign aiming at the 3 Ps, mobilizing the people for high production, that is increase and involving very many people into production. Number 2 is productivity. Yes, you've mobilized them, but what is the yield? Because if you mobilize people to participate and they don't actually get anything out of it, of course, they will definitely be discouraged. And lastly is profitability. So we run this organization on 3 Ps: production, productivity and profitability.
Okay, so how many people are involved in this organization?
We have over 4,000 farmers involved in the whole of Central Region. Okay. That's about 27 districts in Uganda.
And that's just not politics. This is about people as well.
It is not. I only have a...
It's an excellent mobilization tool, you must admit.
True. The only problem I have, I look too short when I'm...
You and the rest of them. It's you and the rest of them. But I'm curious about... I'm curious about when you hear something like that, Winnie, and you say that you're providing access to farmers. I'm curious about what that means in practical terms. How do you two do business together? What's the one question? Because I saw you writing. Yeah. So what's the one question you have for her?
Yala, we've just had a very big workshop with the coffee farmers in Uganda, between me and Agnes and Mr. Mutabazi. We have an organization of farmers in Uganda, those with 10 acres of coffee and above. Yeah. So we organized the workshop with your Yala team last month. Yes. We had it at my home with about 600 farmers.
Your home can accommodate 600 farmers?
Yes, more than that.
Jesus. Yeah, I want to be a politician. Okay, go on.
Yeah, but of course the most important thing now we need in the country, as Agnes was pointing out, was that first of all, when we talk about agriculture, the seriousness on this, His Excellency the President came out with 6 policy guidelines, which I will definitely share with you.
What is the question? The one question you want to ask?
One question probably I want to ask is one is that to make sure that we have the knowledge, our farmers to have the knowledge through farmer mobilization and education. Because we could talk about fertilizers, we could talk about all this, but if farmers don't have the knowledge, we shall definitely be a workshop.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
Let's give the minister, former minister, a round of applause.
Yes.
Yeah, and how do you respond to that?
Yeah, it completely resonates to, as we said, the Yara mission, which is knowledge grows. So without empowering the farmers, then they will always rely on us, but we need to increase the knowledge to the farmers, we need to mobilize, and we can work together in terms of increasing the number of farmers that we are already accessing. Currently, with the coffee nutrition program, we've accessed 5,600, but our ambition is to get to 10,000 farmers on the coffee nutrition program. So we have an ambition, and we know the only way to reach this ambition is working together.
Okay, and then you said something about providing access. What does that mean in practical terms? You know, this can be development language.
Yeah.
That does not necessarily... So what does it mean in practical terms, provide access?
Yes, actually that's something we were speaking here with Agra in this, and I think also Agnes has mentioned in terms of the fertilizer rate application is quite low in Uganda, even in comparison with East Africa. So there needs to be, for us, we have a role to play to provide this fertilizer at an affordable price, and also be able to have, we have our agronomists on the ground, so that we are able to penetrate across the regions, and for that we need to have resources. That's why as Yara Uganda, we are here and we have a team of agronomists who are on the ground, and we have sufficient supply of the fertilizer into the market. But we have a long way to go, because we need to move our level of fertilizer application higher.
Okay, thank you very much. One last question, very briefly. How does someone like you benefit from what she's just said? And just give us a very quick sense of what you're doing as a farmer at the moment, Afande Kaima.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. One, to acquire more knowledge in terms of what we do and with whom do we partner in order to get what the former minister said, really, profitability.
Yeah.
If we spend the little resources we have, is it profitable?
Okay, so in this particular case, based on what she's just said, do you have any question for her?
Not really. She's answering, and I'm a beneficiary of Yara through Agnes and team.
How have you benefited?
One, taking care of my farm, but also teaching that through our neighbors to do smart agriculture and to benefit out of that. That we are getting slowly, because many of us farmers think that we have to do it the way our parents did, and it's changing tremendously.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Winnie, Nganga, Doctor, thank you very much for your submission. Let's give her a round of applause. And to the two esteemed farmers as well who've spoken to us and given us a lot of insight on what's happening in their various worlds. We are waiting for the guest of honor to arrive. Hopefully they'll come in soon. Not here yet. And before they come in, I'd like to now invite Mr. Fasil Tadesse, East and Southern Africa Area Coordinator for CLEM. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Happy to be here. I will be speaking on behalf of CropLife Africa Middle East. It's an industry association which CropLife Uganda is part of, among 22 national associations that we have in Africa and Middle East region. So I have written the message, so I will be reading out from not to take time. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, it is a great opportunity to be here with you, and a deep appreciation that I extend to CropLife Uganda in launching this wonderful and a successful launch of Inaugural Symposium. This is a great gathering under the theme Contemporary, Local, Regional and Global Trends in the Agrochemical Industry. It's not only a milestone for Uganda, we believe that it will be a significant moment for the wider agriculture and crop protection community across Africa and also Middle East region. Here, held in the heart of Kampala, This symposium provides a timely and strategic platform to reflect, engage, and collaborate on some of the most pressing challenges and promising opportunities face our sector. As you all know, the agriculture remains the backbone of many economies across Africa, and it contributes about approximately 40% of the GDP in many of countries in our region. And it supports about 65% of the employment of the population. Yet the lifeline is under increasing pressure from a multitude of forces, including climate change, rapid population growth, evolving pest dynamics, infrastructure gap, and challenging consumer preferences and trade standards. As it was mentioned earlier, EU is putting forward different kind of regulatories, including EU Green Deal, which is also a threat to farmers in Africa who are exporting to these markets. As we know, Sustainable Development Goal will remain elusive unless agriculture, particularly in Africa, is transformed into modern, resilient, and also sustainable sector. One of the most urgent issues we face is devastating impact of pest and disease in agriculture, which accounts about 20 to 40% of the crop yield loss. Sometimes it goes up to 80% in tropical zones like ours here in Uganda. The increasing frequency and severity of invasion from fall armyworm to desert locust and to Tapsoluta has made farming riskier and more costly. Climate variability further exacerbates these challenges and demanding urgent adoption and innovation to tackle these challenges. Excuse me. So it is in this context that the role of plant protection products becomes certainly important. They are central to increasing productivity, as it was mentioned by one of the farmers. Productivity and profitability is a very important part of agriculture activity. So it's central to increase productivity using plant protection products and reducing post-harvest loss, which is high in our region. Safeguarding food safety and ensuring the marketability of our agricultural product, both domestically and international markets. They also serve as a bridge to achieve cleaner, safer, and more efficient food system. However, access to these tools, that means plant protection products, especially newer, safer, and more sustainable ones, is uneven and often hindered by lengthy regulatory process, counterfeiting, limited farmer education, and lack of harmonized policies across the region. At CropLife Africa Middle East, we recognize these challenges and are actively working to address them through strategic partnership, policy engagement, and capacity building. As a regional association representing the leading global manufacturers, as many of are here, Syngenta, Bayer, BASF, Corteva, UPL, Belchem, Nufarm, these are the manufacturers that we represent at CropLife Africa Middle East. We are the lead. We represent the global manufacturers of crop protection products, seed, biotechnology solution, and our vision is to support our members and farmers in the region to deliver sustainable agriculture and food security while remaining economic viability. We believe that science-based regulation, innovation, and responsible stewardship must go hand in hand. And we are working towards this goal at CropLife Africa Middle East. To mention some of the activities that we are doing with in our region, harmonization of regulatory framework and mutual recognition of data among countries. Particularly, we are working in this region with East African communities, and we're trying to work with them in order to harmonize the regulatory framework as well as recognition of data among these countries, member state countries in the Eastern Africa community. Capacity building of regulatory authorities and technical institutions is something also we are working at CropLife Ethiopia, CropLife Africa Middle East, and also the Eastern Africa region. The fast track registration process, particularly for biopesticides, and also low risk alternative is one of the key areas that we are working with different countries in our region, and also Uganda in this case. And we also work on robust farmers training on how and when to use crop protection products with integrated pest management programs. We have also been supporting the development of e-learning materials, risk assessment training, and also improved understandings of maximum residue limits in order to tackle the hindrance in accessing international market for export. The stakes are high, and the percentage of food trade globally has doubled in the past 2 decades, and Africa must position to take advantage of this opportunity. Today, more than ever, the success of our industry and the security of our food system depends on collaborative effort, regulatory authorities, collaboration, academics, farmer groups, and development partners. Therefore, public partnership is key to unlock innovation, promoting farmer education, scaling of solutions that meet both productivity as well as sustainability goals. This is why we are so proud to support CropLife Uganda and this symposium, and we would like to commend CropLife Uganda in achieving this and taking this leadership in order to convene this conversation. You have brought together many stakeholders, remarkable and diverse group of stakeholders who are represented full spectrum of the agriculture sector, not only in Uganda. I have seen also many from different countries in the region. To all participants, I would like to encourage you to engage actively in the sessions ahead, share your thoughts, ask challenging questions, and converse each other, think boldly and also strategically to address the issues that we are facing in the agriculture sector. So let us collectively explore how we can accelerate transition to more efficient, sustainable, and inclusive plant protection system. In conclusion, I would like to say the symposium serves as a catalyst, not just dialogue, but for action. So let us reinforce our shared commitment to innovation, stewardship, and sustainable agriculture. I look forward to rich discussion, actionable outcomes, and continued collaboration that will follow. Together, we can build a vibrant and secure agriculture for Uganda, the region, and beyond. Thank you.
Round of applause to him again. Let's give him another round of applause. We are looking forward to a speech. The keynote address is coming up later. Professor Hamadi Idiboga will be speaking to us, so please stick around so that you hear from him. Right now, though, I'd like the representative of Dr. Paul Mwambu, who is the Commissioner of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, to come up and speak. The regulator, ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a round of applause as she stands up to speak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Is it still morning? Yes. So my name is Dr. Sio Mary Teddy. I'm Assistant Commissioner in charge of seed inspection and certification. So actually, I want to say I'm inspired. Before I read the speech of Dr. Mwambu, I want to say that CropLife, you have inspired me so soon, because you see, seed and agrochemicals are sister inputs. If you do well in one and you don't do well in the other, then you don't achieve the food security that Mbabazi was talking about. So I had the national seed certification at the ministry. So I'm inspired, and so soon we shall also organize a symposium so that we talk about seed as an input. So I have a simple role of reading to you the speech of Dr. Mwambu. He was unable to come at short notice. He was called by the accounting officer for a small meeting, but he will be coming back. He will be coming back soon to join you. So reserve all the questions for him when he comes. The chairperson, CropLife Uganda, the team CropLife Africa Middle East, our sponsors, Professor Ogenga Latigo, a distinguished scientist, analyst, leader, farmer, politician, and academician. Colleagues from MDS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we officially open the inaugural CropLife Uganda Symposium here at the Serena Hotel, Kampala. On behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries, I warmly welcome all participants, especially those who have traveled from outside Uganda to join in this landmark event. I would also like to take a special moment to recognize Professor Maurice Ogenga Latigo, a man of many hats and a distinguished figure in this gathering. Professor Latigo is a renowned scientist, an accomplished academic, a respected leader, a dedicated farmer, and a prolific writer. His extensive experience and unwavering commitment to agricultural transformation have greatly influenced Uganda's agricultural landscape. Your presence here is a powerful testament to the shared dedication we all hold towards advancing agriculture, not only in Uganda, but across regions and beyond. This symposium comes as a pivotal time for our sector. Today, we gather as farmers, policymakers, researchers, industry leaders, and development partners to engage in robust dialogue on contemporary, local, regional, and global trends shaping the agrochemical industry. The themes before us, climate change, food security, innovation, regulation, and combating counterfeits, are not just topics, but urgent, are not just topical, but they are urgent. Plant protection products, when used judiciously, play a crucial role in enhancing food security and supporting our export trade. Evidence shows that the adoption of pesticides and related agrochemicals can significantly boost crop productivity, which is essential for feeding our growing population and meeting the demands of international markets. However, this benefit comes with the responsibility to ensure these products are used safely, effectively, and in the manner that safeguards both human health and environment. One of the most persistent and damaging challenges in Uganda's agrochemical sector is the widespread presence of counterfeit and substandard products, like it has already been echoed in the expectations here. Studies estimate that counterfeit pesticides may constitute over 40% of the market, severely undermining the efforts of the reputable manufacturers who invest heavily in costly and rigorous research and development to produce quality, effective products. This situation threatens the livelihoods of farmers, compromises consumer safety, and puts at risk Uganda's access to lucrative export markets, resulting in significant revenue losses due to the saturation of banned or poor quality agrochemicals. To effectively address this challenge, it is essential that regulators, industry stakeholders, and all relevant actors engage in open, transparent, and honest dialogue. The government is already making significant progress in reforming and strengthening regulatory frameworks within the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries by establishing a new agency called the Food and Agricultural Authority. This authority will have enhanced enforcement powers and a broad mandate to oversee food safety, veterinary drugs, plant health, and agrochemicals, thereby improving quality assurance and consumer protection across the agricultural sector. Alongside these institutional reforms, efforts are underway to raise awareness among key stakeholders about the dangers of counterfeit products and the critical importance of informed proper usage. However, a major barrier remains the limited knowledge among end users, which increases their vulnerability to counterfeit and substandard products. Addressing this knowledge gap will be vital to the success of these reforms and to safeguarding Uganda's agricultural productivity and export potential. Another emerging concern is the role of certain activists and non-governmental organizations whose scientific understanding is questionable. Some of these groups engage in alarmist and one-sided narratives without consulting competent authorities, thereby spreading misinformation. Their scaremongering media reports often harm the very farmers they claim to protect by undermining market confidence in legitimate products. There is a growing need to take a firm stance against media outlets that promote unsubstantiated fears through amateurs, non-peer-reviewed reports. As such, misinformed misinformation damages public trust and the agricultural sector development. In summary, combating counterfeit agrochemicals requires a coordinated approach that combines robust regulation, industry self-regulation, farm education, and responsible media reporting to protect both producers and consumers while safeguarding Uganda's agricultural economy. So what is our journey towards self-regulation and industry cohesion? As government, we encourage all actors in the agrochemical space to unite under the umbrella of CropLife Uganda. This apex body provides a platform for self-regulation, industry cohesion, and partnership with government to ensure that only quality products reach our farmers. Through such collaboration, we can move closer to a system where industry takes the lead in upholding standards, with government providing oversight support. It is vital that our decisions, whether regulatory, commercial, or technical, are guided by the latest science and evidence. We must remain vigilant, continuously considering new and emerging information on the effects of pesticides on human and environmental health. Only through science-based, well-urged positions can we ensure that our policies are both effective and sustainable. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, I urge all of us to consider how we can leverage the government of Uganda's flagship parish development model. This multi-sectoral approach aims to transition every Ugandan, particularly those in rural areas, into modernized economy by strengthening agricultural productivity and commercialization. It is time we shift our focus from large government procurements of pesticide to empowering our small, medium, and large-scale farmers, directly ensuring they have access to safe, effective, and affordable plant protection products that will drive household incomes and community transformation. I hope this symposium will become an annual tradition. I think we've already had here a forum where government and the private sector not only discuss challenges and opportunities, but also make concrete commitments. At future gatherings, let us hold each other accountable for actions we pledge here, measuring our progress and adjusting our strategies as needed. In conclusion, therefore, I thank all participants, sponsors, and organizers for making this event possible. I'm confident that by the end of these 2 days, we will have developed a clear, actionable way forward for Uganda's agrochemical industry, one that balances productivity, safety, and sustainability. let us seize this opportunity to shape a brighter, more secure future for Ugandan agriculture and for generations to come. Thank you, and I wish all a productive and inspiring symposium for God and my country. On behalf of Paul Mwambu, Commissioner Crop Inspection and Certification.
Let's give them a round of applause. That is a brilliant speech. Even I, who was quite cynical, liked it. It's brilliant, amazing speech. And can I just say, where are the technocrats from Ministry of Agriculture who are here today? Where are they? I know, please stand up. All of them, stand up, please, please. Yeah, let's give these people a round of applause. It is really important for you to understand that it's not difficult, it's not easy to work in that environment and to formulate policy for such an important ministry. And when someone like Agnes says that she wishes this gentleman was minister because she wants a responsive minister. Anyway, moving on. I wonder though, madam, and I'd like you to respond to this question. Actually, let me stand next to you. Oh, bear with me. I'm not going to make it too difficult for you. But I'm really curious about this counterfeits. Who should I talk to about counterfeits? You've just spoken, so. Come. Fred. Fred, tell me about yourself. Fred who?
Fred Muzira.
Muzira. Fred, Muzira is hero, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fred is a hero. Now, Fred, from where you sit at the ministry as a technical man, why are we talking about counterfeits in this day and age? I'll hold it on.
Okay. I hope I get the question. Thank you. You said, why are we talking about counterfeits?
Yeah, why are we still talking about counterfeits?
Okay. Of course, we know that counterfeit is a global phenomenon. It's not only... and
I don't care about the rest of the world, to be honest.
Yes, you don't, but that's the reality.
Yeah, why is it a problem here?
Okay, why is it a problem? I want to approach it in two dimensions. One, from the technical perspective, I would say counterfeit in Uganda is overemphasized, over-exaggerated to start with.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Quite often, like you heard from the speech of the commissioner, at times we confuse two issues, counterfeit and lack of knowledge. Okay? And that's the view that I've been.
Keep going.
Counterfeit and lack of knowledge, just when it comes to farmers. And for example, one of our biggest challenges in Uganda, apart from counterfeits, is the issue of lack of knowledge when it comes to the end users on how to use these products.
So they end up misusing the product and thinking that they are counterfeit.
I'll just give you a common scenario. For example, when it comes to maize, Chaito begins from home, where I come from. Maize is a key crop. At the realm of the fallen worm in 2016, when the fallen worm came, it's a pest. You said we should not.
I had no idea what it was. Thank you.
Yeah, that ravages maize. One of the products that we are recommending for use, I remember I had an interesting conversation when I went to Kapchorwa to interact with the farmers, and they were holding me hostage, saying the minister was recommended, that time we were recommending a chemical that I will not go into, but a plant protection product that will help. It had two actives that were supposed to help the farmers. And now, the way the farmers use these products, for example, when it came to that particular product, the farmer first digs in the morning, and then he or she goes to spray in the afternoon. Now, in the afternoon, that particular pest is sleeping. So it will be looking at...
How on earth do you know when the pest is sleeping?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The science informs me now whether the pest is sleeping or not. So because the farmer is used to applying the product at around midday, 1, 2, at the time when the pest has gone to sleep, I'll still insist, because it's a nocturnal, it's a night dancer. It's active in the night.
Jesus Christ.
It sleeps in the morning. So when we asked the farmers said, the products that you gave us are not working. But the products that were being applied were supposed to be applied when the pest is present.
Okay, hold on. Who is supposed to teach the farmer the sleeping patterns of this pest?
Okay. All of us, including Alan. You had when the commissioner was giving his submission, he said information is key. We at the regulatory bit present the information. And then this information is supposed to trickle down to the colleagues at the...
Do you have money for that sort of thing in the ministry?
We have money, but money is not enough. So limited money, like we'll be presenting about the challenges of the regulatory challenges. The budget is constrained, you know. The government is looking at so many things.
So it's going to be a partnership between the stakeholders. I don't like that word, but it makes sense to use it here. So partnerships.
We need the industry because they're the owners of the product that are claimed to be over-counterfeited. So they have a responsibility to play as industry on issues of stewardship. Training the farmers is part of their responsibility to make sure that the farmers are using the product as recommended. And we'll be looking forward to that in this symposium.
Those are very smart pests. Let's give him a round of applause. They sleep when the things are being sprayed. Who knew that? Let's give him another round of applause again. The challenges are many. I'd also like at this point to recognize Mr. Fred Muduli. He's the founder chairman of CropLife Uganda. Fred Muduli, are you sitting somewhere? Let's give him a round of applause. Really good to have you here. In a moment, we can look forward to hearing that very important speech coming up from Professor Hamadi Idiboga. It's coming up next in a few moments. But first of all, I just want to say that you continue sending that feedback. We shall read it towards the end. You look forward to a number of sessions that we shall be having later on that we expect to be very engaging and that will answer a lot of the questions that you might be sitting on. Now, with an address on the future of agrochemical and fertilizer, trends, challenges, and opportunities in a changing market, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Professor Hamadi Idiboga. He is the Vice President, Programs Delivery at AGRA, and is also a former Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture of Jamhuri ya Kenya. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it's still morning. Yeah, thank you very much, Agnes and team. Thank you very much, stakeholders, for showing up for this very important industry conversation. As you have been told, my name is Professor Hamadi Boga from Kenya. I work for AGRA as the Vice President in charge of program delivery. Shortly, I will explain a little bit about AGRA. Before my life in the agriculture sector, I used to be in the university at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology as a biologist for many years. I was also in the university administration, rising to the position of Vice Chancellor before becoming the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture in Kenya, where I had the opportunity to really interact with many of your counterparts in Kenya, but also elsewhere as we were engaging around some of the industry issues. Right now at AGRA, I'm responsible for program delivery. That means all the interventions that we are doing in the 15 AGRA countries, but also in the continents and in the regional conversations that we are having around this very important topic of food systems. I think as we are right now, I think we are aware that global challenges are mounting, be it the climate challenge, which is ever present, be it the biodiversity challenge and the degradation of landscapes, be it the pandemics like we had about 3-4 years ago with the COVID-19, be it conflicts like the Ukraine, Russia war, as well as the ever-present spectacle of hunger in Africa. These still remain global challenges. But even as these global challenges continue to mount and to intensify in some cases, especially as far as the issue of climate and environmental degradation is concerned, the institutions that we have relied upon to tackle these challenges as a global community seem to be shaking, some seem to be crumbling. Multilateralism is under serious threat from nationalism, and national interest seems to take more prominence over common human interest across the globe. So everywhere in the conversations I've been, I see people are doubting the institutions, people are doubting whether the systems we have put in place are fit for purpose in this era, especially with the US as a global leader for many years retreating to become very nationalistic. We have seen reductions in aid. A partner like you said does no longer exist, and having conversations around collaboration becomes very difficult. Recently we were also having conversations with Canada about their engagement in Africa, and you could see uncertainty. They are more worried about their own survival than about some of the issues that are common to all of us. But I hope probably with time we will learn to live also within this environment and find common answers to some of these common challenges that we are facing. So I think as we talk, I know we are here about inputs, we are here about the input market and the environment around the input market. But I think those do not exist for themselves. They exist for the larger picture of a food secure world, a food secure continent, prosperity for all, ending poverty, some of the SDGs which we put together as a global community and which require most of these interventions that we are doing and where you play a significant part. I think it's important that we frame our conversations while we look at what is happening around us, because it has implications for our goals and it also has implications for our shared businesses. In 2004, Kofi Annan gave a speech in Ethiopia about ending hunger in Africa, because looking across the globe, Africa was the only continent that was faced by hunger seriously, and malnutrition, and poverty. And in his speech, he gave a vision of ushering a green revolution in Africa. And in that conversation, he emphasized the role of technology, including access to inputs and genetics and agrochemicals, including fertilizer, as being part of that desire to feed Africa. But he called it a uniquely African green revolution, because already the challenges that had come with the green revolution in Asia and in Europe were there for everyone. So we couldn't just go the way Europe had gone or the way Asia had gone. We had to go at it from a point of understanding that there are certain environmental challenges that come with a green revolution that we had to factor in our work. So even as we are here, I know we are very conscious of this, and I know as we engage, we have to be realistic about the limits and the planetary boundaries that exist, that we must make sure that we don't breach, as we have committed in the various climate conversations, but also the limits as far as impact on biodiversity by some of our activities. So I hope this dream lives on. And Kofi Annan talked also about policies that are driven by knowledge, evidence-based, for African governments and African institutions to develop the sector, but guided by science, guided by knowledge and evidence, so that we're just not making decisions out of emotions or ideology or dogma, but basically looking at the facts and letting them guide us towards rational decision. Kofi Annan also emphasized the role of the private sector in bringing about this green revolution in Africa, and that is where your role as far as markets is concerned, input as well as output markets, is very critical. So today, as we try to interpret his message, it's about sustainability, it's about soil health, it's about consumer safety, it's about climate resilience, even as we try to feed ourselves and to create prosperity, and specifically working in the African setting. And one of the recommendations that came out of that conversation by Kofi Annan was the establishment of AGRA, the institution where I work, because he also hinted that building African-owned institutions to lead this agricultural transformation was critical. So as AGRA, we are proud African institutions. We are proud to engage African government, civil society, private sector, farmers, as we chart the way forward together and navigate some of the complexities that we see in the food system space. And we really look forward to not only sharing, but also learning from the conversations that will happen here. I'm here with my colleague, David Wazemba, who is doing a very good job here in Uganda, and I hope he's engaging you in your various activities. Yeah, so as we move forward, I know in AGRA, sometimes we come under the same criticism that you guys come, that we are too close to the industry and that we are not close enough to the smallholder farmer, and that probably we are working for somebody's agenda. But I want to make it clear that we work for the African people. We are Africans. We understand the African problems. We understand the African context. And we are able to find solutions with stakeholders that work for Africa. We don't work for anybody else. And as we work, we shape together with stakeholders the continental agenda. In January, we were here with the African Union, driven by my colleague here and the government of Uganda to deliver the CADEP, which is the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Plan, what is now known as Kampala Declaration. And we've been part of that development since Maputo, since Malabo, and now Kampala Declaration, and basically supporting African governments and the African Union to track progress as far as this journey to agricultural transformation in Africa is concerned. And unfortunately, when we look at the biannual review processes where we track many indicators, we see that the continent is not on track on many of those indicators. So the aspiration and dream towards a food secure, prosperous Africa is still in the future, and we have to keep on working on it. So as AGRA, the way we work with the African Union, develop the framework for the continent. We come to the regions, East African Community, COMESA, the Maghreb region down there, ECOWAS, and work with them to download those to their regions and see how they impact their own regions in a positive way. So we work with them to develop their regional agricultural investment plan. And even as it goes down to the countries, we work with the countries in the domestication process. For us, it's very important that all the challenges that we see here and that have been highlighted, we look at the big picture so that we develop capable governments that know the work of government and that respect the role of the private sector and the role of the citizens, that governments know their boundaries and what they can do and what they cannot do. Having been a PS, one of my biggest challenges coming into the ministry was trying to convince the government that it doesn't make sense for them to be involved in the fertilizer issues, subsidy programs, that there was a smarter way to do it. Trying to persuade government to move away from the maize market, that there was a smarter way to do it. It's very expensive. I remember signing very big checks that have no impact at all, but just because people are determined to make decisions without any evidence. They're just following their instincts. And of course, behind that, there is the extractive culture that we must also be open to talk about. Yeah. So, for example, one of the biggest drivers of the budget, if you look at the African government budgets in all the agri countries, is fertilizer subsidy. Sometimes it takes 80% of the subsidy, of the budget, and then there's very little left. So even as we talk as stakeholders, let's encourage governments to move away from these practices which undermine the sector, undermine investments, and they don't benefit the farmer, because most of the time that fertilizer never reaches the farmers as intended. So good intention does not translate into the results that we want to see on the ground. And so we work with government around these policies for them to develop their strategies, guidelines, building capable institutions, a theme which I will come back to later. Apart from policy and state capability, the other area where we work as AGRA, so we are very close to government. And right now, because of these financial issues, we have to be very close to government, because government now has to learn to use the resources that they have very well to support the sector to better, because the issue of aid and development aid is something that is likely to be in the past now. Apart from that, at AGRA, we also look at developing markets, inclusive markets and trade, making sure that we don't have these unnecessary barriers within the regions and people are able to trade, common standards, common protocols, simplified trade arrangements so that things can move, molecules that are approved here not being unnecessarily blocked on the other end. So we support that and we work closely with some of the regulators and the regional economic agencies to push that. One of our mainstay has been the seed sector. Most of the seed companies, African indigenous seed companies that you see, have been developed through the work at AGRA. We have a very strong seed team led by our own very Ugandan George Bigirwa, who is retiring this year, but who has done an excellent job, and we are really proud of him. And beyond seed, markets, and policy and state capability, because of the issues of the environment, we have a very strong emphasis also on sustainable farming practices, working very closely with the CGIAR Center and the National Agricultural Research organizations and universities to try and see the models that work for our environments, that are sustainable, that sustain production, but limit the impact of that production on environment to guarantee future productivity and future incomes for the farmers, because we don't want the farmers to misuse and misapply things to the extent that they undermine their own very existence and their very own economy. So we have been there and we have been part of the conversations. Last year, we were very much at the center of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit, and I'm sure most of you, some of you attended, where we came out with very strong recommendations on fertilizer policy harmonization, on soil testing infrastructure, when I was a PS, I was shocked that only 8% of Kenyans use soil testing services. They just buy fertilizer and just apply it, regardless of what the soil needs or doesn't need. They just do it in an organic way. And so shifting towards soil testing, fertilizer blending, applying fertilizer not in a generic way, making sure that we don't acidify our soils in the process, I think is a conversation that is very important, and some of the recommendations that came out of the Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summits are very key, and as stakeholders we have to be part of the implementation. And at AGRA we have a team that is tracking to make sure that countries and stakeholders are doing their part so that we move towards better soil health and responsible use of fertilizer, and that farmers have the right information and they're able to make the right investments as far as soil health issues are concerned. And I know very important in your sector is continuous R&D. I also know for the countries, it's very important to invest in research and development. And unfortunately, this is an area where there is very little investment. The recommendations from CADEP was at least, was it 1% of agricultural GDP? Most of the countries do not reach those targets when we look at the data. So there is underinvestment. Most of our research institutions are in states where they are not, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the instruments, they are not up to date, they are lagging behind their peers across the globe. But I think even as we move into the future, as we face all these challenges, as we face all the new information about the implications of some of our activities, I think a strong base on R&D is very critical, and it's important that the private sector also, I know most of the big companies have their R&D work up there in their mother countries, but I think for the local context, for the local environmental situation, I think it's very important that also the private sector partners with our local R&D institutions so that you can be targeting the local realities, so that we are not just embracing generic solutions without getting the local context. So I think that is very important. And that way you have partners that can give you credibility, that can speak with authority about some of the conversations that are ongoing around what is and what is not harmful, and how that is playing out in the environment. And I think even as we move, there's the need for innovation. I think with the advent of AI, with the development of digitization and other possibilities that come as science advances, I think we should also be open to the fact that we must be in a state where we want to continuously improve so that we can serve our customers better, we can serve the farmers better, we can serve the consumers better, because consumers are more aware about food safety issues, and it's important that we work together around risk analysis, around risk management and mitigation, so that we are all benefiting from the investments that all of us are making in different parts of the value chains. Yeah, so I think the most important thing for me as I come towards the close is that for us to move forward, it's important to invest in partnerships. AGRA sees itself as a catalyst, not as an actor. We want to catalyze these conversations. We want to hear the different sides of the story. We want to be able to put together with government, with the private sector, with civil society, and with the farmers, a path that is beneficial to all of us, to make sure that Africa is food secure, the environment is safe, we are able to adapt to the ever-changing climate, and that every opinion is valued, but all the decisions that we make are based on science, based on evidence, based on knowledge, and that we work together as people who share a common destiny here in Uganda, in East Africa, in Africa, but also in the entire world. So even as we advocate for certain things, we have to leverage knowledge and evidence, and even as we embrace certain solutions, we have to also make sure that the science is sound and the risk analysis and assessment has also been done so that we can protect our consumers as well as the environment. I think for me, the thing that will make it work or not work is a strong extension system. I'm really an advocate of a strong extension system because that is how the knowledge will reach the end users. That is how the farmers will know when the fall armyworms are sleeping or they are awake. Sometimes I see comments in group chats. I'm in many group chats, including the ones in my village, and I see recently frustrated graduates complaining that, okay, we spend a whole time learning about the life cycle of a butterfly. You see the different stages. How is that going to help me? But you see, the idea that those fall armyworms, which belong into the same family as butterflies and moths, sleep at night, sleep during the day and fly at night, and come out at night. You have to have done your biology. You have to have done the life cycle of a moth. Or yeah, so I think extension is very important. At AGRA, we support both public extension, but we know it's limited because of funds. So the reach is very limited. So we have come up with models where we work with the companies around the private sector extension model, work with the lead farmers so that we can also have community-based extension models. The most important thing is to reach the farmer and make sure that they have the right information about the products that they're using, about the solutions that they need for their value chain. And also the area of digitization is an area where we are really promoting, working with governments to have farmer registers, to have solutions for extension, to have solutions for finance, to have solutions for access to weather, agro-weather information, all these solutions that are available that enable them to leverage the knowledge for their production system, not just for the farmer, but for all the value chain actors. And so because of the importance of extension, I'm also a very big advocate for the role of the R&D institutions and the universities and other capacity building institutions. We must support them. We must support them because they will make the system work. The other area that is very important is building strong but inclusive institutions that are guided by rules and regulations that are inclusive in nature and that are developed collaboratively. And so regulatory institutions like we have seen here, they have to be responsive. They are not supposed to be obstructive. They have to be responsive. They are not supposed to be obstructive. They are supposed to be facilitative. We are building an economy. We are looking for prosperity. Sitting there and being obstructionist does not help us to achieve that. They must enforce the rules. Once we have agreed these are the rules, everybody has to play by the rules. So when it comes to enforcement, we shouldn't compromise. We shouldn't take bribes. We shouldn't allow people to cut corners, because then it undermines the system. And we must create an environment where things can be resolved properly for the benefit of everyone. And the most important, because it's very tough to do business in Africa, these institutions must be facilitative. They must make it easy for people to invest and do business and create wealth and create opportunities for our young people. We have a very young continent, very restless. Last year, around this time in Kenya, the Gen Z were barricading everywhere. And it's because of lack of opportunities, lack of perspectives. Youth have lost hope. And sometimes you might feel probably it's the president's fault. He's just a representative of the system. And if the system is not working, it will reflect on him. And if the system is working, it will reflect on him. So all of the stakeholders here, playing our different parts, we have to work together to make sure that our systems are inclusive and they are pro-growth, and that we move away from systems that are extractive and exploitative. And there is a gentleman who won the Nobel Prize for Economics last year because of basically this theory that where governments and communities build inclusive systems, things will grow. And I know the development area is emerging. People are studying a lot to find out how societies are making progress. But I think even as we think about our own role in the input side of the sector, it's very important to anchor it in the larger system and the larger aspirations of our citizens in our countries, in Africa, but across the globe. So I think I'm happy that I had the opportunity to come and share with you and to discuss. As you have seen, many things. I'm not an expert in one thing or one dimension. I've been in many places and I've made a lot of observations. And this is what I am here to share with you today. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm going to ask you to stay there for 1 minute to take a couple of questions. Starting with one from me. As a scientist, how do you see a partnership between pure scientists and social scientists working to achieve strategic objectives? Because I think that is one area that could improve significantly. You scientists tend to speak one language that is only known to you people, and then the social scientists have the means to make sure that this language makes sense to the end user.
Yeah, it's a complex one, but I think the most important thing is that science doesn't exist for itself. Science exists for society. And there are various models that different institutions, including companies, universities, that have developed to bridge this gap between science and its application and use by society. And I think every context is different. I used to be in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I was the director of the Center for Biotechnology Research. And we were doing a lot of work on bananas. But you know, the one who multiplies the plantlets, the tissue culture banana, is not the same one you will send to the field to interact with the farmers. So there is division of labor. You must be able to bring the competences that are necessary for the product to reach the farmers. So I think it's a little bit of investment, a little bit of a cultural awareness about how technologies are taken out to communities. And I think where we fail as African is the investment part. We don't invest enough in this technology transfer bit, even as we invest little also in the technology generation bit.
A round of applause. Anybody with one question? Anybody with one question? If not, I will ask the one on extension services. You talk about those as being key. Is there an example across Africa that can be benchmarked, one that you've seen work very successfully, that the rest of the continent can learn from?
There are different models. But the model that seems to have worked because of the nature of our clients, again, is the Ethiopia model. Ethiopia has a very strong extension system, and the results are there for everyone.
How does it work?
They just have enough agents out there on the ground, and they support them. It's government-led. It's government-led. Here,
it seems to make sense. It seems like common sense. It seems like the common sense thing to do. But why? Because I've seen it work in the health sector here in Uganda, where you can see that there are these last mile people who go and meet women at their homes and talk about their prenatal care.
Yeah.
But how is it possible that it doesn't exist in a sector as important as agriculture?
Political will. You have to make the decision that instead of investing in fertilizer on somebody who hasn't tested their soil, you invest in the knowledge. And so you support the knowledge institutions and you support the dissemination of that knowledge through extension. But when you look at our extension budgets, they are less than 1%. Sometimes they are even non-existent.
Okay, thank you very much. A politician had the word political will and put up his hand. What do you want to say, sir?
I had one for Professor. Professor, there is some kind of belief that scientists are very mean with information. And we've seen it. The extension staff that acts out on the ground, they actually become so mean, even to the point of even not even visiting the farmer for their advice. But secondly, you can even see it even on the forums, the social media forums. If you are with a scientist on a forum, you can spend months without commenting anything. Without commenting anything, yet we know you have vast knowledge about this. Why are you so mean with information?
Yeah. That one I won't comment.
One last question. Okay. And my question is about the person who pulls the strings, the relationship between the scientist and the funder. And I think that plays into what he's asking. Do you have a question specific to that? Because, okay, fair enough. So I'm curious about that relationship as well. How much control does the funder have? And I'm asking from a complete point of ignorance. The people who put money into the science, how much control do they have about how that output is used?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say there's a problem there, because I have worked for many years as a scientist, and I have worked with colleagues. In fact, most scientists are happy to share their findings, because that's how they are known, how they grow. The problem is, which part does the funder fund? If they just fund the R&D part, and there is no fund on product development and dissemination and deployment, is another whole business, and it's very expensive business. It's better done by the private sector, actually, than by an individual lone scientist. So I think it's the way our systems are structured. If you go to the US, the extension model is what is known as a land grants university. The university is in the community, the science is in the community, the extension scientists are interacting with the community and interacting with their colleagues. Solutions are going down and problems are coming back to the scientists for them. So we have to create those ecosystems so that it's not the farmer out there on their own and the research institution is here in Kampala and there is no close interaction. So even the way we have structured and funded our institution is a problem. I'm a big proponent of the lands grant university model of extension because it's anchored within certain community, within those value chains, and there is close interaction between farmer, extension, scientists, and the institution at large.
Okay, one last question, sir, very briefly.
Thank you so much. I'll be so brief.
Who are you? What do you do? That sort of thing.
Thank you. My name is Azando. I work for Access Innovations at Danish International NGO as a programs manager. So mine is about youth. You said youth have lost hope. That is true. And at the same time, the youth have the numbers. They're the biggest, and they have lost hope. That means the youth of today are not the future, as we normally say. And we have seen, you also gave the example of the Gen Zs, and in my professional life, I've worked with the youth, and things seem not to be working. As Agra...
Hold on, let me grab the mic. When you say things don't seem to be working, what do you mean, specifically?
Yes. When you see youth, for example, we gave the Gen Z case of Kenya, where people are getting up in arms. The youth have lost hope. That word, I quoted it, and I thought I should ask something. As Agra, you're working with different stakeholders, and I like that approach. But then, what models, or in your time of working with the youth in Africa, how should we handle this? What's the best way forward to the stakeholders? Because we'd like to pick some idea on the way forward.
For the young people?
For the young people.
To be more involved in agriculture?
Absolutely.
So that the hope is not lost. Is that what you mean?
Definitely.
Okay. Let's give him a round of applause. How do you respond to that, sir?
Yeah, I think from where we are as Agra, we have a strong youth program that started last year, funded by the MasterCard Foundation. And we have done a lot of studies on youth to find out what the issues are, what the barriers are, what the challenges are, what the opportunities are. I think if we want to program for youth, we must do it with the youth themselves. We can't sit away from the youth as adults and as officials and organize that without their involvement. So the first thing that we have to do is always have inclusive conversations that are youth-centric with the youth and with their participation in crafting some of the solutions that we see. The other thing that we have to really strive for. One time I was having this conversation with an entrepreneur and asking, how do we create jobs? Because the biggest problem is about jobs and the lack of jobs and the lack of opportunities. I think making our systems to work so that those who are in business are profitable. Those who want to get into business find it easy to go into business. We will create more opportunities. I think the fact that our systems are still a work in progress and they are not able to create enough opportunities is a big problem. So having those conversations with the youth themselves and building institutions and structures that are pro-growth and that will create profitable businesses and create work opportunities for youth is the way to handle this. Because the rest of the world has figured out how to create growth. China has figured out. China and Kenya were at the same level in terms of GDP per capita in 2005. And the only thing that has changed is that they have created a lot of wealth through proper investment and proper management of their economies.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Very last statement. Make it brief. Stand up if you can. Tell me who you are and what you do.
My name is Adnan Bumba. I'm a third-generation farmer.
What does that mean?
My grandfather was a farmer. My parents are farmers, and I'm also involved in farming.
You look like a young man.
Third generation.
How old are you?
30, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so you've been a farmer a while, since this is something that has carried on in your family. Does what he has just said resonate?
Yes, it does. However, to be very honest, farming is not for the faint-hearted. So to answer what he asked about the youth, so many youth a few years ago tried to venture into farming. Most of them went into maize farming. Maize farming is very tempting to go into because of the few barriers to entry. But when you get in there, the numbers don't number. So
what does that mean? Give me a typical example.
I mean, it looks very glossy. All you have to do is buy maize seed, plant it, and then it ideally gives you money.
Yeah.
But there's a lot involved. I mean, you've been told about sleeping pests and everything like that. They are not told about that. However, when you get in there, the reality actually hits. And then you see it's not very easy. So what you talked about...
No, hold on. What do you mean it's not very easy? Give me an example. You put in how much, you get out how much. What are the things that make it not easy?
From many youth who ventured in it, the numbers they expected to get. For example, you say, I'm going to grow maize. The cost of production is, let's say, 400 shillings. And then you find yourself selling at 500. You don't really break even. However, the solution is something you talked about before, something to do with policy. And the easiest way, I think, to get the youth engaged and for them to appreciate the profitability in farming is to get them into organizations. Because one farmer doing half an acre compared to about 100 youth who have been brought together, it's easier for this bigger number of youth to get the economies of scale. It's easier for them to tap into markets. It's easier for them to come to AGRA to get support, because you've just said that AGRA is not going to come. He asked you about the last mile. How, for example, he talked about maternal care. The health workers come to the mothers who are expecting mothers in the village there. Talk to them, prepare them. But then in your response you said AGRA is not going to deal with someone who doesn't even know the state, who hasn't even done soil testing. So when the numbers are big, these guys have come together, the economies of scale, they're able to tap into AGRA and other organizations that can support them and ultimately make the numbers number.
Interesting. Do you have kids?
At home, 4.
Okay. Are you going to encourage them to go into farming as well?
I want them to get into it because of the numbers. I want it to make sense to them. I'm not going to tell them, come do farming. No. I want them to see the farming making profits, and then they say, how do we tap into it?
Let's give him a round of applause. Very important question there. Very, very important question. And I had there something. In my very humble view, there is a case to be made for agribusiness as opposed to just farming.
Yes.
Where people are educated on the business of agriculture or the business of farming. I don't know, I'm a journalist, I don't know a lawyer who ended up being a journalist, so I'm not sure about what I'm saying, but can you just pick up on all that?
Yeah, I think there are various opportunities for youth in the value chains. And production is one aspect of it, which is very important, and we also have to make it profitable. And to make it profitable means increasing productivity. If you are growing maize on 1 acre or 2 acres, and your yields level are 2 metric tons per hectare, which is the gold standard in the region, then you are not going to be profitable. So I think working with the private sector, input companies, to optimize with extension, to optimize production so that you get the yields. In the US, per hectare, they get 12 metric tons. You see the difference? That is why it's easy to even get a maize bag from Mexico and land it here more affordably than our own maize. So it's the productivity factor that makes production not profitable. And then it's the scale factor. Maize is a large-scale crop, okay? I have a professor friend of mine who used to come to my office when I was PS to drill this into me, that if somebody grows maize on 5 acres and they're getting 2 metric tons per hectare, they will be poor. That's the problem. So we have to understand not only the agronomy, but also the economics of it. And we have to get our youth to understand this. But the other opportunities also in the horticulture sector. The other opportunities in the horticulture sector, which you can do on small scale and be profitable. So there are some crops like wheat, maize, you have to do large scale. And small scale for food, but not for business. And then horticulture, avocado, onions, chili, these are the ones that the youth will make money, and I know because they are restless, they'll be able to embrace these value chains more than, for example, if they just grow maize conventionally. And I think these are the conversations we have to have. And then they have to look for the opportunities across different parts of the value chain, in distribution, in logistics, in retail, in marketing, and so on and so forth. There, I think they'll be able to find their niche depending on their competencies and the resources available to them.
Thank you very much. You said 5 seconds.
My name is Kwesi Kutesa, Chika Coffee Company. I'm a third-generation coffee farmer. One of the biggest challenges we find, we have a farm and we aggregate, but there's a lot of, we buy from smallholder farmers, and in Uganda we have a low literacy rate. We have 99% of our coffee coming from smallholders. We can see policymakers are here, many are represented. My question to you is, as a Kenyan and as Ugandan, what's the hope for having a voice or a body which can demystify some of the misconceptions we have about inputs, about GMOs, about, we deal with herbalists coming up. What is herbal? Someone has a herbal input. So there are fakes on the market. We deal with farmers who are saying, I'll save 10,000 shillings if I buy from this person, yet it's a counterfeit. Who's the body or the authority who's supposed to come forward and demystify some of these beliefs? Thank you.
Before you sit down, interesting point. Is it just one body you think, or does it need to be a collaborative effort?
I think it has to be an East African body, because also Honorable Latigo's here. I remember the big debate about GMOs. He was in the heart of it. He gave an expert opinion, but again, when you're involved in local politics, also your intentions might be misread. But when it's East African speaking and there's an authority there, we can, we get, there's more confidence, I think, which comes from those, the EAC, I believe.
Yeah. I think the bodies exist. I think they just have to coordinate better and work better and reach the target audience better. The East African community itself is always busy developing these protocols and regulations around all these issues that we have been talking about. And then the regulatory agencies and the ministries are the ones who are the custodian. Because if you have to give confidence to especially farmers and the people down there, the best agent is the government itself. Because if the government is capable and understands the issues, it should be able to bring this to the farmers properly, make sure that there is proper enforcement and strong enforcement, and make sure that everybody is playing by the rules. So the government agencies are the primary. The others are more advocacy and awareness, but enforcement is the government, especially most of the issues you have raised have more to do with enforcement around counterfeits and around products.
Right, so we talk about the East African community getting together. Is there an organization that would address this within the East African community? Do you think such a body exists?
The East African community itself, it has a whole agriculture arm.
Okay, so we just need to...
and it meets regularly, and it talks to all these issues that we've been talking about.
What does it do?
Fertilizer standards, food safety standards, all this they talk about, and they come down to the ministries for implementation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ministry of Agriculture, I hope you're listening. We're watching you very closely. Unfortunately, you're a very popular person right now, and I have too many requests for questions. What's yours, very briefly, sir?
Thank you. My name is Asha Olson Owere. I'm in charge of labor in this country. Those who come from Kenya, I'm the Atwoli of Uganda.
Oh.
Now, you talked about the young people. Now, when you talk about agriculture and being a scientist, how are you attracting the young people where we have a lot of labor? And these are very virgin labor, which you need to tap to encourage the young people to go in agriculture. Because once you do that, it's another way of creating more jobs. But most young people now shun agriculture. Now, what is the mechanism you are using as a scientist?
Okay. Does anybody say that you actually look alike? Maybe, maybe not. Let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah, I think there are two, because he's talking about employment. But I think when we have talking about agriculture, we have to talk about entrepreneurship and then employment. Because it's the entrepreneurs that will create the jobs, okay? So we have to segment the youth. Not every youth can be an entrepreneur. The youth that are looking for jobs, we have to skill them for the jobs. So develop their skills and capabilities to do dignified work. And then those who are entrepreneurs, the existing businesses as well as aspiring businesses, we create an opportunity for them to grow their businesses so that they can create opportunities for employment. Because one of the biggest problems is that people leave the rural areas into urban areas to look for jobs, even if they have land, because they are not entrepreneurs, they are not thinking about business, they are not thinking about using the land for production. If it's production, then it's for subsistence, but they are looking for still another job. So in our programming as AGRA, working with the MasterCard Foundation and other partners, we recognize these two layers. You can't force somebody whose DNA is geared towards working to entrepreneurship. You have to support them to develop the skills. But then you have to support the businesses to be able to create those opportunities for those who are leaning towards employment to find employment. So most of our program try to tackle the barriers that hamper youth. So if it's a barrier about land, we work with government to find access to land. If it's about finance, we work with government and banking institution, microfinance institution, to de-risk access to finance and to make it available, because it's a major issue. If it's about markets, we work on the market side and on their side to skill them to understand how the market works. And if it's just about employment, then we work to prepare them to be workers in the sector at different parts of the value chain. So it's a complex ecosystem that we need to handle it from different aspects of the ecosystem.
Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Hamadi Idiboga, Vice President, Programs Delivery, AGRA, and also former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also sitting amongst us very quietly is Professor Mondo Kagonyera. Professor Mondo Kagonyera is a former minister. He's also the former chancellor of Makerere University. Very eminent Ugandan indeed. Now, lunch is soon. Who doesn't have a coupon? Look in your lanyard. Who doesn't have a coupon? Huh? Oh, put up your hand or else you'll miss that lunch, I'm telling you. If you don't have a coupon, the ushers are making note and they'll come to you in a moment. Just keep your hands up as we continue the proceedings. Just keep your hands up if you don't have a coupon so that the usher can find you and bring you the coupon for lunch. And the green coupon in your lanyard is what we'll use for lunch today. and that lunch will be served in the Addis room. So lunch is coming up, so make sure you have that coupon. At this juncture, I'd like to invite David Muzira from Ministry of Agriculture. Fred Muzira from the Ministry of Agriculture to come up and make his very brief presentation. Thank you very much.
Project. Okay. Okay, I think I will speak as we wait for the technology. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I know it's very hard to speak after coupons have been mentioned, but I'll try to. Yes, my name is Fred Mzira, and I'll be speaking on behalf of Dr. Paul Mwambu, the Commissioner for Crop Inspection and Certification, on the issues of regulation, the regulatory framework for the agricultural chemicals in the country. Okay. Can use that. Okay, so the background has been given. We know the importance of agriculture in this country in the interest of time. So what we are supposed to do and also our contributions towards SDG. But despite its importance, we know that we also know it's a fact that agriculture is largely subsistence as part of the background. And it's also a challenge. We have a lot of challenges. One of them, as highlighted in the NDP4 and in the ministry statements, is the issues of declining production and productivity. And part of the issues that are causing us the production and productivity declining are issues of the erratic weather. It has been mentioned here. Everybody's talking about climate change. And then, of course, the increasing aggressiveness of pests. So if we are to move, like the previous speaker has said, to see the sector towards where we want to sit, as per the Kampala Declaration and other agreements, we need to be intentional in investing. And of course, part of the areas we shall be investing in is the use of critical inputs such as fertilizers, seed, and then the pesticides, or the crop protection products. But the facts have been given. You know, different scholars have different figures. Others say less than 3 kilograms per hectare fertilizer use. Others say 2. But yeah, depending on which are you reading. So, and then of course, even the pesticides themselves that we keep. This is very important. You know, we keep talking about that we are overusing pesticides. Okay, out there people are saying we're overusing pesticides. But from the statistics, you can see what we are using per annum. Okay? Yeah, so we are not as overusing as people are saying. And then, of course, the use or the limited use comes from the points that have been stretched. If people don't have the knowledge, then they cannot use, you know. Knowledge is power. So, and then, of course, the issues of the low quality remain a challenge. And to address this, of course, we must have a robust regulatory system. And so this is how the institutional regulatory system for agricultural chemicals is organized in Uganda. We have the Ministry of Agriculture at the helm through the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, where we come from. And then, of course, the department, like we learned, after RAPEX, the board has acquired a new name. And that's why we are saying, Agnes was referring to the board, and she was saying she'll be guided, but we were guided by the minister to refer to it as an agricultural chemical control technical committee or review committee. And then we have the division of agricultural chemicals in the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification that feeds into the committee or formerly the board. So, and then at the district level, because this is very important. So I've heard the Gen Zs, the farmers, saying who is going to demystify. So at the district level, we have the district agriculture officer who is supposed to help you with issues of quality of inputs, because that is one of their primary mandate. Before you come to the center at the Ministry of Agriculture in Entebbe, you should have first consulted the district agriculture officer and then the extension officer to handle issues of quality, demystify some of these things. So that's the institutional arrangement. And of course, the law, we have the Act, the Agricultural Chemicals Control Act of 2006 that was enacted by Parliament, and of course it has been amended. And that law guides on how the agricultural chemical industry should run. It explains issues of enforcement, registration, the players, how you should play by the book. So it gives the guidelines what we are enforcing. And of course, it provides for a number of things. It talks about the concerns of people, safety issues, how the chemicals should be used, how they should be packaged, transported, and then advertised. Okay? Not woodwinking, because we have also seen a challenge in advertisement. People speak for the chemical more than it can do. Yeah? So, and also there are sanctions when the law is violated. So, specifically of concern is the registration. Before the chemicals are used, they must be registered. Because this is a concern, like we said, somebody was saying we should not attack each other, we should not do this, but we want to assure the civil society. The professor every speaker has said, we should use chemicals based on science and knowledge. So we want to assure the farmers here that before the chemicals are put to the market, they go through a rigorous assessment process, and those are some of the details. In the interest of time, the applicant or the person intending or the company intending to register a product here for use in Uganda must submit that information. They submit issues of human toxicological data and then ecotoxicological data. So ecotoxicology is looking at what happens to the product when it gets to the environment. Our important organisms in the environment protected, the earthworms, the fish, whatever is it. So there is comprehensive information that must be submitted. And then, of course, the human toxicological information. The applicant must submit information on issues of human toxicology. If somebody accidentally swallowed the chemical, what happens? If the chemical landed on somebody's body, what happens? So you must submit. So it's not business as usual to maybe moving into Nakasero market, you buy a Rolex and go home. No, it's quite some information. And then, of course, after this information is submitted, reviews are done, and then we also do our own independent evaluations in terms of efficacy studies, because most of our products, like you've noted, more than 99% of our chemicals are not made here. We import them from China, Europe. So studies are done the other side, probably in different environments. So we must then conduct our own independent studies here to make sure that the chemicals are doing what they're supposed to do. And once we have this information, is what I was alluding to, we do a preliminary product or risk or hazard assessment. And at that level, we can take a decision to say, even before we go to the field, this information that is submitted is enough for us to say, this product is harmful, and given our people and the level of knowledge, we cannot proceed to the next level. And we stop the registration process at that stage. But if we conduct that and we're able to see that the information that is submitted, the literature that is submitted is convincing enough that the product is safe enough, then we advance to the next stage. And for purposes of those who may not be aware, after we've done this, the product then is evaluated for 3 seasons in 3 different agroecologies. So we are trying to look at agriculture is done everywhere. So if you're registering, for example, a pesticide here, and we can say you're going to evaluate it in Kampala or in Mukono, we expect that this chemical should be performing equally well or throughout where the particular crop that you want to use the product on is going to be grown. So that's why we talk about the 3 different agroecologies and for 3 seasons. So that we don't also say this helps us to eliminate issues of working by chance, but also exposing the chemical to different, we must appreciate that in the different agroecologies we have different climate conditions. So it might perform here because of better temperatures, but when you go to Kabale, because of some semi-temperate kind of temperatures, the product may not perform, and yet the pest is also existing there. So that's why we expand agroecological zones. And then after this is done, then the efficacy report is compiled and then presented before the committee, which we talked about, which is a committee of eminent scientists. They do the review together with the risk assessment report that would have been done, and then a decision is taken. And once that decision is taken, then if the committee or the farmer board indicates that the product is fit to be used in Uganda, it is safe, efficacious, and there will be value for money before for the farmer, then the product is granted registration upon payment of a fee, and the first registration is valid for 3 years. After that, again, this is also another safety valve within the law. After the 3 years, the product is supposed to be reevaluated. It's brought back. So the licensing is not for a lifetime like most of us have been saying. The 3 years are given, and after the 3 years, you're supposed to return, and we look at it as a regulatory department and see, one, is it still efficacious? What are the issues? Because like the previous speakers have been saying, science is not static. So as we get more information, then we can take decisions whether to re-register or not register the product. And then, so that's at the national scene, but we don't work in isolation. Somebody was asking at the East African level, do we have a body? And then Professor Madua was answering, he said, we have the East African community and we have a treaty there, and under the treaty, we also have provisions where they have a whole article talking about agriculture. So for the last, beyond the national law, for the last so many years, we've been looking at how can we leverage, first of all, expertise within the region, and then also how can we have people accessing products that have been tested by more than just not the national regulatory body alone, but we are having now, the ES is now a block made up of about 8 countries. So you have a pool of experts looking at some of these products that we are testing, so that we are all moving at the same level. We have the same challenges in the region, so it also helps us that way, so that you don't say it's only the regulator in Uganda who looked at this product, but also Kenya, they looked at the product, Rwanda, they're looking at the product, Tanzania, they're looking at the product. So out of that, based on the ESC issues, we've been able to come up with harmonized guidelines, about 6, that are supposed to help us on further making sure that we have products on the market that are safe and that are efficacious, okay? So we've developed guidelines that on how to conduct efficacy trials for pest control products. We also developed guidelines for supervised residue trials, focusing on the issues of the maximum residue levels that are helping us, that are a challenge now to our exports. But we've come up with guidelines on how to evaluate the biopesticide, which is now becoming the song. Most people are saying we should be, why don't we run away from the conventional chemicals and look at the biopesticide? So we have also come up with guidelines on that. And also there have been, we've developed guidelines for designation of testing institutions and scientists, the people who are evaluating our products, to make sure that there's credibility and we are doing things the way they're supposed to be done. And these guidelines have been approved by the Sectoral Council on Agriculture and Food Security, and we were given a mandate to start domesticating and implementing them. And so currently we are looking at what we are calling a mutual recognition mechanism, that if somebody has tested a product in, for example, Kenya and Tanzania, in Uganda we may not need to over-reinvent the wheel. We look at the science that the Kenyan government and the Tanzanian government has done, and then we will only be doing some confirmatory studies here. And so first of all, we shorten the process and be able to avail people quicker, in a shorter time, effective but safer solutions, because the concern is safety. So, and also that's at the regional level, but also at the international perspective, also the country signatory has ratified a number of international conventions and agreements, and notable among them is the FAO, the Food and Agricultural Organization Code of Conduct on Use and Distribution of Pesticide, which is like our guiding Bible, where most of that defines the roles of the stakeholders here, the industry, the regulator, and every other entity involved in the issues of the agricultural chemical value chain. The other one is the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, and the country acceded to that in 2004. And based on that one is looking at pesticides that are persistent in the environment for a long period of time. And having acceded to that in 2016-17, we had conversations about one of the molecules, because I usually hear people in the press saying we are not banning molecules, but endosulfan, which was a very popular product that we were using on cotton to control the African bollworm, was phased out and banned for use in Uganda based on that convention. And then the other one is the Rotterdam Convention on the Prior Informed Consent. And this one is focusing on if there are highly hazardous pesticides in international trade, how do we deal with them? It's not a matter of bringing into Uganda or moving from Uganda to other parts of the world. There are guidelines on how that trade should be done. And so we also ascended that in 2007. The other one is the Basel Convention that we also signatory to, and this one is looking at transboundary movement of hazardous wastes and their disposal. We don't want to be a victim as the least developed country is a victim of dumping of hazardous waste that we may not be able to deal with. So this convention protects us as we continue to grow our regulatory systems. And then the Bamako Convention. Now, the Bamako Convention is peculiar to Africa, and it came into force to strengthen the Basel Convention. Okay? And then we have the Montreal Protocol on substances. We've been talking about climate change. Substances that deplete the ozone layer. The country ascended to it in 1988, and in 2006 we said bye-bye to methyl bromide because it's one of those products, so we don't use that. So this what we're trying to say here is that as far as the regulation is concerned, it's not that the ministry is sleeping, like some of you want to allude. You say, there seems to be no regulation. No. Regulation is there, but all that you don't seem to have the information. And then the Chemical Weapons Convention. The Chemical Weapons Convention is looking at not exploiting the chemicals, including the chemicals that we are having, to use them as weapons of mass destruction or things like that. So we also signaled that. We ascended that in 2001. So, but having said that, so in a nutshell, that's the regulatory framework that we have. So the issue is, do we have a regulatory framework in place? Yes, we have, okay? And the robust one. We can talk about the challenges. And so where there are good things, there are also other difficult things. So the difficult times that we face in implementation. Of course, we've talked about capacity to move from hazard-based assessment, which most of you want us to do. Science is shifting from saying there is a hazard here, ban. Okay? They are saying, if there is a hazard, otherwise we will not be going to national parks because a lion is a hazard. But you see tourists there, So if there is a lion and people want to see a lion, it's a hazard, then what do? Then you're like, if I move with a tourist vehicle guarded with bars and what, I can be able to see the lion, which is a hazard, and I'm able to enjoy seeing the lion and come back. So you don't go to shoot the lion because it is there, because most of you seem to be saying, for every chemical that you think is hazardous, we should shoot. No, but we are saying, science has moved and we should be looking at, if the hazard is there, can we look at risk assessment, which is focusing on the hazard and then the exposure. If we eliminate the exposure, then we can use the what? We can use the chemical. So these are some of the things that we should be looking at. So, of course, that comes with the capacity, that moving from hazard, which has been largely our biggest challenge, our biggest way of evaluating these dossiers to risk cost-based assessment remains a challenge. And then, of course, people have talked about the burden of counterfeits, okay, coupled with the limited commitment by the industry. I've seen a number of times, we've been talking to the industry that these are your products, these are your babies. And if you do not want to partner with the ministry, okay, well knowing that we have, of course, like somebody was talking about, money will not be enough, but you're the private sector, you have the money, we can work together and be able to make these things. So no one is going to run your race for you as the industry. That one I must state. You need to work together with the regulator to make sure that we deal with the issues of counterfeits. And then, of course, the other one is what has largely brought us here. The current strictness by our international trading partners on use of some of the cost-friendly and effective but old molecules leaves the issue of registration in the balance, okay? Even as products are being evaluated, companies have invested money, and before the evaluation is over, somebody says we've burnt this, so that becomes a challenge to the regulator. And then, of course, the infrastructure is also a challenge. We need the issues of, somebody was saying, science-based regulation and then evidence. The labs, the industry should be able to make sure that the labs are working. You must support the regulator to make sure that these labs are working. We are testing these products, and we are all moving together. We are all working for the farmer, okay? And then, of course, lack of awareness on the attributes of quality agrochemicals by farmers. This is an issue of product stewardship, and somehow the industry has been sleeping when it comes to that. The issues of stewardship have not been really emphasized, which is within the code of conduct and also within your mandate. And then, of course, the budget constraints can't be overemphasized. And, of course, the continued abuse of pesticides, coupled with the poor disposal of waste chemicals and then the empty containers remains a challenge. So these are some of the issues that the regulator grapples with. And what are there opportunities and then recommendations? Yes, of course, we say that we are harmonizing as a region. So the harmonization process comes with a number of advantages. We shall tap into the pool of experts within the region, and that's very important. But also, it will also make registration easier because you're pooling resources, and you're assured as industry that if you're registering at a regional level, the costs become a little bit lower. And then, of course, the other one is we know government has prioritized agro-industries, and people have talked about the PDM. So mean that the government is committed and moving in the right direction. So there's no PDM and agro-industry is going to work when we've not fixed the issue of the quality of the inputs. So is the government having the will? It has the will. So it remains for us, the players, to make sure we support government to achieve this dream by providing quality inputs. And so the other thing that I would like to echo here is that the industry players are called upon to support the ministry in various areas, such as ensuring that product stewardship and then the fight against counterfeits is handled, and then, of course, training and creating awareness. We need to pattern and see, and we must have these commitments from the industry. And then, of course, the issues of equipping and supporting the regulator in terms of analytical capacities is very important. I thank you.
Let's give Fred a round of applause. Now, how are you? How are you getting on? Lunch is coming up. Okay? Why don't we all just stand up for a second? As you can see, I'm a fitness expert. Let's just stand up and stretch our legs a bit. Let's stand up a bit, you know. Say hello to the person sitting next to you. You know? Get to know their name. Yeah? I can see Professor Latigo and Kagonyera speaking. Okay, you may sit down. You may now take your seats. And if you're wondering, that's the extent of my exercise every day. Let's now take our seats, ladies and gentlemen. Fred, it's okay. Yeah. Fred, You deserve a round of applause. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so lunch is coming up, like I said, but for the next 10 minutes, just give me 10 minutes. And after that 10 minutes, I'll serve you the best lunch you've had all week. EU restrictions, candidate molecules under regulatory review, risk assessment. That is going to be handled by Ms. Agnes Mbabazi, Chairperson, CropLife. And then shortly thereafter, status quo of candidate products recommended by the European Union for banning. The Kenyan case study by Ms. Susan Kiambi, Regulatory Manager, East Africa for Bayer. There is a panel that is supposed to have taken place this part of the day, but that will happen after you are fed. And good luck to whoever is moderating that. I think it's Mr. Iracha, because after lunch, the panels are usually quite difficult. Anyway, best wishes to him. So, in the meantime, Agnes, please. You have my word. It's just 10 minutes. 5 minutes from Agnes, 5 minutes from Ms. Kiamba, and that's it.
It's going to be a brief one. My presentation is basically painting a picture of the candidate products that are under review in Uganda. And Susan will share what's happening in Kenya. So basically why we are here this afternoon is one of the key issues is all of us in this room are stakeholders, and some of this information is shared between the industry and the Ministry of Agriculture. And we do believe that the farmers need to know and other stakeholders so that we are able to run the same race. I'm specifically going to speak about the 14 molecules that were highlighted by the Ministry of Agriculture. And these are under review. As an industry, we were asked to do a risk assessment and were actually given a period of time. I do hope that most of you know where we are coming from. And once we see them or are projected, we are going to discuss them. And at the end of the 2 days, the ministry and the stakeholders in the industry, we shall come up with a way forward. And quickly, I'll give an overview about CropLife Uganda. It's an apex body that brings together manufacturers and distributors of agrochemicals and fertilizers in Uganda. And this is why you see the manufacturers in the room and the distributors in the room. Basically, what we do as an industry, as our business, we make sure that we protect the environment and we advocate for plant science. Currently, we are 32 registered members in Uganda. We have 4 multinational companies that are members, and the rest are local companies that distribute. CropLife is a member of CropLife Uganda is a member of CropLife Africa Middle East. You saw the gentleman here who was speaking. And we collaborate with the government of Uganda and operating under guidelines of CropLife Africa Middle East and CropLife International to ensure that we have good stewardship of our products and to make sure that we protect the environment, we protect ourselves, we protect our business and the country. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Quickly, these are the products. Sorry. Okay, all of you know that all these bannings that are happening today are mainly because of the EU restrictions, and the EU has a number of objectives, as you can see, and the strategy is to implement them by 2030. And right now we are in 2025, almost 2026. So all those that we see on the projector, The objective is to reduce the overall use of the risk pesticides. And obviously, I know that farmers and some of us may not know which products exactly they are, but the lists are over there. And as you can see, everyone is holding a phone, trying to take a picture. This tells you the story, why this is a very pertinent issue. The other objective is to reduce the use of more hazardous pesticides by 50%. So this means that most of the molecules that we have on the market that we know, if we follow that strategy, by 2030, they should be 50% out of the market. The other objective is reduce maximum residue levels for certain chemicals. This is really something that is very important for health and safety. The industry believes in the same, and we resonate with the effects of this. Increase organic production to at least 25% of agricultural area, and then reduce nutrient losses by 50%, and the use of fertilizers by 20%. So basically, these are the objectives. In summary, we are looking at the highly hazardous products, and the objectives are clear, as you can see, and the time is really too short, but the industry must act now. So on the list, you can see, that is the list that was given recently to the industry. I'm sure all the industry players, by now you know what it is. And if you look at most of those products, many of them are the usual that every company has. If you look at products like carbendazim, molecules like carbendazim, chlorpyrifos, fipronil, imidacloprid, and all of them have different reasons why they are banned or they intend to be banned. Some obviously because they are highly hazardous. Others like imidacloprid, they are dangerous to bees, so is stated. And so we are wondering, is banning the only solution that has to be done? When should these products be banned? How much time do we need to ban them? What is the effect on the industry? What is the effect to the farmer? And what alternatives do we have? So those are the many questions around that subject. And when you look at some of these products, like, let me take an example, fipronil, which is more used in construction, and very limited use in crops. The issue is, can these products be actually restricted to use in construction and forestry, not in crops like maize, where people use them to control termites? So those molecules, you can take a snapshot if you like, but they are under discussion, and I'm very glad that the Ministry of Agriculture is in the room, and the Agricultural Technical Committee is also in the room. So as the manufacturers and distributors come to discuss these pertinent issues, and we shall have a panel after this, we should be able to come up with a clear way forward. Like I mentioned, I sit on that Agricultural Technical Committee, and what came out in the last meeting was that we need 2 months to sit as an industry with the Ministry of Agriculture, deliberate, and the chairman is here, Mr. Perez Kaumi, and the whole team. I think if we do this really good justice, we may not have to even have a meeting after 2 months. I'm pretty sure that we shall have all the information we need in this room this afternoon or tomorrow, and we should be able to come up with a technical report to submit for further review and more engagement, so that by the time we do the 2 months that was given to the industry to have this put up for banning, we should be able to be on the same page. I'm very comfortable and very confident that the people we have in the room today and tomorrow have all the information we need, knowing that we have very many various reasons for why those products came up for banning. And the people from the region should be able to share. We have the multinationals that are operating in different countries, and I'm sure they know the landscape in Africa, the landscape in Europe, the landscape globally, and so their information is very, very important for us today. Okay. So, what is the industry concern of these candidate molecules? Definitely, as CropLife members, we came up with a few issues. We don't want to bombard the stage with so many, but the first one is actually the time frame. We must discuss how much time do we need to ban these products. we look at a situation where you wake up in the morning and then you say probably you have 2 months to go. How much is at stake if you want to wake up and say, for example, we are stopping imidacloprid, we are stopping fipronil. We must be cognizant that we have the businesses that are running this kind of, the organizations doing this kind of business. So there's a lot at stake, especially for the products that have been registered or renewed recently. And the typical scenario, because I'm painting a picture, is that today, all those products that you've seen overhead, you cannot import them right now because they have been put on the list. And so the discussion is going to be, do we have them, does the ministry allow us to import them until the time when they'll be banned fully? Do we need more time to be able to bring more products on board? Do we have the time to sell out the stock that we have? Or are we able to say we need a particular period of time to be able to come up with other products, but also to be able to recoup the money that we actually invested? Because we speak in this room as business people, definitely, even if we are doing science, but also we must know that this is money invested. In Uganda, to register a product today, I think the cost, and I can see the scientists in the room that do the efficacy trials, the cost is somewhere now between $4,000 to $10,000. And so this means that if you're banning 14 products to get a replacement, you're looking at about 6,000 times 14. And for the companies that are investing, this is also something that is worth consideration. So as we try to find a way that is working for all of us, I would like us to have all those points at the back of our mind, that for you to be able to register a product, it takes that cost. And I covered both. So the time frame is important because as we talk now, some of the people still have those kind of products. Some of them have ordered for them. And I'll share one interesting story that, just a bit of it, is that as we try to ban these products, we also need to harmonize. Because you realize one of the products there to be banned, which is imidacloprid, it is one of the products that have been very effective on twig borer. This is documented. And UCDA, and I'm sure now it's a department under MIF, this is the product that they've been giving to farmers. And we have some farmers in this room that actually will testify. It's been a very good product, and we've been trying many products that are not working on twig borer. And we all know how disastrous the twig borer is. And so to ban imidacloprid right now, we must have an alternative that is actually reasonably priced. But how much time? And just to paint the picture, as we are trying to do this regulation, the Ministry of Agriculture is actually ordering for the same. So the ministry in one arm is regulating, the Ministry of UCDA is actually ordering for the same product. So, and this means the efficacy is actually tested, and it is a matter of sharing information to say, even if we want to ban, can we take more time? Can we allow for more time to bring other products? And so the third point is almost covered, which is lack of immediate alternatives. And I gave that example and many other examples. Mancozeb is one of them. And we are looking at all the alternatives that we have, the many fungicides that are on the market, but the cost is way up there for the farmer. And so we must find a middle point where we look at, if we ban Mancozeb, what is the implication, for example? If we ban the other products, what is the 2,4-D, for example? If we ban 2,4-D, what alternative do we have for the broad-leaved, broad-leaved weeds? So all these are the pertinent issues that we must discuss in this room, in the panel discussion. And once we share information, I'm 100% sure that we'll find a way to do it. And then the criteria for banning, there's need for clarity to know the criteria for banning, what products are coming up, and also to let the industry know in advance that in the next 5 years we intend to have these kind of products under ban. And it should be very clear on the criteria. Are we banning them because of the environment? Is it because of the bees? Is it because of the hazardous, the toxicity levels? So that everybody is aligned. But also, most importantly, beyond the importers and the ministry, the farmer needs to have this kind of information. Because we will ban in the room, the ministry will ban in the room, And if we don't have this communication, this is where private sector must come in to work with the ministry. If we don't roll out this information, it won't be useful. Because the farmer, you know, in Uganda, some farmers are still using ambush. People are using Ramaxon, which was banned. I saw methyl bromide was banned in 2006, and I remember the flower sector came up in arms, and because it was one of the most effective that time. And then they introduced methyl sodium that failed to work. I'm also aware that some other countries are still using it. But again, it was banned, and I remember 2005-06 there, I was in the industry even then. It was given more time, you know, to roll out and get an alternative. When methyl sodium came, it did not work. Now I don't know what they use. I lost track, but I know that it was one of those major discussions. But eventually it was phased out, and we know for sure that these products will be phased out, but when and what is the criteria? Of course, we know that one of the things that will happen once we ban immediately, withdraw immediately, you will have a lot of counterfeit, obviously. The fact that some products are coming from Kenya, coming from Tanzania, and we also know that our borders are not exactly very strict as we imagine, we'll have issues of counterfeit. So as we deliberate on these issues, let's be cognizant that these issues will actually come up. They're likely to come up. And so whatever decisions we come up with and the way forward, it should take care of such parameters so that the industry cannot be stifled, but also the regulator will be able to implement what they're supposed to implement. Okay, what are the recommendations? And these recommendations are actually got from the industry, sharing experiences from Kenya, Zambia. Like you see in the room, we have almost everybody that matters in this industry. And the reason they're all here is partly this. I know that I have my colleague, Given, who is coming from Zambia, who is also the chairman for CropLife. I'm 100% sure that he knows what happens in Zambia. Joel is here from AAK. He will be sharing with us what happens in Kenya. And I saw a gentleman from East African community, Innocent. Please wave to the people. Innocent from the East African community. And Fred was talking about harmonization. I think this is where we need serious harmonization. So that what is happening in Kenya, what is happening in Tanzania, what is happening in Uganda, we are all speaking the same language. Because if you ban a product in Uganda and you don't ban it in Kenya, it is a waste of time. Because we know that our boys just walk across the border on motorbikes and they just do their business as usual. So we must really be on the same page. In conclusion, what do we need as an industry? What do we need as stakeholders? What do we need as the Ministry of Agriculture? And what we actually recommend is that we must have collaboration to ensure continuity and compliance. The ministry cannot do anything on their own. Even if they banned products today, I can assure you they will be in the country the following day. So we must work together. Who brings them in the country? It's us, the importers. So without doing collaboration and partnership, we are not going to do anything and to achieve anything. So my call to everybody is to have serious collaborations, to have these kind of conversations, to have, you know, sit in the room like this. The private sector, we must invest in this. We do not have an option at such a time. We must invest in this. We must budget for this. We must have these conversations. And obviously, we all know the song. The ministry doesn't have money all the time. They have to wait for the budget. And that's the truth of the matter. They have to wait for the budget. We are in May. The budget is coming in, I think, in July. By the time they get the money, it will be September. But what are we doing between now and the season is starting in July? So this is the call to private sector. We must collaborate. We must support the ministry because it's our industry anyway. We make the money, we support them, then they support us. Then the scope of regulatory framework should be expounded beyond EU. Recently, when we got this letter from the ministry asking us to do the risk assessment report, to present the risk assessment reports in 2 weeks, it was not possible. And the team knows we had a discussion with the team, the technical team, Dr. Mwambu and his team, and they were very understanding. We actually wrote a letter. The team here, Fred, all these people have been wondering. There was no response, but the response was very good. The ministry said they realized this. We discussed it in the committee, and that's when they gave us, some more time. But what comes up now about this risk assessment? Most of these molecules have been formulated and manufactured not in Uganda. And so for us to submit the reports of risk assessment from other countries may not be applicable here. So we need to do our own risk assessments, which is not very cheap. But also we need to look at what works for Uganda, because what works in Europe, for example, look at the bees. The population of bees in Uganda, you cannot imagine. Now, I came across a report that was talking about bees, and it was done, I think, by Bayer a couple of years ago. And they mentioned that the reduction in bees is actually not as a result of pesticides. But again, there are so many, and Bayer is here, they can probably share later on. And the MD is one of the panelists. So we must look beyond that, and we see what is working for Uganda, what is working for East Africa, what is working for Africa. We all operate in different climates, we have different temperatures, and some things are actually not working here and working there. But we also know that some of the molecules that are banned in European Union are still, again, used in other countries that are under European Union. So we must really look at all those possibilities. And lastly, staying informed and proactive is very essential. So this is what I said. For us to come, the ministry will write to us. We are 32 members of CropLife, but of course I know we are more importers, and that's why we need everybody on board to be able to do this harmoniously. But the farmers in this room, if I asked one of these key farmers, we invited a number of them, many of them do not have an idea. For example, Duron was banned a couple of, I think a year ago or something. We had about 4 products banned. One of them is Duron, one of them is S-metalaclo. No, atrazine. Atrazine was banned. But I can assure you the farmer down there does not know that atrazine was banned. They still go about with their business. People are still doing Gramaxon that was banned many, many years ago. And I mentioned things like ambush that were banned. So what is the call for all of us? The call is very simple. Private sector, these are our products. We owe this, we must take responsibility of them. Once the ministry has given out this list and the products are up there and they are banned, we must take on the mantle together with the ministry to make sure that we communicate to the farmer, we sensitize the farmer, we do campaigns together. This is why CropLife is very important to all of us. Individual companies will not be able to achieve, but we can come up with a lot of collaborations as CropLife members and government and different stakeholders, development partners, and support the farmer by communicating what is banned and what is not banned. I think that's about it. Thank you so much, and I'll leave you with that quote. There's no food security without peace, and no peace without food security, by Itharine Cousin Edie WFP. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon.
Let's give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Susan Kiambi is up next. She's a regulatory manager, East African for Bayer. And again, lunch is coming up shortly. Just bear with us so that we get this out of the way and continue this very important conversation in the panel discussion that will be moderated by Mr. Joe Iracha. All these issues that are being raised will be unpacked even further. Now, Susan is going to share with us the Kenyan example or the Kenyan experience.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm standing between you and your lunch. So I will be very brief to do the summary of what is happening in Kenya. But to just mention that picking from the speech that was read on behalf of our commissioner, Professor Dr. Mwambu, it is key to note that there are a lot of anti-pesticide campaigns around, not only in Uganda, but across the region. And this is what is leading to continuous advocacy on pesticide and the mitigation measures and the right science. He actually mentioned about science-based decision. Professor Amadi Boga has also mentioned about Kofi Annan's speech, emphasizing on the same, and the Green Revolution, which he has actually emphasized we should also have an African Green Revolution, and not a EU or an Asia Green Revolution. So I'll go quickly through my summary on what is happening in Kenya, but before to relate to what Agnes has said, the key importance of this symposium is actually to bring all of us together so that we can look at aligning pesticide policies with African realities. The blanket bans or restriction based on regulatory decisions in other regions may not reflect African realities. Why does this matter to us? It's because of our diverse agroecological conditions. African farmers face unique pest pressure. We have fall armyworm in Africa, where we need to know their sleeping patterns, as earlier mentioned. In Europe, we do not have this. We have different crops. We have coffee. And now when we place a blanket ban to molecules as is in Europe, then this is where we miss it, because the EU may not be essential in managing a high-impact pests in Africa. Then the next reason is food security risks. This has been mentioned severally by the previous speakers, and we also have limited alternatives for use. There is need for tailored transition strategies. Instead of immediate bans, gradual phase-out, capacity building, and support for alternatives. This is our call for today, and we are setting the discussion, the mood for the afternoon panel discussion, because we would want to look at this, why this matters to the African region. And then we need to have our regulatory sovereignty. Africa needs science-driven context, specific policy based on the local risk-benefit assessments. This is key for us in our afternoon discussions to see how we can have our regulatory sovereignty. Then in the Kenyan case, like any other African country, we've been faced by a lot of activism. And the triggers for our regulatory reviews have been majorly because of the rising pressure for activism, often fueled by deliberate misinformation and disinformation. Another reason for the review is the EU policy. Review of active ingredients. This is based on their hazard classification. They have their own classification criteria, which should actually not mirror directly to what our African realities are. Then in Kenya, we had a petition in Parliament that called for the removal of 34 molecules. What does this tell us? Primarily based on the fact that these molecules are not approved by the EU. But despite the fact that they have continued use in other countries like US, Canada, Australia, and other African countries. This is to actually say, so after all, there are several pressures leading to all the regulatory reviews. So what happened in Kenya? After all this pressure, then the PCPB, the regulatory body in Kenya, initiated a formal review process. And this formal review process, they did not do it alone. They called the industry stakeholders, where we had to agree on what data can be used to support these risk assessments. Then we needed to have clear timelines. They did not wake up and one day decide that from next week you should not be bringing in these products. Then there was a process flow for the review that was agreed by the industry. Then there was a prioritization on what molecules to consider. This case study is just to give us a scenario of what is happening in our local setup, closer home, as opposed to what is happening in the EU. So the 34 molecules, this petition was in 2021. However, till today, only 12 molecules have been reviewed. And to emphasize that there was public participation on this, where which is very key, and where even the local farmers and growers gave their input before the final decision. This is to say, before decisions are made, all stakeholders are very key in putting across their decisions. So some molecules have been they have been reviewed, and appropriate decisions made. We are all privy of this information. The circulars are all over. Sorry, it's not moving. So to just mention, there is the review process. This one I'll not go through, but this is to say that we can have a regulatory independence. We do not have to look at the EU. We can come up with our own, come with a Uganda process of reviewing molecules, which can bring us home, close home. So there is a process in Kenya which we can take over from Uganda. We have the ministry here. We need not to invent. We can take up and customize it. This is also in the public domain. We can agree as a industry on what the process would like to take. And to summarize my case study in Kenya, we have 4 key takeaways. It is one size does not fit all. What fits for the EU does not fit for Kenya, does not fit for Uganda, and the Africa as a region. So African regulatory systems must be empowered to assess and adapt policies that balance health, environment, and trade and food production. Another takeaway from the Kenyan system is regulatory sovereignty is possible. Africa needs science-driven, context-specific policy based on our local risk assessments. Kenya uses other international bodies, they can benchmark, but domesticate decision-making, including the local context. Then another takeaway from the Kenyan process of how the review is happening, since 2021, only 8 molecules have been reviewed, and this tells us that we need adequate time to generate local risk data, to have our own local risk assessments and consultations. Indeed, when rushed decisions could risk unintended consequences on food security, farmer livelihoods, and crop protection capabilities. So ours is to ask that the regulatory bodies gives us adequate time to give information on the molecules. And one key, and last but not the least, takeaway from this is any regulatory decision that affects product availability must reflect farmers' experience. There has been an emphasis of continuous dialogue. So stakeholder participatory dialogue ensures that the decisions are not only scientifically sound, but also socially and economically sustainable. Those are the key takeaways from the Kenyan study, and this is to emphasize that we can have our own sovereign regulatory frameworks. Thank you.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, for someone like me, who is a bit ignorant about these things, I like what you said when you said that we should come up with our own and forget what the EU has to say. Am I quoting you right? Yeah? Okay, just switch on your microphone. So like, did I understand that properly? Or am I just hungry? Did you say that we do your own thing? Please explain that a little bit more, just a bit. What do you mean?
It's possible to be independent, to have our own regulatory frameworks. We can borrow from international standards, but customize it to our own African realities.
Isn't that the African way to do things? Because who cares what the EU thinks, right? Okay, I know they're an important market. They're an important market, but there's also the African free trade area, is it not? Isn't that, it's not enough? So it's important to go to the EU and kiss EU. Anyway, so is there a country that has adopted its own way of doing things and that is already doing its own thing that we can benchmark?
South Africa is.
Okay, please tell us about South Africa.
South Africa doesn't look up to what EU does, as opposed to other African countries. They have their own regulatory framework that they follow. And
microphone.
I'm saying the South African, they have their own independent regulatory frameworks, and they as well mentioned that now with the review of molecules in Kenya, they've come up with their own process. It is based on international standards. However, it has the localized good agricultural practices where we are generating risk assessments, giving the regulator and the consumers confidence that the molecules are safe.
Okay, so very soon we shall just take what the EU says under advisement and do our own things. Is that right?
Yes.
I like you. Let's give her a round of applause. Let's give her a round of applause as she takes a seat. Lunch is next, and there's a press conference that will be happening in Atra Hall, which is right opposite this room, and all media is there, is invited to be there for a working lunch, to listen to all this stuff. And for goodness sake, when you go there to talk to the media, please speak to them in a language they understand. Yeah, which is just simple English. Just don't regulatory them. This regulatory stuff. Stuff is heavy, it's heavy. It doesn't make too much sense to us journalists. We like it simple. Don't let Professor Latigo speak, I'm joking, sir, but let's go in there and have an honest conversation. And then again, Yara, Sigenta, Bayer, Claim, MIFE, Agra, all the board members, thank you for making this possible. Okay, round of applause. Coupons for lunch. Does everybody have their coupon? Put up your hand if you don't have one. Does everybody have a coupon for lunch? It's the green one today. Thank God you all do, because I have no more left to offer you. Enjoy your lunch. Let's meet back here in 45.5 minutes. Thank you.
Let me welcome Harvard.
To make a man shiver, bad girl make a man feel. Got your body, but you make Mr. Lover, lover. And I say I don't get my holla. Anyhow you like, I could do my deal, as long as you know cause balapa. Promise say you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine I do well. Panicking and put to love, but it went cool up, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, love panicking, know if I were. Panicking and put to love, but it went cool up, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, love panicking, know if I were. Emi mi do te kute, nemi wa baby. Jesse, can we take a dentro to say? Kumanga wali was a chinga, wali when she was a baby chimbusa. Why is not a lose control every show that you come around? Panicking and put love, when you went pull up, I can't know if I was. Tell me now. Panicking if I were. Panicking and put to laugh, but it went cool out, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, love panicking if I were. He said, let me keep your secret, check. Deepest of my heart is the safest place, so baby turn to me and say, hey. Girl, I love your body. I panic when I see your body. I admire my baby's body. Hey, yeah. Baby, when you turn up, come baby. You're the one that I think of, baby. Everywhere you go, I go follow. Panicking and put to laugh. But it went cool up, I can't know if I was. Tell me now, love panicking if I were. Panicking and put to laugh. But it went cool up, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, love panicking if I were. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sitting over and go to say, baby like Eulange, on David and yo viola, Timutu inde bambi, omuwe na kafanani, ako bambi ala venga ko viola, venga mumeme, nange mumeme, alina kabiri viola. Akayo yo bambi okoko saka indo akalalo ko sweet wenze jukira erinyalye okulyogera momelwa cause in the corner sani cause it doesn't like a lotto. All you want is my dodo. I even buy you moto. Oh no, oh no. You say you want a low, low. Why you leave me go, go? See me now, I am so low. Oh no. It could have been something different. Oh. You say you want money, baby. Oh. It could be loving my honey, kissing and cuddling, loving Miami. Oh. It could have been something different. Oh. You say you want money, baby. Oh. I don't tire for play, play. Things and now you go hold me down. Jackie by LSC. With you I want to settle down. You sweet me like soda, high me like lager, cool it down. All the friends that be mocking me, all you want is a no party. So fair, baby, so fair, baby. The way you want to the love with me, all you want is a no party. So fair, baby. Now you make me, you play me like a, all you want is my. Unomi wa sukali, chai na kadalasini, wakalo kutuka kumwezi. Zikiri zambira sikali, ngankukuma na kasale my darling. Chesi wanyikole risachi. Emisu wenine mekamulirako, usiwa mulika wechirisa. Akanyama kamyufu kuchocho, kaliriro chusa wondia. Hamasogani kukwe, itukamisinde wompita. Zakala tukati wenga yenze pointatia. Walivuga kankali, nangediva kalia. Zakala tukati wenga yenze pointatia. Akachapa mbalasi umugongo we kusiwa kusiga. Obugalo babuguma mukuwaniga waziwa kutakula. Nyobisi zabula munange. Tika mupulani nange. Senarina kuwala bunaya profesio exceptional. Ingeri jonkwata eri so professional. How am I so gandhi kukwe? Into kamisinde wompita. Yagala tukati wenga yenze kuitatia. Uwe, wolivu kakakali. Nangediva kalia. Verende. Yagala tukati wenga yenze kuitatia. Tugende muchachi, wafuke my baby. But to look akane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi, wafuke my baby. But to look akane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Kanku vembeta tongana, zisabu tombera ngomwana. Lavu ya fedala ya kusabira, tuvenga tetwawukana. Bina binina kwa bisana. I want you more than that. I wanna be the father. Tugende muchachi, Ofuke my baby. But to look at the day, you're the one that I've been looking for. To get them with Ofuke my baby. But to look at the day, you're the one that I've been looking for. To get them with Ofuke my baby. But to look at the day, you're the one that I've been looking for. To get them with Ofuke my baby. But to look at the day, you're the one. Oh, love, love, love. One. What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't eat? What if I couldn't move? Will you still love me? What if my body aches and always it makes you late? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue skies are so gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and our memory fades away, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me? Bad girl, you are nice. Monta demuka sunda basi. Oli wa bait, oli wa lies. Ulete Gucci over Versace. Oli quality, toli muchumpuni tuba over China. Kasusu kali quality. Wabulon chamula. Wakala nyoela undi mumusai. Wanta muzalu jekere kukagali. Olusi tuna nene muza tindo sani. You brighten my day. Ulilo chamula chamula mukwano inside. You come my way. Ulilo sembera ulilo inside. So let me wire work. Sakala kumanya my things alright. Tone unyenzo kukwakaleño kubo kuchanga changa na kukusalaleño. No lose tula nene muzazani. Ayakalo mulunjinga kwe. Engele chiwato chucho wechikonda. Neva zakatonde ea mutonda. You brighten my day. Ulilo tamula chamula mukwando inside. You come my way. Ulilo sembera puli. It's alright. Let me wire one. It's alright. njagala nnyo okubeerawo w'oli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli njagala nnyo okubeerawo w'oli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli Magadene nga munoonya sirina sanyusa ng'ono mwana atoba amunyikaavu buli kiseera n'omutima tegweyagala naye okuva we namufuna yansula ku mwoyo okuva we namulaba njagala nnyo okubeerawo w'oli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli njagala nnyo okubeerawo w'oli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli atoba ye atoba me atoba ule atoba naye kufa we namufuna yansula ku mwoyo okufa we namulaba kw'essanyu lyange njagala nnyo okubeerawo w'oli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli njagala nnyo okubeerawo w'oli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli Baby togufula muse Yonkola bisaza mise Wakanjagala nakeyagala Wanteka mu mbeera wongana sisobola kukyebera Afasadi nkuloka Inse nkuloka Baby tongana nkuloka Afasadi nkuloka Inse nkuloka Baby tongana nkuloka Etakulye lina lya mususa Ninga edilisa mususa Wakalaba kechuchuza Tewe changa changa baby tula Chakala kusine mutokot Chakala kusine mutokot Tula wasibera hambo Ochimanyete bangana Afasadi kuloka Inse kuloka Baby tongana kuloka Kuloka, afazadi kuloka, kuloka, baby tongana. I don't drink coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my bed done one by side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down the Fifth Avenue. I'm walking cranny by my side. I take it every tenderness at the end of the day. So long woman need take her fears away. Hey. No, no, no. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, no. Cold, cold, the words so cold. Me want someone, me have and feel whole. The other night when the feelings are right, lock me up, squeeze me up, make me feel right. Forget the problems, everybody have them tonight. Features in my heart, just wanna lay with you. In the island, in the sea of confusion. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long woman need take her fears away. Just a little tenderness when the lights down low. So need just two people, two people, two people. Dabidawa, oh we done di di. Oh we city kiri de wano. Never no man have your binti. Chenku sabanyabo, onyibide oyimba. Ubanga kwe oyimba. Never no man ebulugelo. Edo wosidio, yagala uchi. Enyimba zo lidagala eriponye naku nyabo nyimbira oluyimba nyabo omuyimbi yimbira oluyimba nsanyuke onyimbira bulungi nnyo ennyosa nyabo omuyimbi yimbira oluyimba nsanyuke waliwo atolusi ogenda noso naye ndongo nempuliranga muli esanyu linzijjudde nensituka nzenga nyenye nambagali binjole ebigambo byo byamagezi nnyo ebimu ebyo ebiwonya emyoyo egyalwala ndi muntu w'abantu mundeke kusaba onyimbira oluyimba yimbira oluyimba nyabo omuyimbi yimbira oluyimba nze nsanyuke onyimbira bulungi nnyo ennyosa nyabo omuyimbi. Yeah, Toddy, what's how we do since the what's how we do? Hey, Toddy, what's how we do since the Atu say ngure mararu fumu mawoko. Atu say ngure mararu fumu mawoko. Atu barabonu nese edisi nadarambo. Atu barabonu nese edisi nadarambo. Yeah, Toddy, what shall we do since Jerome, I want you to love me. Jerome, baby. Jerome. Kill out why you know they call me? Kill out there, baby. Kill out there, Jerome. I take if you're sick and know why you know they call me home. I give a green light to tire. I take if you're sick and know why you know they call me up. I give a green light to tire. So, Jaro, baby, take my number. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Call me later.
She works the nights by the water. She's gone astray, so far away from our father's daughter. She wants a life for a baby, all on her own. No one
Real Kenyans would have shut this place down. Any Kenyans in the house? If Kenyans can't shout, it's because of the food. And we have a problem because clearly people are too satisfied. Any Ugandans in the house? That's better. Any Ugandans in the house? This is the problem with eating too much food. Let me talk to you, sir. Please come here for a second. What's your name, sir?
Assemble Lincoln.
Assemble Lincoln.
Yes.
From Kenya.
From Kenya and from the great land of Nyanza.
In Jakanye.
Janyakach.
In Janyakach.
Yes.
Hey.
Mentored by Iracha.
Hey. I see. So that is your mentor over there.
Yeah. He's the one who brought me in the industry.
Okay. As a Kenyan, what is the first line of the second stanza of the Kenyan national anthem in Kiswahili?
Ilete baraka kwetu.
No. The first line of the second stanza of the Kenyan national anthem in Swahili.
Ndugu zetu. Okay. I can do
Now
it.
you know it's really Luo from Kenya. Kiswahili skipped and they went into English. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. Erokamano Jada.
Thank you very much.
Erokamano.
Kari sebo.
Erokamano.
Kari sebo.
Right. The first line of the second stanza of the Kenyan national anthem is Amkeni ndugu zetu tufanye zote bidii. Yes. What about you, sir? What's your name?
My name is Joel Mutai.
Are you also from Kenya?
Yes, I'm from.
What do you do in Kenya?
I work with Crop Life Kenya.
Okay.
Yes.
What do you do with them?
Actually, I handle issues of regulatory compliance, self-regulations.
Excellent. And are you enjoying yourself here?
Very well.
Do you like Kampala?
Yes.
What do you like about Kampala? I know. Don't say it. Don't say it. Are we ready to start the session? We are ready? Okay. I'm also just waiting for everybody to get here so that we can start. Is Agnes here yet? Oh, good. Excellent. Does anybody have a burning statement to make? Okay, I'm going to call the house to order. Please take your seats and let's start the next session. Does anybody have a burning statement to make? Yeah. Vikas, that's your name. Vikas. Where are you from, Vikas again? Mumbai. Okay. What's your statement?
We have already discussed about these issues, what is happening, like malpractices in Ugandan market. One example is we have seen what kind of tomatoes are available in the market with yellow powder, which is again a misuse or abuse of chemicals used in the market, which is one of the reason of coming mancozeb on the list as well. Second,
what are you talking about? What is yellow powder?
Yellow powder, if you go to a local market, you will see tomatoes with some powder or white or yellow color stuff on the tomatoes, which is actually a chemical which was not supposed to use after harvesting.
So who uses it after harvesting?
The traders. the traders who sell to the supermarkets or bring to the market.
So they put this powder they're not supposed to put on it?
Yes.
Why do they do that?
Because there is something called post-harvest index, where 7 days before the harvesting of the product, we are not supposed to use the chemical. Because the chemical remains, the residual effect of the chemical remains on the fruit or the vegetable, which is dangerous for human consumption. But it's still followed in the market.
What's the benefit of them putting it on? I don't understand.
It's the mentality. What they believe is people see yellow powder on the tomato, which means it doesn't have any disease, which is the local belief what buyers have. And in fact, I found the same issue, same kind of tomatoes in Carrefour, in a supermarket.
Okay, be careful not to mention names. You might get into trouble here. But I understand what you're saying. So ultimately, what is that point you're trying to land?
My point is, as being in the industry or chemical industry in Uganda, it's our responsibility to take a step forward and educate people that this is the practices which are not supposed to be followed.
Let's give him a round of applause. I'm going to be looking at my tomatoes next time I go shopping. Wow, they put powder on the tomatoes? I didn't see that one. But what is also true from that statement alone is, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, come stand up here for a second. You look like you understand these things better than I do. Now, David, let me skip David. Do you understand the farming stuff? No, sorry, come. I apologize. Okay, yeah, go on.
So, yes, by the way, my name is Kasule.
Oh, Kasule, my clansmate. Great to meet you, Kasule. So, based on what he said, you seem to be agreeing with what he's saying.
Yeah, he just educated me, so yeah, I think that is very critical for information, the right information to trickle down to the...
But it also says that the farmers are clever, they're just doing the wrong things. That if you give them the right things, they do them.
It's not exactly the right thing, but they just have...
The wrong information.
The wrong information. They know it works, but it's actually the wrong information.
Okay, good. All right, let's go into the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause. You've come back very quickly. Please clap louder. I understand that you're still shuffling from lunch. But let's go into the next session. First of all, the discussion is going to be based on the things that we talked about just before lunch: EU restrictions, candidate molecules under regulatory review, risk assessment, and also the status quo of candidate products recommended by the EU for banning, and we shall be looking at what's happening in Kenya. Now, the panelists, I'm going to mention them one by one. I'll start first of all with Ms. Agnes Mbabazi, who is the chairperson of CropLife Uganda. Please make your way to the stage as you give a round of applause. Mr. Given Mudenda, CropLife Zambia. Given is also going to chair this session. Mr. Vikas Vishu Chaudhary, who is the country manager, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, UPL Limited. We've just spoken to Vikas just now. And also Joel Mutai, regulatory and liaison manager, ACK Grow CropLife Kenya. Let's give him a round of applause. You can't clap like that. Excellent. I'm now going to hand over to you, Given, to control this conversation, and hopefully the outcome will be a better understanding of the banning and the regulatory issues that Uganda faces in light of its relationship with the EU.
Must be better now. Good. Thank you, Alan. It's not easy taking over from the giant, but I'm a giant killer. Let's see if we can take on BBC. Now, I think we all need to agree, and as I also continue with the discussions, I'm very grateful. Joe was very kind enough to allow me to chair this session. He has been doing this for many years, and he wants to watch his prodigies taking over from him. So thank you, Joe, again. To start the discussion, I would like to give a little bit more context, and then I'll run the questions to the panelists that I have here. And I think you all know who they are. They've been introduced. There's Joao, there's Agnes, and also there is Vikas. So in the discussions, we want to bring up the continued discussion. Sorry about it. We apologize for that. I think some technical issues. Now, this discussion is a spillover from the EU regulations that we have seen. That we're seeing that most African countries are really following up what is happening in EU and just putting up a blanket cover on the registrations or the banning of the AIs in the countries. The importance of the use of pesticides and the fertilizer in Africa and in the world cannot be overemphasized. It has been proven that the use of agriculture pesticides and fertilizers contributes to increased productivity of over 30 to 40% in our harvest. So this is very important, and this is key for food security. Now, how do we want to lose that 40% on average, the productivity that we get from the fertilizers and the pesticides? No, we don't, because our problem as Africans is food security. So the panelists, I'm going to send a few questions to them, and they'll give us some feedback. Now, before I go to the questions to the panelists, I also want to give you one context. From the multinationals, the R&D companies, I want to mention that producing one molecule, introducing one product, it takes 10 to 12 years. The amount of investment that R&D companies put in one product before it comes up is over $300 million. This is the amount that we put in. We discover over 100,000 compounds. We screen them 30,000, we profile 30,000, and we evaluate 30. And then at the end of the day, if you are lucky, you're able to introduce one over the period of 10 to 12 years. So what is our problem as Africans? How do we feel about what is happening? We heard from the panelists and also the people that were talking earlier. Dr. Paul Mwambu spoke a lot about self-regulation. He talks about collaborations among the stakeholders. He talked about science-based decisions that we need to make. And of course, multi-sectoral approach to make sure that we can transform Uganda agriculture. There's a lot of decline in productivity due to climate change. Are we going to add the lowering the productivity by removing some of these AIs? Or we are going to sit down and find the solution together? So there are a lot of issues that we need to manage, and of course there are concerns about the waste management of the empty pesticide containers as the industry that we need to take up and find a solution. There's an issue of stewardship that we need to take up and make sure that we can make good of it. We have examples where a lot has been done in terms of pesticide management and also stewardship trainings. I wish I had time, maybe I'll share at the end what we have done in Zambia in terms of waste container management. I think Fazil knows about the project that we have been doing, and also the stewardship management that we have been doing, training the farmers, mode of action, and also resistance management. All these things exist, and we can learn from other countries for us to improve. So as we head on, we've heard a lot from the people, but I want to leave these discussions to the team to give me a little bit more context. I think Susan mentioned about not one size fits it all. We need to remember that. Not whatever is happening in Europe fits in our economies and countries. We need to tackle with that. We also need to remember that these countries are independent of the EU. Regulatory sovereignty, we need to make sure that we're utilizing that. We also have to create adequate time for ourselves so that we can implement and bring in the new technologies that are on the market. And most important, we should spend time to consult amongst the key stakeholders, the farmers, the importers, and all the government officials, so that when we're making the decisions, we're all fully aligned. I think Professor Boga said a lot about AGRA, how they are working as a catalyst to support us as the suppliers, as the stakeholders, and also the farmers. How can we work with them so that we can enhance the African Green Deal as well? Africa is needs food, and that's very important. The people need to be safe and also need to keep the environment safe. And these are the discussions that will come from the panelists here. But most important, we need to remember we need to collaborate and work together. Strong registration systems and knowledge sharing is quite key in science-based decisions. I think the CropRife chairperson, Agnes, mentioned a lot of key issues that has brought to our fore, and we want to discuss a little bit more in detail. 14 molecules are under regulatory review in Uganda, and current resistance, those 14 molecules you are not able to import. That means our farmers, our food security is already at stake. How can we work together with the regulator and the government to make sure that this gap is not exacerbated and creating a chaos for us? So we also need to make sure that the fork to farm alliance is very clear. They want to reduce pesticide by 50%. Are we reducing? Do we need the reduction or we need more pesticides? The regulator mentioned that our use of pesticide in Uganda is still underutilized, 2 liters per hectare on average. That means we still have space to increase. Our problem is not a lot of pesticides. Our problem is having quality pesticides and more of the molecules and more pesticides to make sure that we are producing more and we are also food secure like Europe. So there are also other issues that the chairperson of CropRife brought. The concern is, do we have enough time frame? Do we have the funds to manage the registration cost? And also, do we have the alternatives to make sure that when we ban these, we do not create other problems like increased illegal importation of some of these pesticides from our neighbors, and also counterfeits from some unscrupulous people that are trying to take advantage of that. Now, with that said, I want to throw it to the panelists, and I'll try to choose one to ask a question, and I want to start with Agnes. My first question to you is, I'm struggling to change my position because of this microphone. Thank you. I think my question to you is, in regarding to the EU restriction versus local assessment, to what extent should African countries align with EU restrictions versus developing countries' context, specific local risk assessment and tailored to region realities?
Thank you very much, Given. It's such a very big question, but I'm going to draw again my discussion or my comments from the previous presentations, especially the one that was given by Susan about one fit. Like we mentioned earlier, Uganda or Kenya or Zambia or any other country in Africa is totally different in every aspect of it, starting from the climate, the temperatures, and everything else. And the questions and the issues that we have in Africa are totally different from EU, without a doubt. And the MD of Bayer was explaining, he says he comes from EU, and was saying that even when the products are up there to be banned, some of them are still not applicable in EU. So drawing from that perspective, I don't think, for me, in my view, that we need to 100% go the EU way. We have to go our way. Obviously, we have to follow standards, international standards, because we subscribe to the same. The only challenge is that we need the EU market. And also, when you look at what the EU is basing on to ban products, there are many various reasons, including MRLs or maximum residue levels, and the others, things like bees. In my view, if you come to Uganda right now, there's no scientific proof that the bees are actually reducing because of the agrochemicals. But on the other hand, if you go to any village in Uganda, start from Zombo, wherever we have a lot of honey flowing, and you know that Uganda is a country with flowing honey, you realize that wherever you go, we have a lot of bees. The climate is different. We don't have winter in Uganda, unlike many other countries. We have a lot of hot temperatures. We have everything different. So for me, I think we should have guidelines from the international perspective and EU perspective per se, but also we must come down and do our own research. And take an example, when we are doing registration of products, If we were just following the EU or Canada or the US, we'd just get a product from the US, introduce it to Uganda, no efficacy trials, nothing. But the process today, we do registration, we take 1.5 years to register one product. And why is it so? These products are already working in Europe, they are working elsewhere, but we still follow through to follow our own regulatory framework. And when you import, when you want to register a product, you'll follow through, starting by submitting a dossier, giving it to the scientist, revising the dossier with all the technical specs that I need. And doesn't stop at that. The Minister of Agriculture, of course with the scientist, will do an efficacy trial in all regions of Uganda. And it takes three seasons, which is 1.5 years. We don't just import anything from Europe and just use it. So we have very stringent rules, we follow steps, and we follow through. So in the same spirit, I think when it comes to banning, we should follow the same. We shouldn't just say, because it's not acceptable in Europe, because of this maximum residue levels, or because of the bees, we should just, go away with it. The other thing is that when you look at the people that use these agrochemicals, in Uganda specifically, and probably for the rest of Africa, Uganda, 70% of the population does agriculture. And out of the 70%, 80% of the 70% are smallholder farmers. Now, the smallholder farmers cannot afford these new molecules that are very expensive. Look at a product like imidacloprid, which costs about 100,000 Uganda shillings. A farmer cannot even afford it. And for a farmer to afford it, you have to go to the smallest, pack sizes. And yet, when you look at newer molecules that are trending everywhere, bifenthrin and all those molecules, they're affordable in Europe. And they're also affordable to the commercial farmers. But our focus in Uganda is this smallholder farmer who is constituting 80% of the whole farming population. And so as we go into the whole banning, as we consider what EU is talking about, there is need to tailor to our particular countries, to East Africa in particular. And the other challenge I also find is that Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, we are all under East African community, but we still have variations. Of course, the conversations are so many around harmonization. We've had so many meetings at East African community level, and I've been part of some of them. But you still find in Kenya, where they do a lot of export, some products are still, on the market fully. Because I believe in Uganda, the degree of export is not comparable to Kenya. And this is really the truth of the matter. Kenya does more export than Uganda. We are somewhere a little bit down. And like you mentioned, given even the usage of agrochemicals, Fred put it at 2 liters, per hectare. And I mentioned earlier, fertilizer is 2 kgs per hectare for Uganda, as opposed to Kenya that is doing 32 kgs for the fertilizer. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to come to basically tailor to different countries, to different environments. Even Uganda and Kenya, we have different environments. We have different temperatures. We have a lot of differences in many other aspects. So let's bring it home. We follow the same rules the way we are following in registration. If we are taking 1.5 years to register one product, you cannot come and ban a product in one day. It comes back to the same. So the way we are following through in terms of registration, efficacy trials, looking at all the dossiers and everything else, in the same breath, we should do the same with banning. Go carefully, look at alternatives, see what we can bring, and we are lucky we have the multinationals on board. You're able to tell us what can you do in a short time. So tailor it to Uganda, to Kenya. At worst, let's do it East African way, or at worst, we go given way down south before we go to Europe. Thank you, Given.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you very much. Just a follow-up question on that. And to be fair to the regulators, when you ask them to say, why do you impose the ban because of Europe? Their argument, one of the argument is that because 70% of the produce is being exported to Europe. So is there a way that we can work as CropLife together, the regulators, to find a solution to this? Can we segment these farmers to make sure that who are the exporters, so that the 30% are not affected, who are just doing the production for their families, for consumption, and for their school fees? Can we segment? Is there something that we can do as CropLife together with the regulators to separate these two types of farmers?
Thank you very much. It's really doable. First of all, like I mentioned, if you look at what Uganda is exporting, I'll give an example. I don't know whether UFAIR is in the room, but one of the major exports we have is the flour exporters. I think one of the directors is over there, Mr. Mustafa. And again, he doubles as a board member for Hot Fresh. So Hot Fresh is the association for all exporters. And I know for a fact that they have a lot of regulations they are following through, and we are actually closely working with them as CropLife. But again, we have to zero it back to how much are we exporting in Uganda and what crops are we exporting. If you look at things like fruits that we are exporting, it's totally different from the vegetables in terms of when to use the products, how much products are you using. So CropLife can definitely work with the Ministry of Agriculture because we talked about collaboration, but also the smallholder farmer, majority of them do not export. So what can we do to ensure that the smallholder does not suffer, our export doesn't suffer? So we can do things like training, capacity building for the exporters, come up with these cooperatives that are really, really doing export so that we kind of have a niche of those that can afford. Obviously, the guys who are doing export can afford these products that are quite expensive or reasonably expensive, but an ordinary farmer, I can assure you, for example, if you ban mancozeb today, these guys cannot afford most of the molecules, like Orias, Tebuconazole and all those. They can't afford them because, they can't afford. They don't have a market for, their produce, but also the degree, the level of education. Many of them are not even able to identify which new molecules are coming on. So as an industry, we have a long way to go. We have a very long journey to take, but I think it starts with one step. Let's go for it.
Thank you very much, Agnes. And I think it's very clear that from the discussion that we need the Ministry of Agriculture to work together with us so that we can find a solution for both exporters and the smallholder farmers that are not exporting. We cannot deprive all of them access to the products to increase their productivity and also make a little bit of income for themselves. I think it's also key to note that we, as the industry, what we're asking for is, can we have a process for banning or restriction of products in Uganda? We throw it back to the regulators and we want to engage further to have these discussions. Thank you very much, Agnes. And I want to move to the next panelist. Thank you. Moving on to Joe. I see you are ready. Huh? Thank you. So Joe, how can African nations balance the need to protect public health and the environment whilst maintaining access to the effective pest control across the countries or the nations? We want to protect the users, applicators. We want to make sure that they're safe. The people that are using the products are safe. And most important, we want to make sure that the environment is protected and we're still able to produce more from it. So how can we utilize that and making sure that still these guys are still accessing these products that are increasing their productivity and also making us food secure?
Thank you. I think the question is really, really clear and very, very important because we really need to, that is exactly what the professor was saying about, we really need to think about Africa. He mentioned about Green Revolution. And basically I want to say that it is about taking responsibility. When I mentioned that, I'll just now cut across everybody as a regulator, and then as a owner of the products, as the farmer, what are you expected to do? So in this case, it's all about sustainability, providing the solution for us to, avail the food that we need. But then as a regulator, my point to take home is basically that when you talk about, somebody mentioned about the EU Green Deal, and it is an ambition for the EU. And that is their own ambition based on the scenarios on the ground. And actually, if you look at in global discussion of chemicals, the EU are becoming, I want to say, clever in terms of trying to do what you call green diplomacy, trying to photocopy their own standards into other countries. By the end of the day, it brings the challenges. We are not the same. The needs are not the same. EU, for example, does not have mosquitoes. We are talking about very important molecule that they have already talking about for you to export to EU, even if you are not using it for that particular produce, it is part of, you must have removed it. That is the essence of now, the country as a regulator should be able to balance and say, let's develop our own rules that are viable for us. I just want to give you an example. The other day we were in Geneva discussing about the molecules. There are people who are defending TTT. Other countries were saying, no, we removed a long time ago. But then it is based on the need. So I want to say I believe in the conventions that we have ratified, the Stockholm Convention, the Rotterdam Convention. So if a product is banned by Stockholm, I think generally, globally, everybody accepts and that one goes. And then usually there are standards step by step until the product is removed. Discussion and everything until everybody say consensus, let's remove. Alternatives are factored in, so we have a balance of food security and everything. Now let me come to the owners of the products, the people who are producing the solutions. It is our responsibility as all of us to take the initiative in terms of self-regulation, the stewardship, the issue of managing counterfeits. I want to say protecting ourselves, making sure that we support the regulator in terms of sanity in the industry, enabling compliance and everything. That will make sure that the government is also not struggling. If we leave the government just to follow individually, I know they'll never make, because everybody runs away, hiding somewhere, they'll never get you. But then when we are together, as all of us, then the business environment can be better. There is also a very big issue with the integrity of the farmers, because you do stewardship, and that is actually, I want to make reference to what my brother mentioned, that the tomatoes are full of yellow substances, which you have alluded that it is actually mango sap. Yeah, again, for the case of the media, you see there is another damage. If the media have already taken that, then Tanzania, Uganda's tomatoes will never be exported anywhere. You see, that is self-damage as well. So I think we need to think of, if somebody has seen that, why don't we signal the regulator? Why don't we know which farmer is messing up with this, or trader? And then we do it. There are laws that must be governing this. And therefore, because I'll never eat it, I'll never want to eat that tomato, even yourself, even if you are the one who are doing it, if it contains such a substance. By the end of the day, you'll talk about you are damaging that product. You are talking about it is possibly mango sap. Mango sap, by the way, is under some discussion. I remember that's a very critical molecule. It's the one that is the maldicide, it's unique. Unlike the other fungicide, that is unique. And we really need to protect that. So generally, my balance, you have mentioned about how do you balance all this. It is all of us to take responsibility. What is your space? And play it safe, play it well, and do it perfectly. I think there is a big allegation that in activism that have come to Kenya, that you people, you are just focusing on profits, which I doubt, because that is not entirely what you are in for. The small that, I think you mentioned that it takes long, and what is the cost of industry to produce one molecule? It's very long, and actually the cost is very high. So I think the allegation is really disturbing, and maybe probably we really need to play it safe, in terms of taking responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. That's very clear. So I hope we are taking notes so that we can review and also discuss further with our partners so that we take action. Very clear, we need to make sure that we are actually members of the conventions and follow what is happening, but let's make sure that we are using right in the country to the current and prevailing situations. Thank you, Joe. Now, moving on to Vikas. Vikas, one question for you. Is the application of the EU pesticide ban in African context a form of regulatory colonialism or necessary push towards safer agriculture?
The question. Hello. Thank you for the question. I would say it is a necessary step, but then I would also add up to that, if it is in the right way, yes, it is a right decision, but then we have to look at the implications it might bring in. And also looking at what is the reason for that product or that molecule to be in the list. Is it the toxicity? Is it the MRLs? What is the exact reason, and what is the exposure level of that chemical? If it is all the guidelines, you see every pesticide, every chemical has a label on it, on the bottle. Dosage is mentioned, time of application is mentioned, PHI number of days is mentioned. So if it is followed, and like one of our industry member also mentioned that about fall armyworm sleeping during the afternoon, but then it is actually a very good point. It is the general way of explaining to the farmers that it's sleeping, but then you also have to understand early morning time and evening time, that is the feeding time of any insect, any pest, when it is cool temperature. So if that one we understand, when we kill the insect or pest at the right time with proper dosage, it can be controlled. But if the dosage is increased, it can become a problem.
Thank you, Vikas. Very clear. It's very necessary. We need to follow, but we need to carry our brains too.
Yes.
Because
also, I would like to.
We need to make our own decisions.
Yes. Also, I would like to add one more point to this. Like Ms. Susan mentioned that we don't have to follow the exact guidelines, but then yes, we have to prepare a guideline according to our conditions here in Africa, especially in Uganda. And we have done it in South Africa as well. We have defended our 2-3 products. We have done it in Kenya, Tanzania, even in Europe. We are defending for Mancozeb, which is still under discussion, but then we are going to save it if they follow the guidelines, what is mentioned as per the product. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikas. Just in a few minutes, 1 minute, what would be the effect of the potato industry if Mancozeb is continued banned in Uganda in the next 6 months?
It will be a big implication in terms of farmers having income, a major implication, because this is the cheapest product a farmer can buy to save their diseases. In fact, there is also a tendency in Ugandan farmers, as we all know, that this is the only best fungicide which can be used for any disease. I'm just saying as a mentality, farmer's mentality. So he uses for any other disease which is not even in the list of its control, but they feel this is my product. If that one is banned, farmer will be like helpless. And other products, it will be like other fungicides, if you see the price levels which are double or triple of Mancozeb. So he's not going to get hold of the fungicides also.
Are we going to continue having potatoes? I enjoy the Ugandan potatoes, sir.
If
every time they are saved, so are we going to continue enjoying them?
No.
Shame, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to move to one more step to what we discussed about the restricted list of products, and I want to sample out one part of the segment. There are some seed treatment products, that is thiamethoxam and imidacloprid. And I want to direct this question to Agnes. So Agnes, if Uganda continues with the ban or the restrictions of imida and TMX, for those not familiar, imida is imidacloprid and TMX is thiamethoxam. So to make sure we're on the same page, right? So if the Uganda continues on the restriction of TMX and imida, in the seed treatment part, what alternatives do we have for the sucking pests? For instance, the white grub in the soil. As you treat your seed, you put it in the ground, and we also must admit that in the ground, there is a lot of pests that exist, a lot of predators that will make sure that they eat that seed that you put in there. So what alternatives do we have to protect this seed if this continues the restriction on TMX and imida? Thank you.
Thank you once again. You mentioned, of course, for imidacloprid and TMX are both on foliar application and also seed treatment. But let me first take on the seed treatment bit of it. Logically speaking, you do not see the connection really directly between, in the case of Imida, because the reason is bees. So since it's applied on the seed treatment, you don't really see the connection of bees if it is used as a seed treatment. But also coming to imidacloprid, for example, as one of the products that are actually controlling twig borer. You all know that Uganda is really, right now especially, everyone is talking coffee. Maybe forgiven, I don't know what it is in Zambia. But for us here in the rural areas, and I saw some people from Luengo, the chairman over there, people have started driving cars because of coffee. So coffee is becoming a big deal. And we all know in this, okay, most of you know in this room that we've done so many products, we've tried so many insecticides on twig borer, and imidacloprid has proven. And if we had someone from UCDA or the defunct UCDA, they would explain or be testimony to this. And MAIF as well anyway, because it's now under them. So now without imidacloprid and with all the insecticides that we have tried, there's not been any so far that is effective on twig borer specifically. So if you withdraw imidacloprid right now, you will leave no option. Seriously. And again, given and the manufacturers, you know it, there are not so many options. Now looking at it from the seed treatment bit of it, again, what options do we have? There are not so many. And you know the practice also, not so many farmers are using seed treatment because of the cost. So you're actually worsening the situation that has been there because men are not using. Those that are using are actually concerned about the cost. Now, if you bring in a new product, the likely effect is that you're going to bring in a more expensive product, which the farmer is already cannot afford. So from that perspective, for me, imidacloprid is one of the things that are going to hit the economy very badly, especially for the coffee farmers. Until we have an alternative for the twig borer, you cannot afford to have imida off the market right away. Probably in the next couple of years, as people bring in on new products and many others are under trial. But as it is right now, this is the only product that is really effective on the same.
Thank you, Agnes. And just a follow-up to that question. If we restrict the seed treatment, have we engaged the authorities to say, to also take note that it means the importation of seed that you have, if you have a shortage for some reason, any seed that you import that is treated with imida or TMX, it means it also be affected. Has this discussion gone on, and what are the views from authorities? I really wish we had the authorities to answer that question here.
I would say there's not been we've not had that engagement to that level, honestly speaking. So what happened right now, what happened is that, and the authorities are in the room anyway, but what happened is that a list came up, and this was a couple of weeks ago, months ago, and were given the list, and the conversations are still going on. We've not done a specific one on seed treatment or any specific product. It's been, an open discussion about products in general. But if we now have to go down and tailor this conversation, I think this is the right forum for us to do it. Because the Agricultural Chemical Board is there, Minister of Agriculture is in the room, and all of them are scientists. So I definitely know that men are scientists, men are farmers. And some of the scientists who are also doing these efficacy trials are in the room right now. And so for me, as an industry, we've not had this opportunity to discuss molecule by molecule. We've not had this really before. This is the first time we are talking about it now. What we have done in the past is to address it in general, write a letter in general. So I think the conversations can begin now, but what we should be looking at now is not really about not to be banned, but probably when to be banned, and when can we have more alternative products. And maybe it will wake us up to see how much effort do we need now to start looking for new products, but allow also for the time to introduce them, to promote them, and make them popular, and even commercialize them. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. That's very clear. Thank you very much. Then we move one question for Joe and one for Vikas, and then we can close and take notes. So you are near to me, right? So I start with you. Good. How can governments and developing partners support farmers transitioning away from high-risk pesticides without compromising the productivity?
I would suggest a good partnership with the regulators and the industry members who are available here, a joint operation, what we can say, to increase the knowledge level at the base from the farmers as well as all the people involved. That would be the best solution for it, I guess.
Thank you. A man of few words, huh?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Vikas. Joe, I have a question for you. I think we need to agree that the regulator, with your experience in Kenya, I think we can make some justice to this question specifically and reference to Kenya. The PCPB board has stood firm on the science, despite the campaigners and the push from the politicians to say, I'm going to ban everything. They have stood firm to the science. Now, my question here is, how can African governments build trust with citizens through making decisions? How can African governments build trust with citizens or making tough decisions on pesticides, approvals, bans, and also restrictions, especially when extended pressures are involved? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that question, because basically that is a scenario that we are facing in Kenya, where, I want to just to link to what that, Uganda are facing now, is what started in Kenya in 2019. It came as a pressure from activism trying to create a problem associated with the industry and then just look for some alliances to shout and basically then push the government to put them under pressure so that the science, actually the balance between the science and politics were playing a very big role. So that is a scenario that we are facing in Kenya, and it will be a very typical turning point in what Kenya will do in terms of now generally escalating to Africa. It started by the activists taking a petition of 32 active ingredients, which was translated to 262 products, and they just called for ban. It was inclusive of the 14 that have been mentioned here. And you know, if you are very keen, they are very strategic, because they are now flowing to Tanzania, they can go to Burundi, just like that. And probably you need to know that they are also from Morocco and coming this way, and South Africa. It's a very strategic move, well funded, and maybe the only way you can survive is to defend, to just insist on science. For the Kenyan scenario, it was almost taken as a precautionary principle. Of course, that is usually taken when you are not sure of what to do, and that is the essence of politician. But in a move that was very dangerous to the industry and also to the farmers, they had already had an ambassador within parliament who was also pushing and putting up allegations that create a very big emotion. Professor, you are aware that there was even a debate in Senate, and I like you are able to defend, and it almost brought an enmity between the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Agriculture. You are the PS by then. So that scenario is actually, it was the regulator who stand firm and just say, as long as you want to change science, we can agree, as long as we are this. Because what can we say next? How do we approve products without that? And we are talking about mutual acceptance of data. It is a data that are used globally. And the basis of what is being listed here is only EU. And it has been contested all over. WTO are just contesting the regulatory decision by the EU. I want to mention with reference to the imidacloprid, and then those nuconinoids generally. The EU have already developed their own criteria of using environmental factors, which is not a parameter that is to be used in MRL's decision. So that was contested even in the WTO. But here is a case. I told you about the way they are driving their ambition. They are just making sure that in countries that they sign agreements for trade, those provisions, sustainability provisions, are in there. So you'll have signed. So then you get fixed that for you to export to the EU, you must respect the following. And it is becoming a very big issue. Now, to come just narrow to this matter, to what is happening in Kenya, then the scenario is the parliament made a decision with 17 recommendations. Some of them are pointing at review the products.
The regulator took the SANS way of doing it, the risk assessment approach, involving the industry at that, because you need to agree on the process flow. Even in Europe, by the way, or wherever globally, the industry is involved in terms of public participation before a process is agreed upon. So they actually involve the industry. We agreed. Now that there's a pressure of 267, how do you review as a regulator with how many staffs? So it was agreed that we can prioritize this molecule. Let's review and see. So the data was provided with a good time, and then the review was done, but the allegation was not found to be true. So what happened was, in Parliament there's a stage called Implementation Committee. So the most recent was the Implementation Committee was to check what has been implemented in the 17 recommendation, which they were just taken through. But politics also tried to play the role. I remember there is a lot of scheming around, and the same ambassador was pushing it until a point that there was also a disagreement. They wanted to push the CS to make a pronouncement that all products should go. But you see, that is not the process in terms of evaluation. The law says the regulator make a decision through a board, and the board is basing that decision through a technical committee, which is the science group that is able to make a decision. So that is where it is stuck now, and that is how it is in Kenya. So this thing has to be done scientifically. Otherwise, you are stamping yourself, because basically what do you do next if you have allowed things that are moved without science? So thank you, Chair, for that.
Thank you, Joe. Very clear. Yeah. Thank you. I think in summary, we need to build the trust by engaging the stakeholders, making sure that they're involved, they understand, and we also work together to find the solution. But most important, we need to follow the regulation. We created the law, the regulation, so let's go back to it and make use of it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I close, I would like to take maybe one or two questions from the public, from anyone who has a question or any contribution I would like to take. So before I come to you, I'll start with Joe, and then I'll come to you. Can we have a microphone for Joe, please?
Thanks, Given, for being an excellent moderator. It's good to allow the next generation take shape or take leadership.
Thank you.
I'm really impressed with the professionalism at AAK Nairobi and PCPB. But one or two remarks. The way I look at this case of banning or not banning, I'll look at it from three perspectives. Number one, there is those who are familiar with export crops. There's a famous PPL listing. You're a grower, you're exporting to Europe, they give you a list of product you must use. I happen to chair an agricultural board for a company that exports herbs in Europe. And of course, you cannot argue with that list. That list you can't argue with, because it's for the benefit of their consumers. They say, if you bring for us, this, we will not see them in the listing. That you can't argue with. That is one area which you have to live with. Number two, there is normally a lot of talk of safeguarding the consumers in Europe. We forget also, we need to be protected by harmful chemicals or chemicals which are not used properly the way they are meant to be used. We also need protection. On that note, if in this listing, which they have put in there for banning, if any product is proven, for example, to be carcinogenic, definitely we would say that list, the disadvantage outweigh the advantages by the farmer, should be banned.
Good.
Then the bigger picture, which is the biggest percentage, maybe 90%, is for local consumption, which does not fall in either of those classes. I think, in my opinion, we need to approach the guys who are pushing us that direction and particularly the local authorities, in conjunction with CropLife, to adopt that kind of approach, in my opinion.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for that question. If you can take, before we get the feedback from panelists, you can take it. Sharad there had a question. And then the professor will also give us one comment or question. Thank you. How are we doing on time?
Hi all. I wanted to ask Mr. Given and panel that when the imidacloprid or thiamethoxam TMX was originated, that time the toxicological data was not checked. It is going to kill the honeybees. Number one. Number two, are the Ugandan bees flying to the Europe?
I hope not.
Yeah. So, all of a sudden, like iPhone 6 is no more updating to the WhatsApp. It is like that. All the product is banning by the Europe or EU. What is the logic behind that? Today you are going to do the another product with the R&D and everything, and after 3-4 years or 5 years, you will tell, no, it is killing to the person. It is carcinogenic. Why it is like that? My question is, when it was originated, the imidacloprid, and when it was originated the thiamethoxam or any other chemicals, that time the scientists were doing the fake job?
Thank you, Sharad. I think the question is very clear, right? So, I'll allow Fred to answer that question. He's shown, raised the hand that he wants to give feedback, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so are the bees flying to Europe? I think that's the wrong analysis, and the team, as a team that is in charge of regulation, we don't take that lightly. The bees are not flying to Europe, but we also have to know that they are good. There is a good side to what the EU is saying, and also there is a bad side. I think we should be having that kind of candid discussion. That in some like you are submitting, for example, the bees may not be flying to Europe, but we know for a fact that if the industry here succeeded in killing all our bees, we shall not be here. That's a fact. We can debate, but it's a fact. We need the pollinators. They don't have to fly to Europe. So let me submit. Whether the bees are staying in Uganda or not, we have to protect them. That we must agree as an industry. That we will not compromise. We need our bees to export the coffee. We need our bees to do a lot of things. So for that one, we need to look at what I should be hearing from the industry is mitigation measures. If a molecule is proven beyond reasonable doubt that it's killing the bees, then we should be looking at, there are two possibilities to that will happen. And the industry must be informed. This one will not be for debate. If we can't have mitigation measures to say maybe the product can be used either before flowering, okay? That's if it will not remain in the crop for quite some time, that when even the bees come, they will be affected. Yeah. The molecule will go. That we have to agree, because we have a responsibility here. Okay? And then the other issue was when the scientists were doing, when the scientists were testing thiamethoxam and imidacloprid, didn't they see this? Of course, what we need to know is that unless as it was in the beginning, it is and shall always be forever and ever, amen, that science is quite different. Science keeps evolving. So we need to appreciate that. So at the time when research was being done, probably these were not issues that were presented then, okay? we are the ones who have been saying here, the industry has been saying that because you're developing a solution to address a certain challenge. So you have demands, and at that time there could be issues that you could be looking at. You could be looking at, there's a problem, like when the locusts came here, the first thing was solve the issues of what? Of locusts. Once the problem was solved, you go back and say, could there have been any issues that could have been caused? So even with these molecules, like we're saying, science is not static. Probably at that time, the effects were not that severe. But as people keep, and it's a good practice, as people keep looking through these molecules and following them, rather than doing research and you stop there. They keep following them, and then they see that these changes are there. Change is a fact of life, and we must know if new information comes and is informing us the contrary, that the once so believed good molecule has now turned to be this, we must accept the fact and either mitigate or look at ways of phasing out. I submit.
Thank you very much. I think that's very clear. Thank you. Let's give him a hand, please. Good. Thank you. We had 2 more questions. We'll allow the professor, and then we have 2 or 3 more. I'll take more questions. Don't worry, I still have a bit of time. So allow the professor, then I'll move this side. So it seems I had given you my back and I didn't see much, so I'll turn this side now. Yeah. But allow him to finish, then I'll come to you. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, mine are not questions. They are just 2 observations. 1, science is science. It knows no race, no geography.
Yep.
So I am not persuaded by those people who are saying we should develop our own standards. You know very well, Mr. Moderator, and the panelists and everybody, we are always behind everybody in the world of knowledge. The best we can do is to copy from others and assimilate appropriately. Number 2, we should request everybody to allow the best people to make the decisions. Here you have commercial interests versus scientific and health interests. One of the worst problems in this country is not counterfeit of drugs. Many people make confusion between counterfeit drugs and false drugs. They are different. Counterfeit drugs are good drugs which are made without license. So they do no harm. Yes, I taught toxicology at university. They do no harm. They are purely of commercial interest. You are producing a drug without a license from maybe the patent owner. That's what a counterfeit drug is. It could be, generic means it has no trade name. Yes, I'm a teacher.
So it's good to have a professor again lecturing, reminding the students of these things. Huh?
So we should encourage, we should let those who know best to make the decisions for us. One of the worst problems in Uganda is the false, wrong drugs, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, which have no relationship to the useful ones. The counterfeit are useful, but they are produced against a license. That's what you should know, you guys. Those who don't know, you check. In Uganda, we get a lot of chemicals that are brought in illegally. And those are some of the most important. Those are the things you should check. They are the ones killing our people. Drugs killing our young people. Those are the things that should matter in this conference. I don't know when you are going to address them. So in my view, I think it's good to have these meetings but please be as objective as you possibly can. Don't put politics in our science. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. I think we get the team to comment later on, but let me take a few questions. The gentleman here, and the next one, and the lady there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Deus Harwe is my name. Farmers know me as Kigs because I'm the founder and the CEO of an agrochemical company called Kigs AgroLinks. I had like 3 add-ons or questions, but when the professor spoke, I got another one. How about efficacy, Professor? Because my IF tells us that when they are doing trials, they also measure efficacy. Are the counterfeit, do we know the efficacy of the counterfeits? Another question I have to MAIF and to multinationals which are here, which produce the products. I have always wanted an answer since we started these meetings with CropLife about producing products in Europe. We use them here in Africa, but when we produce the food in Africa, we are not supposed to export this food to Europe. Why? They produce the products from Europe, we use them here on the food, but we are not supposed to export that very food to Europe. I have always failed to get an answer for that.
I'm sure today you get the answer. Okay. So do you have another question? So
then
can
I have
quickly?
Another one. Talking about these products like imidacloprid, we are forced to bring such kind of products because of insects that are hard to kill or diseases that are hard to cure because of issues of cross-resistance. I wanted our good Professor Ogengala Tego maybe to highlight to us how we can manage the diseases and insect pests once these products are withdrawn or are banned. How shall we manage them? And then another one I wanted to talk about, Madam Agnes talked of reducing nutrient losses by 50% and reducing fertilizer use by 20%. We have already said that in Uganda we use only 2 kgs of fertilizer per hectare, and we are looking at increasing. I looked at it as controversy.
Thank you very much. Let's take those 4 questions.
Thank you.
I will not answer them now, but they will give you feedback. But we allow the others ask the questions, then quickly move. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mustafa Mala. I'm the director of Uganda Flower Export Association and the director of HortiFresh. In another title, I'm the ambassador of Republic of Chad in Uganda. And I'm a farmer, proud one. I've been in that. I'm in the floriculture for the last 2 decades in Uganda. We grew up together with Agnes by supplying all the agrochemical and fertilizers. I need some help from the Ministry of Agriculture. Why are we charging registration of the chemical, the molecule, from $4,000 to $10,000? We have neighbors. We are talking of East Africa community. They are charging over $500, $1,000. And this price of the distributors will come to the farmers. We, the investors, are going to pay that price. Please look into that, harmonize it, that. I'm talking about the not science, I'm talking about my investment side. Another side, the yards are there, buyers are there, the other syndigators. I crossed to Kenya to buy a fertilizer or a chemical. I add up my transport, bringing it to Uganda. The price is 40 to 50% beyond that. It's too much. The price has been fixed by the distributors or by the manufacturers. Please be humble to us. You want us to expand? You want us to put more fertilizers where we are putting only 2%, 2 kilograms per hectare? You want us to grow? Let's grow together. We shall mobilize all our farmers to buy more fertilizers, and where you are going to make your money, you will make money by more producers and more exporters. I thank you, my summit.
Thank you very much for those questions. We'll hold them a bit. The lady will have the question, and then we can take the questions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Remy Malay, Continental Secretary General, Commonwealth Businesswomen Africa. We are in 25 African countries. I'm a layman that is desperate to see Africa prosper. I'm the only non-scientific agriculturalist in here. I'm entrepreneurial, and I'm asking on behalf of Africa. I heard you guys discuss about policy from EU. As Africans, are we present on those round tables when they are making decisions for us? Okay. Because I'm a layman, one of you will help me answer. If we are not, have we made deliberate efforts to see that we squeeze ourselves, like we in the middle somewhere? At least the one thing that we can take from this synergy, or at least this conference, is we go and deliberately make sure that we find out where are these round table sittings, where are these policies made, which boardrooms are these, and how do we walk in? Because trust me, we are absolutely intelligent, but very fearful. And we have also deliberately been ignorant about such crucial matters. For us to ask about these policies and discuss them in our corner here, without those individuals being present, that's number two. Do we invite these policymakers on our tables? For example, this beautiful table. Is there a policymaker at a global level sitting to hear from us? And if they are not, when we finish, when the rapporteur finishes, can we now get the feedback from here and then put it to them, push it to them to make sure that our message gets onto that table? Because for as long as, for example, if a man decides for me how I should give birth, and he has never been pregnant, sweetheart, we are in trouble. That is what we are talking about.
Thank you very much. That's a very clear question. Thank you. I will allow the panelists to pick one or two questions, and then we can allow there some questions for the professors, and other people in the audience can take one or two questions. And I think Joe and Edward will answer on the multinationals not producing in Africa instead of importing and cannot export back the products. So anyone to pick up any question? Yes, Joe.
Thank you. I think you'll allow me, Chair, to answer the question on the list that the EU keeps to Africa as you export. Actually, question from Joy.
From Joy, yeah.
Yeah, basically, it is true that there is what we call preferred list. I mean, basically, it's a list that consists of the products that they want you to use if you are exporting to the EU. And actually, not to use, so they have what you call the red list, and then there are those which are yellow, and then there is a green list where they will allow you to use. So that one you need to report in the process of, those are the documentation you'll make sure. But I want to say that there is nothing we can do about it, because here you want to export to that market. So what Kenya has been doing is to just, if you look at the list of registered products, because basically a product X can be used for those produce, but as well it can be used for local produce. So they restrict not to be used for that particular crops. But then I want to report that I was in Geneva with the congregation on the BRS, the Basel Convention, and that thing was discussed seriously, because the link was, if a product has been banned, not banned, but listed in Rotterdam, Rotterdam says they are not banning. They are just saying we give prior informed consent to whoever we still using. So it was contested that we want to tell FAO to remove the use of, we call it criteria number 6, which talks about if a product is listed in the Rotterdam, that is equivalent to an HHP, that is highly hazardous pesticide. It was actually a part of the discussion. There was also the mention of the certifying bodies, that the countries, it was just an issue of EU versus the rest of the world. Because countries were saying, why is it that the EU are giving what you call private standard, that are actually making it impossible to export to that country? And that is exactly what you have raised. So that is a dilemma that every part of this world is complaining. It's not only us, but how do we solve it? As I said, maybe as Uganda and you see that market, you see basically you cannot escape.
So Joe, we need to wind up. We're
Yes.
running out of time. So quickly, so to allow the regulator to respond to some questions that were directed at them.
So
and
that
then we'll
one,
move to
Joe,
Professor, yeah.
I'll just, that one was what I wanted to say, and maybe the rest was an observation. And imidacloprid, I just want to say, somebody said just to, in a second, that what kind of, is the data changing from the previous? I think the essence is, every product is being reviewed every 2 years. And this is a scenario of the glyphosate, where they had just raised an allegation about carcinogenicity, which globally everybody, all the regulators reviewed, and it was found not to be true. So those are the things that, as regulators, maybe to answer, maybe I think I concur with what the regulators say. The reviews will always flag out, and the science always change. Somebody, you see, if we believe in science, if somebody says something, just also quote the science way, prove it. If it is not true, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. That's very clear. Thank you very much. The regulator, anyone want to take a question on the gentleman, why your fees keep on going up?
Okay. Thank you. The issue was on the $4,000, $10,000, right?
Yes.
Registration fees. And I want to say that I think within the region we have the cheapest fees. You can look around. Like I said, facts are available. So, but maybe what we want to tell the ambassador is that the $4,000 to $10,000, which is $4,000 to $6,000, is not for listing the product on the national register. It's for giving comfort to all of us here in the room during the efficacy evaluation, and it was well about when we were presenting, we said we shall do efficacy trials in 3 agroecologies for 3 growing seasons. Now those are 9 trials. So if you're taking $4,000 as the list, you divide, that's around somewhere around 15 million. So divide 15 by 9 trials. So you can see the math, it's less than, it's about 1 point something million. And in that site, the scientist who is doing the evaluation has to, he has to hire a data clerk to pick data, he has to hire land, not small land, he has to also keep monitoring the trial. So it's not as big as, so the 4,000 is for efficacy evaluation. It's not for listing the molecule. If it's for listing, our money is, the money being charged here is far beyond that. It's about $150 for listing the molecule on the national register. So that is for efficacy evaluation, and we think within the region, if you looked around, Uganda has the lowest fees, I submit.
Thank you. That's very clear, and thank you for clarifying that. I think there are some questions directed at the professor. Maybe, Joanne, you have a comment on the gentleman says the multinationals have never answered this question on why your products are being produced in Europe and used in Africa. So,
okay. Well, I'll try to answer that one. Right? I think products, when we talk about a molecule, right, and I think that's the same for all the other multinational companies, usually have different sites where the products are manufactured. And the same product, by the way, can be manufactured in Europe as well as in Asia as in other continents, because it's just a production footprint, right? Every country or legal unit basically determines which products can be used on food imported into the country. And the EU sometimes allows you to still produce a certain product, but decides to take it off. Now, we as an industry, we might have a different stand on it, but that is the sovereign right of any regulator for the territory that they govern, right? So this is something as an industry where we can prove a science, we can have a debate on to whether that product should or should not on scientific principles be allowed. But obviously this is the sovereign, meaning the state or the regulator, or in this case, the unity of states, which is the EU, the Union, that takes basically that decision. And the manufacturing footprint, now again, especially when you talk about the country of origin, you could move that same product into a different production site somewhere else and still supply it, because that argument would fall away. Whether it is allowed or not in a certain jurisdiction is the regulator's decision. The other one is a question about a production footprint. And as I said, you could move it to another country that allows the product, and by that the discussion would be a different one, but it doesn't change the discussion about whether or not a molecule should or should not be allowed. And this is the discussion I think that everybody was bringing, where this should be based on scientific principles, evaluating the benefits, the safety in multiple aspects, which is usually done in regulatory processes. And the EU just happens to be very, very restrictive, because again, the same argument is when you look at, let's say, Japan, Australia, Canada, the US, which all have their own regulatory processes, they might have a very different outcome of that same process. So the EU's basically taken what is called a hazard-based approach, so a very, very, very restrictive process to the scientific approach. And that's where some of that outcome comes from. But it's a question you should address to the regulator, and the regulator is trying to put in place what politicians and obviously what the voting population in that geography is trying to put to them, because that's usually what the politicians are trying to do, right? Is act in the interest of their voters. And why the majority of people in Europe is against it? It's a different question. It's a very philosophical one sometimes, but I think that's to be kept in mind. So it is not, for example, companies produce where we have a footprint. The rest is a matter of the regulator, which is a very different question. Okay. If that answers your question.
thank you, Joe. I think it does. And if it's in comfort, multinationals do have sites in Africa where they produce some of these products. Thank you. Professor, I think you had some questions from the gentleman on the efficacy, on the counterfeit products. I don't know if you got the question. It was
him.
No, I think it was him who talked about the counterfeits.
Because he mentioned
that. You're lucky you have so many professors, so anyone can answer.
Thank you very much. The question that the gentleman raised, I would substantially mention or talk about it when I make my presentation tomorrow morning. But let me just point out the fact that on the issue of, for example, biotechnology and GM crops, the position of the EU and some countries within the EU versus the position of America or Argentina is totally different. And that should tell you that some of the parameters that we struggle to talk about, that it is about science. No. Every country or region has its own challenges, aspirations, and agenda. And while the broader framework should be common to all of us,
your particular agenda should not be an impediment to the progress of others. And I think this was also being brought out. But I will say something about this tomorrow when I make my presentation.
Thank you very much. Vikas wants to add one point, and then we can wind up.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor, and I really appreciate with your honest response. And I would like to add one point only. For example, pyrethrum. It is only found in Kenya. If we start producing the same thing in Europe, can it be at the same price? It cannot be, because the origin for pyrethrum is Kenya. So when the base changes, raw materials which is found at a cheaper price in that country makes it cheaper. It can be produced in any other country, but then the price will go up, and which we or farmers which will not accept. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vikas. I know there are many questions burning that you have, but I think we are running out of time. And Edward, you have one comment. The microphone is behind you there. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond because you mentioned my name.
Yes.
And I felt I should be given the opportunity to air what is in my heart. The issue of why some multinationals will produce their products in Europe or other destinations and bring to Africa or other African states. One of them lies around the concept of globalization. Yeah? When we talk about globalization, each country will mainly focus on what they are best suited to produce and offer it to the market. You realize that most multinationals have built capabilities in where they domicile, and therefore it makes a lot of economic sense for them to produce where they are domicile and then supply to the rest of the world. I think this is purely a commercial decision which helps them also to manage their cost of operation in terms of COGS and on these products. I think that's the response I wanted to give. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward. As we wind up, I just want to, first of all, I know there are a lot of burning questions, and I think you all scanned the QR codes. So if you have any questions or comment you want to add on, please feel free to add it on, and we're still here tomorrow. So we continue the questions and the feedback. And I also want to reiterate that the whole concept of having this discussion is not to attack anyone. We don't want to attack the regulator. We don't want to attack the multinationals and the stakeholders. We're all in this so that we can have a very good discussion. During the discussions and the opening remarks by Dr. Paul Mwambu was very clear. We are looking for solutions to collaborate. We all have the best interest of the industry. We are looking to make sure that safety of the people is key in the products that we sell and bring in the market. We also make sure that the products are working to give us the food that you're looking for, productivity. And most important, we need to take care of our environment. The businesses have sustainability models that we are working on to make sure that we take care of the environment and we sustain the business for the long term. Let's have this in mind, and let's have the really conclusive discussions. Let's make sure that by the time we walk out of here, we're all clear why we're here, and we've made decisions and discussed and agreed on the way forward. Thank you very much, and I want to thank the panelists for the questions, for the discussions, and also for the feedback. I think it was quite educative, but we are still here, and let's engage. Thank you very much. And back to Alan.
Let's give them all a round of applause. What a discussion. Thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you for moderating that session. You did a fantastic job. How is everybody feeling? Are we good? Okay, that is very worrying. Only 2 people responded. Are you okay? Excellent. Now, it's that moment when we acknowledge other supporters, the local supporters of this inaugural symposium. And I'd like to mention this handwriting. This man is ambidextrous, uses both hands to write. I'd like to first of all recognize Bukola Chemical Industries. Let's give them a round of applause. Muddo, Grain Pulse, Crop Care, AgriFarm, Tulima Solar, Zupont, and the other one that I can't read because this handwriting is all over the place. But I shall read it as soon as I get my head around it. Let's give them all a round of applause. Local stakeholders trying to find solutions to local problems. I'm really looking forward to moderating the next session because it is very interesting. It's about counterfeiting. But before we get to it, I just want Solomon Seruwo to go up. Solomon is the Marketing and Business Development Manager for Bukola Chemical Industries Limited. Where is Solomon? Okay, let's give him a round of applause. He's going to talk about the impact of counterfeiting on agrochemical and fertilizer industry in Africa and possible solutions. Briefly, and then we shall get into the panel, which I will be moderating.
Who is controlling the presentation?
This gentleman here is bringing you a clicker.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited to present this afternoon about a topic that I think came up as a major expectation during the session when the moderator was asking what we expect from, to take away, or to hear from, or to learn during this symposium. My name is Solomon. I do work with Bukola Chemical Industries Limited, and I'm very delighted to share with you, from an experience perspective, the issue of counterfeit agrochemicals. And when we speak counterfeit agrochemicals, in the regulation that we follow, fertilizer is classified as an agrochemical. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong. So my presentation will combine both pesticides or pest control products and fertilizers. And as a way of setting the stage, Africa has a huge potential for growth when it comes to agriculture, but pesticides pose a very serious threat to this growth, and this is in all sorts of ways, as I will elaborate in my presentation. But what is certain is that fake products, also equal to counterfeits, erode trust, destroy crops, and can potentially harm our health. And I will explain how that could happen again later in my presentation. We know that Uganda is a key player when it comes to agriculture, not just in our region, but globally. Part of the conversation that was here was about food that we export to the EU. So that makes us quite very important. We are known as the Pearl of Africa for reasons related to our capacity and a lot to do with what we have or what we are blessed with. There have been so many statistics that, keep flying up and about. What I can only confirm is the estimates by FAO in 2018 that 20 to 30% of agro-inputs in sub-Saharan Africa are counterfeit. Now, I know we have media in the house, and I'm not going to make careless statements about what we estimate to be counterfeit in our country, because one of our biggest challenges is quoting ourselves off without justification. And when we speak about science, we must be able to justify. We must be able to support that kind of information that we give out. So what we know is in Uganda we have a considerably significant portion of our agro inputs as counterfeit. The quotes of 40 or 50 or sometimes even 60, I cannot verify. But also, before we dig deep into this presentation, we need to understand what counterfeit is. I did hear in the room that we have generics, we have counterfeits that are produced without license. Our understanding of counterfeit for today, and this I say because meaning is not in words, but it is in people. I want to be very, very clear that I wish to take counterfeit products as those products that are fake and are made or meant to imitate something valuable. Rarely do people counterfeit things without value. And the counterfeiting is usually for commercial purposes. So the items that are of value, that are created to imitate the original, the legitimate products, with the intent to deceive me and you, the buyer or the consumer, that what we are buying is the real thing. There's a huge difference between counterfeit and substandard products. Not all substandard products are counterfeit. However, some counterfeits are also substandard. And I don't know that it would shock you for me to say there are some counterfeits that actually get the work done. Now that's where the huge mix is. And that there are so many forms of counterfeits. One of those is the mislabeled. You quote that to be A, the mislabeled products, where a product has been labeled as another. I will show you that in a bit. You have a product of value, but maybe because it's a new product or because it doesn't move as fast in the market, the unscrupulous businessmen and women change the label of that product and put another label of another product which easily moves. I'll show you that in a bit. The other form of counterfeits are diluted or adulterated products. And again, I'll show you this in a bit, where you have a good brand which has a name, but unscrupulous men and women get that product, adulterate it for purposes of increasing volumes. Okay? And then they present, it could actually be the same product, but they present it when it has been, its quality and several attributes that relate to, again, its quality have been tampered with. The other form is the repackaging and the reuse, where you have, and what is very common is, you have a good product, you send it out with its packaging. After using it, the packaging is collected as now raw material, brought back by the producer of the counterfeit. They refill it or reuse the packaging and present back that product as if it is from the original manufacturer. Take that as C, and I want to show you what I mean by those three forms. Now, when you see the first jerrycan marked A, that jerrycan is engraved with another name. Those that are closed, the name is Chebe. But the label on the jerrycan is Weedmaster. But we know that the label is of a product produced by another entity, and the packaging is also from another. But because probably the the product that was originally, or the brand name that was originally part of that label was not that of a product that would probably move as much, if I'm to put it that way. The counterfeiter decided to put on a label of a product that could easily move. So that clearly is a counterfeit. B is of fertilizer, because I want to make this inclusive. That is adulterated, where that fertilizer, which looks like diammonium phosphate, stones have been included to bring the weight of the bag to 50 kgs. And if you buy, you will not tell. You will probably find out later. But we know the manufacturer doesn't do that. Now, we have another product that is common these days called biochar, especially the bamboo biochar. It almost looks like that. I'll tell you without fear of contradiction that there's a lot of introduction of biochar now packed as diammonium phosphate and given a name of a brand that sells. That is adulteration. And C is the repackaging and reuse. Now, the company that owns the brand Ant Killer does not actually produce 100 ml packaging. But what we see is a 100 ml pack on the market. Clearly that is counterfeit. The counterfeiters, I did know that several times they're also trying to respond to some market requirements. That they realize there is a gap with packaging, so they innovate to introduce. Maybe they think the brand owner is too slow to respond to the gap. So they fill the gap, and we'll be seeing some of the drivers. So what we need to watch out for are those three forms. The third form is becoming increasingly difficult to tell apart because a lot of the materials that they use in production are recycled. So it is very hard, even for the brand owners lately, to differentiate counterfeit from the legit products. But as we speak counterfeit, there are things that should be heavily concerning us. My subtitle is the underappreciated impact of counterfeit agrochemicals. We talk about counterfeit agrochemicals, but we don't dig deep into appreciating or understanding what the real impact is. For our sharing and quickly, one of the very serious impacts is reduced agricultural productivity. There is research that was done in 2017 that shows that when farmers' attitudes towards, or their perception of the quality of inputs is low, their ability to adopt, use, and invest in agro inputs equally goes down. And if they don't use these yield improving inputs, certainly production and productivity is at risk. But as if that is not enough, if we speak the science, some counterfeits actually do not get the work done. Away from just getting the work done, or probably the particular real-life example, it takes roughly about 2 weeks for glyphosate to get the work done, to deliver. You know how erratic our seasons are. We don't talk about early planting. Lately, we talk about timely planting. So you must be on time. So if you lose a week, it is too much for a farmer. You apply a herbicide, which is a counterfeit, it doesn't get the work done. Half of the month, you cannot plant. You must do it again. And if you're lucky to get a genuine one that works for you, you're already a month late. And that is very significant. When you talk about insect pest control or even disease, take an example of fungal diseases, especially those that are very virulent, which could ravage the garden overnight. We are talking about blights as an example, and you are applying counterfeit, say, mancozeb, one of the molecules that we saw on the list. You are risking too much. You bought seed, a few grams at $1 million+ shillings, and you are losing. So it is serious. If you are investing, then you know how serious it is. You must do everything to ensure that you take care of the investment that you are making. There's an interesting conversation I had over lunch with my colleagues from Kenya who said they were supporting a statement made by the registrar here that our use of agrochemicals is still low. They actually said that for some farms you could not even find a fly going around because of the heavy dosing of some of the pesticides. And of course, when farmers lose, their trust goes down, and that's why the youth sometimes run away from agriculture, because they've tried it, they've tried the inputs are not delivering, so guess what? They move out. Their cost of production is high, they can't recoup anything. There is a very serious issue about health and environmental hazards. And without necessarily explaining what is on the slide, if we talk about the other form of counterfeiting, which is relabeling, we have seen cases where some unscrupulous fellows change the labels of one product and put on another. Now, these products are unique. Each comes with its own prescriptions. Each comes with its own guidelines, including a very important one called PHI. So you have a product whose PHI is 3 days. Someone replaces it with a label which says PHI is, you have a product whose PHI is 7 days or 14, someone replaces it with a label that says 3 days. Guess what happens? If a farmer buys it and follows the instructions, after 3 days they will harvest. What is going to happen to you, the consumer? And this is where it gets concerning for people that think counterfeit, because we've also had that. If you think, because I saw many people serving salad during lunch, I cannot confirm how safe you are. I'm not saying you are unsafe. I'm saying I cannot confirm. So that has a significant implication. During one of our anti-counterfeit activities, we collected samples that contained material that you could never imagine counterfeiters are using. Some of those, of course, for the simplest bit, some of those contain human urine. Soil degradation is another, and so many others. Now, because in the room we have a lot of businessmen and women, the impact of counterfeit on business is very significant. If our industry can be estimated at about, 150 million US dollars, or slightly there, about 140, 150. If 30% of the products that we are talking about are counterfeit, how much are we losing annually? That's a lot of money. Now, that is only money in terms of revenue. With counterfeit, you do not only lose money because another person has sold in your place, but you are also losing your future business, because this eats into the credibility of your brand, where farmers will advise themselves against the product. And over time, you are not selling simply because the product's goodwill has been eroded. And of course, we are only lucky that these products are zero rated when it comes to VAT. Otherwise, we would still talk about government losing some bit of revenue there. But in one way or another, we still lose. So these losses, some of which we cannot attach a value to, are significant. And I believe one of the challenges we have is to establish the value across what we are talking about as losses or the impact. Quickly, I want to talk about what is driving counterfeit and probably some of the challenges. One of them is normalcy. And again, I had in this room someone, and when presentations are being made about counterfeit, as part of opening statements, I often hear people say, this is a global what? It's a global problem. So we tend to appreciate it as it is everywhere. Like, yes, we are talking about counterfeit, but wait a minute. Counterfeit is a global. Why are we looking at counterfeit as being everywhere and not at least just concentrate at fact that we have a growing problem here? Yes, it's everywhere, but maybe the impacts are also equally different. So we have made it normal that sometimes when you talk about it, people don't mind, people don't care, and people don't give it the due attention it deserves. So making it normal alone is making it worse. 2 is the negligence of intellectual property owners, the brands. Again, as part of our activities, we have intercepted quite a number of suspected counterfeit products, some of which belong to many other organizations. And then when you inform the owner of the brand owners, the intellectual property owners, some of them have actually told us to wait until they are able to mobilize whatever they need to mobilize, which they never do or even never get back until they are able to act. Others, with the perception that the impact to them is small, they choose to ignore. When intellectual property owners neglect protecting their brands, they are literally putting the users of those products at risk. And I believe it's our responsibility as intellectual property owners to protect these products, because if we do not, then the impact is beyond the user of the product. In fact, it later comes, or it could come back to you. The other is the non-application of available deterrent penalties. Again, one of the key problems, one of the key issues we hear about is non-existence of maybe laws. People keep saying, there are no laws, there is no anti-counterfeit law. Yes, there may not be an explicit one, but they are provisions. They are laws and regulations that seem to speak to what we need to do about it. For example, there are penalties with the Agricultural Chemicals Act now revised, and so many others. Monetization, the inadequately resourced regulatory institutions which are supposed to get this work done. Some of us have had issues and called on the regulators or some institutions to help. Again, the issue of resources comes up. Someone cannot move to the site to get the work done. Monetization of the fight against counterfeit, where each participant in the fight expects to gain out of it, in some cases. And then quickly, the high demand and supply shortages. One of the key issues we have at the moment is we have fertilizer that has been off market for some time. Guess what? The counterfeiters will fill the gap. And then, of course, several others. I'll quickly move to the recommendations as I wind up, because I think we'll have a panel that will be able to respond to some questions, if any. So I believe to effectively combat this menace of counterfeits, one of the key things is to increase our stakeholder education. Several times we talk about farmer education, but what we have realized that this goes beyond farmer education. Sometimes the stakeholders have a misunderstanding of, and misperception of what this issue is and how significant it is, the magnitude. And therefore, maybe to give it the attention it requires, we need to educate ourselves and the users of the products. And then definitely the regulatory frameworks, which need to be enhanced with building capacity for our bodies. And lastly, because we are here in the room to talk about the issues that we believe are very important to all of us, we cannot go down without talking about collaboration. As a brand fighting against counterfeit, you realize that the counterfeiter of someone else's seed or fertilizer is the same fellow that counterfeits the herbicide. So you have duplication of resources if everyone goes at it by themselves. So we need to collaborate, bring all these resources together, work with all the stakeholders, and be able to contribute to this. Part of what we have done already, though we are yet to reap the results, we have brought together Ministry of Agriculture, Police, DPP, CropLife Uganda has been part of this, and a very, very important organization called the Anti-Counterfeit Network Africa, which has done a good job but needs further support, has also been doing this. So I call upon all of us to discuss how best we can collaborate to be able to contribute towards the negative effect of counterfeit, which is continuing to grow, making it even very difficult for us to fight. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad that panelists will probably give any concerns that you may have a very good attention and responses.
Mr. Seruo, let's give him a round of applause. Solomon Seruo is the Marketing and Business Development Manager, Bukola Chemical Industries Limited. Are we okay? Let's stand up for a minute. Let's all stand up for a minute. Let that food settle down. Let it, get to know your neighbor again. Ask them for their phone number. Offer to buy them a drink later. Huh? Yes. Get to know each other. Okay? And Solomon has done a great job of setting the agenda for the next session. Okay, you may take your seats now. You may take your seats now. Again, my name is Alan Kasuja. I'm going to moderate the next session. And thankfully, I don't know anything about this stuff, so I'm just going to approach it as an extremely ignorant pedestrian. So my questions are bound to be simple, but very persistent. Mr. Mtabazi, how are you? This man has such a horrid reputation. But please stand up, sir. But he's effective in his methods, so I'm told. Anyway, what are you doing with yourself these days? I don't see you in politics too much.
I'm out of politics.
Yeah, you had to go out.
I did my part.
You did your part. Now, you have done some work around counterfeits. Masaka area is quite full of counterfeit products, is it not? Tell me a bit about the work you've done.
Masaka region is number 1 in counterfeit. Masaka is an area where we have somebody who imports 1 container of fertilizer and mixes it with another container, and we have 2 containers.
Another container of what?
Either sand or soil. And it is sold as a fertilizer.
That's terrible. You've seen this happen?
Yes.
So for those who don't know this gentleman, how many of you have heard of this gentleman? All of you have heard of him? Not all of you? I don't have to?
Yeah.
Okay. He has asked me not to.
I'm saying they don't have to know me.
Yeah.
But that's the reality. But the issue here is, you see, the gentleman in the morning talked about 2 types of counterfeits. One is actually not types of counterfeit, but said one was because people are ignorant. The farmers are ignorant. The second one was because, I don't remember. Sorry, what was the second one? Somebody talked about it.
Yes, that gentleman.
Yes, you.
Fred.
He said the second one was because, I don't remember, but the issue is, not all farmers are ignorant. Like me, I'm not a peasant. I am a farmer, but I'm not ignorant. I actually know. But the issue is, even those who don't know need
how to use the fertilizers and the chemicals.
Exactly. Need to be protected. But by who? One, you, the people seated in this room. 90% of the people seated in this room are not doing their job.
This is how it usually starts, Go on.
Because we've got people from the ministry, we've got people from UNBS. If you have...
There are also police officers there?
Ignore them. Because they are equally victims. So, but what I'm trying to say is, if you have people like UNBS, when a farmer tries to process, to add value to a coffee bean, to make a kawa, for example. Coffee. The process of selling that is a nightmare. The UNBS will get out and fight that to the last point. When somebody does a counterfeit, like we've just seen in the last presentation, where is UNBS? Because there are those who are made here, but there are also those that are imported. The Masaka
imported as counterfeit?
Yes.
Already counterfeit?
Yes. Let's get out of the agriculture, the crop part, and go into acaricides. Every person who is into cow rearing or farming knows what we are undergoing. We have lost a number of cows, and we are mixing the dudu with the calcite, and our cows have lost all the eyes. Those that have not died, and these people are here.
They become blind.
Yes, they become blind because of the dudu. So that aside, the counterfeit business, it must be fought by the people in this room, and we are not doing enough.
What would you like to see done?
I would like to see the people coming out, UNBS, Ministry of Agriculture, these companies like, who is the gentleman who was just Bukola should, these private companies should be the first one to come out and go and fight, because they are losing actually in the real sense, because they should be. Now you are here choosing me or choosing police to do what? Do I know this kind of language you're talking about? It is you who know the ingredients, whether you mix the things. How many of these people have got? I'll give you an example. I worked on a team by government that was looking at what is this thing that we find in posho? Aflatoxin. We are trying to find the aflatoxin levels from Mbarara to Mpiji. We went making samples of the posho, and we found that aflatoxin levels were over 25%. But if we manage to do that, why can't you come out? Why don't you work with Crop Life, create a system?
Hold on. Hold on. I'm in charge here and I'm taller than you. How were you able to do that work? Where did the money come from? What was the difference? How were you able to deliver?
We made a lot of noise, and the Ministry of Agriculture came up.
Is the Ministry of Agriculture effective? I love you guys, but I have to ask this question.
Yes,
do you find that there is sufficient political will in the Ministry of Agriculture to get this job done?
Sometimes there is.
Depends on the day.
Depends on the pressure they get.
Okay.
And now the pressure here was, because the government of Kenya had sent away our posho, had sent away our flour, and they had stopped us to export. Therefore, there was a lot of pressure to Maif to do that. So we need the companies here, the private companies that are here, need to create a lot of pressure, so that we could. Why even create pressure? Because they are private companies. Raise up your own money, work with Crop Life, go down and do your own work. You are protecting your own businesses.
So we need to make it politically dangerous to ignore these problems.
You can't do it politically dangerous here because you won't manage. You won't change anything politically, but you are changing your own business.
I got it. So if it was up to you, how would you sort this out? Oh, don't ask him that. Don't ask him that. Don't ask him that question. I'm coming back to you, sir, in a minute. We have to have this conversation. It's going to be brutally honest. And Ministry of Agriculture, I'm a patriot. So don't question my intentions. I come in good faith. And we are going to have a brutally honest conversation. And I'm going to start again. I really honor this woman, Victoria Sechtoreko. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm going to ask you a few questions, ma'am, if you don't mind. And not only because she's a former Minister of Agriculture, but also because she worked at the very, very highest level of the Food and Agriculture Organization for many years before she returned home to serve her country. Has it always been like this, or is Uganda changing, madam?
No, the world is changing. During our days, most of the herbicides were actually imported by the ministry. That is one. Two, that the three industries which were using fertilizers were sugarcane, tobacco, and tea. Most Ugandans were not using fertilizer. Unfortunately, when we started going, digital and chemical and whatever, we did not prepare anybody. But for me, what is most unfortunate is that even now, we are not preparing anybody. Most of your children, whether they are 15 or they are 5 or they are 20, they have no idea what we are talking about. But then, as you all know, eventually they will all go into agriculture and meet these counterfeits and whatever. You know, when you see fertilizer for the first time, you don't know what it looks like. Even if I sell you ash, you think it always looks like that.
And I know I've been a bit hard on the Ministry of Agriculture. Do you think that the private sector is also being a bit is not spending as much as it should. It's being too careful with its money.
No. You see, private sector, we don't do an exam in order to become private sector. Everybody just enters private sector. So we cannot judge them. The only thing we can do is sensitize them continuously. Like somebody said, the Catholics are always praying on Sunday. They go under Kwejusa on Friday. They sin on Monday, and we keep... So even this private sector and the chemical people, we should keep talking.
And finally, before I let you go, what is the solution? Because you're not walking out of this room without a solution.
In my view, this is the solution. And honestly, let me say this because this is what I'm feeling. I really love the fact that you are all seated here. I thought some of you would leave after lunch. Thank you. This is the beginning.
Let's give her a round of applause. You can't speak to two different people. Victoria Sejtoreko, the Honorable, is, the other gentleman. He will come and wake you up at 3 o'clock and lock you up if he thinks that that's what is necessary. Anyway, let me invite my panel. It's made up of some really, really big minds on this issue. John Rotich, Commercial Manager, Uganda for Yara, East Africa. Given Mudenda, Managing Director, East, Southern, and Southern Africa for Syngenta. And Johan Krieglo. Yeah, I know, man. You too. Yeah. Johan, did I get that one right? Excellent. Oh. Johan. And then Patrick Makweta, who is a board member for CropLife Uganda. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'm going to start by, first of all, asking very simple questions. Who understands what counterfeit is in this audience? Who has had a personal experience with counterfeit agriculture, fertilizer, chemicals? Anybody? Personal experience? Yeah. What's your name, ma'am? What was your experience?
Mirembe Sophie from Grain Pulse. This season that's just ending, there were Grain Pulse bags. Okay, we deal in crop-specific fertilizers. So we blend fertilizers for particular crops. The most popular blend is the maize blend. This season, there was a maize blend in the market, but the bag had different signs on it. Some bags, they couldn't even spell potassium. So they put potassium and added maybe AA, and you're like, you can't even spell the NPK, but you are cooking the bag. And the bag was full, like the fertilizers were downtown, in Container Village, to be specific, in different shops. We tried chest, but got nothing.
I tell you. In Luganda we say, thank you, Sophie, Kampala Sibizimbe. It means Kampala is not the buildings you see. It is the experience of being in Kampala. Anybody else with a personal experience? Sheila, good to see you. Do you have a personal experience at all? Come and talk to me about it.
Thank you, Alan. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the most recent one, I won't mention the brand. No, let me not mention. Where we bought herbicides, and once you apply the herbicides, the weeds just multiply. So we've been kind of saying, what's happening to the weeds? It's like you are giving them fertilizers instead of killing the weeds.
Like when you take medicine for malaria, it becomes malaria plus. Yes, sir. What is your personal experience?
Thank you. My name is Sembo Lincoln. My experience with counterfeit is that a farmer bought one of our products, which is only broadleaf herbicide. And then he came calling back that this product has killed all his plants, everything. And then I asked him, the maize? Yes. The grasses? Yes. What about the beans? Yes. And then I says, is it our product? He said, yes, I bought it and I had you people training. But when we went, the bottle was our product, but what was inside? Fake.
Wow. So it's a big problem, clearly. And honestly, I don't want to sit up there because my stomach will look bigger than it actually is. So I'm going to try to keep walking. And I just think it's important that we have a brutally honest conversation about this issue. If I may start with you, Given, what's the experience in Zambia? Do you have as big a problem as we're hearing now? Is that what's happening there? Do you have counterfeit as well, or Uganda is just different?
Thank you, Alan. I think to be fair and honest is this is not only in Uganda where I have these problems. In Zambia is one of the key issues that we are also facing. And a lot of initiatives are being developed with the support of CropRife, AME, to make sure that we can combat this and stop some of these activities. So they are there a lot of counterfeits, and also the containers. I think one of the areas that we also need to start looking at in Uganda is how do we collect the empty pesticide containers so that these guys do not get them and put in something else that is different. Like Lincoln has said, where you had a selective herbicide, someone gets your container and puts in a glyphosate, take care of everything on the ground. Unfortunately.
Is it widespread though? Is it a big problem? Is it a threat to business?
Absolutely. I can tell you right now as we're speaking, I've just received an email. One of our team members in some areas in Kenya, they're developing and promoting a product. The moment they finish about to sell the product, there's someone who is selling a counterfeit already on the market, already happening right now. So our security team are on the ground because of these things are happening in Kenya, in Zambia, in Mozambique, in Zimbabwe, everywhere in Uganda is happening. So it's a widespread problem and we need to find a solution.
Right, and Jon, how bad is business for you? How are you being affected by what's happening with these counterfeits?
Yeah.
I want examples, like literal examples.
Literal examples. So, I mean, first of all, of course, we are affected, but let's talk about who's really affected, and that's the customer that basically puts out, so the smallholder farmer in that case, that sheds out a large amount of money, which is a lot of money for them, basically gets a product that doesn't get the job done, where he trusts in a brand, and then obviously by receiving something that is not the product it should be, has a major impact. So for us, we have the similar experience as our colleagues from Syngenta. So it's a widespread problem. You would estimate in the world on CP, we say it's 12 to 14%. To answer the question before, why are we looking at the world? If we're looking at 40%, if that's the figure for
But you see, that doesn't make sense in this context. Sorry to push you, Jon, but
right.
I'm looking for examples.
Okay, let me go in a concrete example.
But
let me, for example, take a seeds example, right? We deal in seeds and CP. It's the same thing. You have people, and we had that, for example, a widespread case in Kenya last year, where grain, so not seed, certified seed, was colored in red color, which is usually the color for the coating of the seed. And it was actually filled into something that was even a well-manufactured bag. So the outside looked like it was not a reused bag, it's somebody that went out and basically wanted to fake the bag. So these are cases where you then have 40, 50, 60 tons, even trying to fake regulatory labels, and basically selling something that will absolutely partially not germinate, will not deliver, and will basically create a major problem for the farmer that spent a lot of money on a product that he trusts in because he needs obviously the outcome of that crop, basically letting the farmer down. For us, of course, it's something where on the corporate side, you're going to get the complaints, you need to follow up. Of course, you have the lost revenue because, of course, the farmer actually wanted to buy the original product. But of course, you also have an impact on the brand, which basically means that farmer, is he still going to trust the brand in the same way as he would have done before? So the thing is, there's multiple areas of impact. So the farmer is being harmed, which is for them partially catastrophic. For us, of course, it's a reputational loss. It's something where you expend work, and basically, in the end, somebody is profiting for something that should have never been sold in the market, and that should absolutely be limited and prohibited, of course.
So how are you pushing back?
So when you learn about these kind of cases, of course, as Given said, you follow up. But of course, there's a lot of proactive manners that you're trying to do, how you protect your products. First of all, you have certain safety mechanisms or seals, codes on the bags, like for example, scratch codes with phone numbers that will tell you if this is an officially registered product. It's a one-time use, so even reusing the bag, if the code is being scratched, you will not be able to reuse it, right? There are other features. There is even on our chemical bottles, usually you have a seal that breaks when you open the bottle. There's a QR code on it and a hologram. It's very, very difficult to fake. The problem again is when you talk about Africa, A, you need to educate millions of farmers on what the things are that they look for, which we do when we do product trainings. And the other thing is, of course, now we still have a certain, let's say, problem with the use of modern technology. For example, a very simple case is internet receptibility and the right smartphones in the field to actually make use of some of these modern mechanisms. So that's something that, again, gets you back to other features like an SMS, but that's what you're trying to do. So it is basically protecting your product by features, by safety features, by trying to have features on the packaging that are getting destroyed when the product's being used so that it's not reusable. And of course also educating the farmer, because if the farmer doesn't know what he's looking for, what the original looks like, what the safety mechanism is, or for example, just a simple case on a bag of seed or a bottle of Roundup, to scratch that code and basically send a free SMS to a number that will tell him whether or not the product is right, then even the mechanism doesn't help you.
So how do you set up these trainings for farmers?
So we of course do product demonstration and trainings out.
In the field?
And it is, yes, and it's obviously, it is included in every single product training that you also tell the farmer, A, of course, how to safely apply the product in terms of a chemical. The second one, of course, also how to make sure that you actually have the product in hand that you want to buy and want to apply. And this is ideally, of course, at the point of sale. So when the stockist, the retailer basically is selling the product, that you would have a safety feature right there that the farmer can make sure that when he spends the money, he actually is getting the product that he's looking for.
Let's give him a round of applause. Let's give Given a round of applause. And now, Mr. Rotich, Yara, Uganda, discuss.
Thanks, Alan.
You are specifically inclined towards fertilizer.
Yeah, definitely. I work for Yara.
And tell me about your experience with that. How's that going?
Yeah, Alan, good to be here to give my experience. And I'm giving experience which is under a month.
Under a month in Uganda?
Yeah.
It's long enough in Uganda.
I mean, what we've done is under a month. And I'm lucky to work here and also work back in Kenya. Now, we have, as Sophia said, we also have fertilizer massive in container, just here in Kampala, or fake fertilizers from Yara, not really from us, but from fakers. And they are coming all the way or crossing the border. So 2 weeks ago, we imported 2 trucks, one at the border in Swam, another one in Luakaka, and they are being processed by Kenyan authorities to appear in court. On Friday, with the help of Andrew, I must thank Andrew and Otut who are here, we were able to raid container, and we went with close to 50 metric tons of fertilizer, of counterfeit. So it's massive. And we are doing this because we appreciate the multi-agency approach that we have taken. We're lucky back in Kenya, we have Anti-Counterfeit Association Authority. They are the ones who flagged the truck, and we were able to identify and say, this is not our fertilizer. And we gave all the justification that it's not ours.
That's an interesting point you're making about collaborative cross-border collaboration. Is that common?
Definitely. It is. I don't know. My other colleagues can attest, but I think the first solution, as in, we need to give long-term and immediate solutions. The immediate solution to mop what we have is to check the border points. So for us, we have contacts in both Malaba, Busia, Luakaka, Swam. And those guys assist us. And we are working closely with police and also working with...
That's interesting. How do they assist you? They call you and tell you we've seen a truck here?
Yeah. They even call me at night. There's someone who even called me yesterday to clear a truck. And they sent on WhatsApp, is this your fertilizer? I tell him, get me all the documentation. So he sent the delivery note, the photo of fertilizer. I confirm with the guys in the office. I go through my emails and I check like, oh, so we load this truck, it's okay. If it's suspicious, we'll send someone there or I'll go myself. And we will identify and say, this one, it's not ours. And
I picked up 2 things here. Number 1, good networks, good contacts, good relationships with the authorities. Definitely. Is that a fair point?
Definitely.
And then from what Jon was saying earlier on, there is something to be said about the relationship with the farmers. The farmer knowing the product and making sure that they can tell. It's like a bank teller touching all those notes, and they can feel it when a fake one is slid into a pile of cash because they've touched the notes and they're familiar with them. Is that a fair assessment? And then from what Given is saying, the relationship with authorities, where you go lock up those people and make sure that they are prosecuted for this work and they're not rewarded. I just want to now come to you, Patrick, and what is your experience in Uganda? What are you seeing and what measures are working in addressing this issue of counterfeit?
Thank you, Alan. Patrick Makwete is my name. My experience, first of all, I must say 25 years in the field. The company I work for, El Shaddai, was established in...
If you just put the microphone on that side, okay. It's distorting, so you're not being very clear. Yeah.
25 years in the field of this business. The counterfeit, I think, have just increased in the last 10 to 15 years and getting worse in the digital era. As an institution and as a person, I come from the east, that is Mbale. And like ex-chair mentioned, Mbale is one of the, hot areas when it comes to some of these things. Reason may be because of proximity to the border. That could be one. But I also want to say one or two things. I've been an advocate of trying to make people at the border, particularly the enforcement officers, understand what genuine fertilizers are. On this note, I'm going to speak about our ministry staff. Because of the many border points across, if you begin from Busia, come through Ruakaka, Malaba, now there's Swam. If I may ask in this room, how many of you have ever gone through Swam border? And if not Swam, there's also another entry point near Kalita, the upper end in the Saboti area. These are some of the areas or routes that what would call fake products come through, particularly bulk, like fertilizers. And I'm certain that if I ask the ministry staff, I wonder if they have anybody on those border points who may be understanding exactly what it means by a fake product.
Hold that
yes,
thought.
They may be
hold
there.
that thought. Hold that thought. We have some ministry people here. Hold that thought, Patrick. Let's find out from them if there are people in Swam or in these places. Fred. He asks a very pertinent question. We're going to address these issues. No problem. So, Fred, I'm sorry, man, but are you present in these places?
Yes, we are present.
You are?
We are, I think, Swam is talking about Swam in particular, right?
Are you talking about Swam, Patrick?
Swam and Kalita up.
Kalita, I'm not sure, but Swam, early last year we deployed an inspector at the border. But you also have to take cognizance that when we were presenting, one of the things that we were raising was issues of manpower and then the capacity. So for the borders, Kalita could be, it's maybe just an upcoming border. You could, it's just upcoming.
But it is a border.
It is. So Alan, I've not refused, it is. So Alan, you live in Uganda and we operate in a situation of scarcity. So for the major borders, okay, we've deployed inspectors according to the capacity as it is now.
So you have no capacity. Numbers of what?
The inspectors.
What does it take to get more inspectors?
The boss will be here tomorrow. I will ask that.
Is it a training issue? Is it a resource issue? Because I think if there is, if it's likely that the businesses on the other side might lose from not monitoring these places, it's possible that you can collaborate with the ministry, right?
With the ministry or with them?
You and the private sector can get together.
But they cannot.
Alan, permit me interject something.
They can't deploy their own inspectors.
They can't?
Yeah, because, somebody was saying, I think it was Mr. Mtavazu was saying that, first of all, the other issue is who is faking?
What are you saying about the private sector?
We need to say, I'm saying, who is faking?
You're saying it's a private sector?
I'm saying who is faking. So, Alan, get my words very well. Who is
I need you to be very clear. What are you saying?
So we are in this room, and it's very clear that they may not be here for purposes of, but there are also bad apples within the industry. This is a, like we're saying, this is a kind of discussion that we must have.
Yes.
Okay? Honest discussion. So, that's why we're saying you cannot deploy, we cannot say you bake your own cake and
eat it.
Exactly. So, but that said, there is hope.
I think that's a very important point. We're giving the ministry a lot of, but the business of selling counterfeit is business. It's from the business side of things. And that is something that must be confronted. So you guys on the other side should be able to be introspective, to look at each other and to monitor each other. I think that's the point you're making. Let's give him a round of applause. He's done well. Yeah, Patrick, sorry I interrupted.
Yes, sure. Well, the point there is that Manpower Fred has really, managed to let us know. But we've also got another very important concern. These products are cleared through Uganda Revenue Authority, if I'm not mistaken, because they go through vehicles, through the road, through the borders that have got the taxman. Could it be that the taxman also need to be enlightened on what is ideal? Because you cannot just say place one man at the border and you expect him to understand everything. In my view, if we could have a bit of training for the people who do clearance in Uganda Revenue Authority, maybe a specific desk. This time around, they should employ agriculturists to do revenue work. That could also help to identify fake or counterfeit, in my humble submission.
I think, have you made an attempt to reach the Commissioner General URA to have that discussion? Does anybody know the response to that? Have you been invited? Was he invited for this event? Is there anybody from Uganda Revenue Authority? Where? Please put up your hand, we need to have a chat. Where? They've gone quiet. Sorry? Okay, so there is that issue with the taxman and the education of the taxman. We might need to make a note of that. And I just want to also engage with Commissioner of Police, Dr. Nanyonga. Madam, there's the issue of monitoring these border posts. Please tell us, how is the police force prepared for this challenge? How are you structured? What resources are at your disposal at the moment?
At the border posts, we work with the territorial police at those particular border posts. Not naive, but in case of any counterfeit, we work with the DPCs or the regional police commanders to arrest those suspects, then we arraign them in court.
Do you have an example we can go with?
Yes, sometimes we get some trucks which don't have permits and from different countries, and we arrest them actually.
Have you done that recently? I'm just trying to understand so that we borrow from these examples.
Not recently, but some time back.
Okay. Why not more recently? Because this is an ongoing problem. This is a problem that is still here. Is it? If you say some time back, it could be 2018. No.
Cattle thefts actually are ongoing, and we have actually animal checkpoints. Not really at the border posts, but throughout the country. We have our personnel there to check on some of those crimes, especially cattle traders who move with animals minus movement permits, cattle traders license. We do arrest them.
What about fertilizer and chemical? Yeah, that's that part.
As for fertilizers, we work together with agricultural inspectors in our operations. We don't work alone. We work in close contact with them.
And you've made some arrests, prosecutions?
Yes, we made some arrests and prosecutions.
Okay. Anything recent? No?
Not really. Not really, but
last week?
To be honest, we lack the resources, and is very much aware. And sometimes they don't bring us on board. Actually, they do arrest. They do the arresting
this
themselves.
Is getting juicy. So you're saying the collaboration between Uganda police and...
We need the collaboration between the Uganda police and the technocrats from the ministry.
Fred, do better. So that there's need for better collaboration with the police. And you identify that as an issue? Okay. Yes, Patrick.
Alan and members in the room, I am not a person from the judiciary, but I'm lively informed that the penalties or the law is weak. Somebody has been gotten with a counterfeit, worth 100 million, but what does the law say? And these people go through the same course we talk about, and of course pay peanuts and they move on. So I think there's need to improve on the law in terms of penalties.
Let's give him a round of applause. I don't know how to ask this question delicately, but thank God I don't need to be delicate. Huh? Oh, because I was going to ask about that. Okay, please explain, because I was coming for you properly. What do you mean? What's happened? Please explain. Yes, Fred.
We've revised the regulation, and we are saying, moving forward, if somebody is caught with a counterfeit product, and the court deems so that evidence is overwhelming, you'll be imprisoned for 30 years or pay money to a tune above about 200 million. So I think...
So when is this stuff coming into play?
After the Solicitor General is cleared, so it's before Solicitor General for clearing.
So at the moment things are still a bit lenient?
The old regulation, which is talking about.
But there is a deliberate... Because I was going to ask myself, what is wrong with MIFE? Why can't you just fix this, address this at a policy level? But you're saying that it's being addressed?
It's being addressed.
Okay, let's give MIFE a round of applause. He has one question. Let's get this one question. What is your one question? Who are you, what do you do, and what's your question? I'll hold the mic, I'll hold it.
Okay. First of all the...
What's your name and what do you do?
My name is Sharad, and I'm asking the question from the MIFE or the UNBS. Any fertilizer coming in the country, it is required the COC, PBOC. So how any fertilizer from Swam or from Busia, from Malaba, or Mr. Patrick was telling, what is the UNBS is doing there?
Okay. Are you asking whether UNBS is doing its job to inspect?
Because this is the law. Any fertilizer is coming in the country, it is required the COC, Certificate of Conformity. Without that, it cannot enter. And all the Bale area, Mr. Rotich, you are selling your fertilizer from Nairobi or Eldoret go down to the Bale retailers or dealers, they are bringing without any COC to the country.
Right, so this certificate of conformation, is that the word?
That is a COC, Certificate of Conformity, is required before import to the country of any fertilizer.
Okay, right of response, do you want to respond to that? Is this something that is happening, Mr. Rotich?
Alan, let me respond this way. As far as importation is concerned, there are two approaches. What I've always seen happening is customers import through agencies. Those agencies or agents at the border normally seek permits from the ministry, and we give them perform invoices to request for COCs. So they request it on bulk through agencies. I can confirm like 3 agencies I know, one in Luakaka, 2 in Malaba. Yeah.
My question is, COC is the duty of the supplier to do before dispatching to out of country. So if the goods is coming to Uganda, whether anybody, any supplier of Kenya is looking that the COC is done.
Is there someone in Kenya checking to make sure that the COC is done? Okay, is there a response to that very briefly before we move on? Is there a response to that? Is there someone checking in Kenya to make sure that the COC is properly done?
Because
Okay. Yeah, but he can't talk on behalf of UNBS.
No, I'm not talking. It is the duty of the UNBS. That is the state partners. They have to stop. Then the counterfeit can be stopped.
Okay. You have UNBS here. Why am I even struggling?
Alan.
Who's calling me?
It's me.
Come, talk.
I think I mentioned this, and I said...
so, Mr. Rotich, finish your point.
I said there is need for multi-agency cooperation.
Collaboration, yes.
What Sharad is saying is his concern, and it is true. So when you go to the border, there is the other side of Kenya, which checks the documentation, and there is also the other side of Uganda, which checks documentation.
Compliance.
So there needs to be communication on all those sides.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. So introduce yourself very, very clearly.
Thank you very much, Alan. My name is Paul Walakira. I work with UNBS.
In what capacity?
I'm a principal standards officer.
Spiritual what?
Principal standards officer.
Standards officer.
Yes. Okay. If I understood the question correctly, normally when agrochemicals come into Uganda, most of those that have already been registered by the ministry, then they have to undergo what we call, they have to come with what we call certificate of conformity. Now,
and you're supposed to verify that these fertilizers have the certificate of conformity.
Yes. Now, the COC is issued based on Uganda standards, okay, for those agrochemicals. Now, what happens at UNBase, because as designated agencies outside Uganda, where these agrochemicals are coming from. So now it's the responsibility of whoever is importing to take those.
UNBS has an obligation to check to make sure that the COC is valid.
Definitely we do.
Are you doing that?
Yes, we do. And I think that's why he's asking why should UNBS actually ask for COC? I think that was his concern. Probably.
He's basically wondering if someone is checking to make sure that the certificate of conformity is valid. So tell me how you operate. Because again, me, I'm a pedestrian, I don't know these things. Where are you placed? Where are you? And how do you make sure that you verify the integrity of the product?
Okay. What happens is that we have we have a pivotal program which runs on what we call compulsory standards. Now, agrochemicals are covered under compulsory standards. And therefore, any agrochemicals that are brought into the country, they have to demonstrate that they meet the national standards. Okay? Now, because UNBase is not there, but we have agents who represent us where these chemicals are coming from. Now, once our designated agents issues with you a COC, you come along with that. Now, the UNBase verifies.
These agencies are not government entities.
No, they are not government entities.
They are private sector.
Private sector.
Guys, I can slip 100 shillings into their hands and.
Of course, these have been. Of course, we have done due diligence and.
Hold on. You'll get an opportunity to speak.
So they are our agencies.
Yeah.
We've done due diligence. They have gone through a competing process, and they have been verified that actually they can do the work with the credibility.
Okay. So there is an issue here. The fertilizer that is coming in is fake. Okay. How do we address this? Because you are the custodians of standards. You're the ones who need to make sure that the stuff that is coming into the country doesn't poison the farmers' work. You know, I'm still recovering from Sheila saying that the weeds multiplied instead of dying. You know, we can't have these issues. What are you doing to make sure that you support the farmer, but also the businesses involved?
The starting point is to have the standards in place.
Well, what practical things are you doing? I understand that, Paul, but what are you doing at the moment?
Now, what is being done is that, as I mentioned at the start, that we have designated agencies outside Uganda who do the testing on behalf of UNBS, issue certificate of conformity. Now, at all the entry points, we have staff who verify that these COC have been issued by UNBS designated agents.
Excellent. And then when they come into Uganda, How do you make sure that the standards are retained, are maintained? Because your job doesn't stop at the entry point, does it?
Yeah, of course, we have internally, we have a surveillance team that actually goes on the ground, and we work actually closely with the ministry, with the Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, as somebody mentioned that we have porous borders. Some of these products may actually not go through the right routes, and they find themselves on the market here.
Okay, but then they've also identified locations, hotspots. They've said container village. What are you doing about that?
We have the surveillance team that actually normally works closely with the Ministry of Agriculture to go.
Do you go to container village?
Of course we do.
Because it's a hotspot.
Yeah, but of course as somebody has mentioned here, that you see, people who counterfeit these things, sometimes they do them from the backyards, and then they find themselves there. So, but we have a surveillance team that works closely with
So why is this still a problem if you have a surveillance team that is supposedly working? Why is this still an issue?
Yeah, but of course, you find that even the industry, I mean the guys who are involved in counterfeiting, of course they're not sleeping. They know that, and of course when it comes to regulation, you cannot be everywhere.
Yeah, I understand that, but from a UNBS point of view, I'm just trying to understand what the problem is. Why is it that you failed to address this issue decisively?
Of course, one of the things now we are doing is sensitization, and we work closely with the ministry. We actually want to go into self-regulation, because that should be the way, because the issues of resources, you cannot be everywhere that you want to regulate, where some of these things happen in people's backyard. So the thinking now is to work with the ministry, with all the stakeholders, and then actually we promote self-regulation as we guide.
Who's regulating who? Self-regulating? Who's supposed to be self-regulating?
Actually, one of the things would be that one of the things we'll be discussing here in this meeting is for sure. For example, now Crop Life working with the other stakeholders to ensure that yes, the industry can actually do self-regulation. Instead, because you see, the key thing that we come into this, we have different stakeholders in this industry, and each one of them has a role to play.
Interesting.
Alan, I have one question.
Have the issue of self-regulation.
I have one question. You still have the gentleman there. I think having the standards is one thing, and how it's issued. But is it UBS, the Ugandan Bureau of Standards, I believe, do you do random sampling to check that what is written on the standards is reality in the container or on the bag? You have the labs and the capacity to do that?
We do have the labs, so sometimes we do random sampling, and this is done on a regular basis. Actually, even to cross-check that what our team, the other side, the ones who wish the COC, to show that actually they still meet the contractual obligations.
Right. So you have ability to monitor their work.
Yes, we do.
Okay, interesting, very interesting indeed. Agnes, 1 second with you, please, really quickly before I go back to the panel. If you stand up for a second for me, please. When he talked about self-regulation, I heard you saying yes, yes, yes. What did you mean?
Thank you very much. Alan, this is really a big thing. This is a huge elephant in the room. Minister of Agriculture and UNBS. First of all, the mandate is Minister of Agriculture, not UNBS. They have the mandate. And what I'm trying to say is that private sector has to come in. Because these guys, as you know, I told you earlier, their budget is always constrained. So they'll always have a story. There's no money, there's no this. So you cannot leave them to work alone. But also, having accountability to our industry is part of us. You know, good stewardship, keeping tabs of our business. That's why private sector under Crop Life, but this MAIF must really handle. You must force everybody to belong to Crop Life if you want us to do self-policing. Because if people are outside, like people who didn't come today, we can't handle.
Okay. What does that mean? If they join Crop Life, so that what? How does that work?
We are talking about self-policing. So you have accountability to each other. So when they are part of us, you have the audacity to approach a company and say, look here, you're faking. But if they're not in our Crop Life, then we cannot talk to them. Okay,
that's a very interesting point. And is this something that you would consider? I know these guys are nothing. It's really not up to them. It's up to Frank Tumwebaze and all these other gentlemen to make these decisions at a policy level. But is this something that you think has been discussed? You wait, I'll be here tomorrow. waiting for the commissioner, because clearly there's a big problem. I don't know if, Patrick, you have final thoughts, the rest of the panel, final thoughts before we conclude. Patrick, starting with you, then Jon, then Given, and then Mr. Rotich.
Thank you, Ala. Thank you, Ala.
Before that, Professor Mondo Kagonyera.
Mr. Moderator, the panel and the members, I beg your indulgence. One of the problems of this fertilizer industry is that every Tom, Dick, and Harry are involved in dealing in products that can be dangerous to the environment and the health of human beings and animals. In other areas, like human medicine, if you run a pharmacy, you must have a pharmacist backing you. What professionals do we demand to make sure that those who are involved in the fertilizer industry are following the regulations? Knowledge is the thing. People must be educated. Now, if I can say last thing, if you people and the rest want to buy an authentic fertilizer, come to me. Yes, it's true, because the product I deal in, first of all, I import it from an authentic factory in Europe. Secondly, we make sure that everybody who handles that product, sell it to you, is a man or woman of integrity. For example, some of our distributors are similar seeds. You cannot buy a fake product from those people. If you go to Masaka, the same. If you go to Mbade, the same. That is, by the way, joke I'm doing, free advertisement. But seriously, I would like the dealing of fertilizers to be very highly professionalized. That you demand, the regulator, that you demand, if you are going to deal in fertilizers, what sort of technical people do you have that are working with you? Men and women of integrity. Not merely people, really, who are even packing ordinary stuff to sell to our unsuspecting people. There are professionals who will not allow fake products. And I want to plead with you. We are confusing those two. Fake and counterfeit are different. These products you are calling counterfeit, they are fake products. They are criminal products, and they should be discouraged. The Ministry of Agriculture should make sure that anybody involved in this industry has got the professional capacity to be able to do what Agnes called self-regulation. You can't do self-regulation unless you are knowledgeable. You must know. You must know the dangers. You must have moral integrity to be able to be self-regulated. Many people who deal in this are merely just interested in money, no matter what happens. There's one guy, I won't say this, but there's someone who had even suggested that if you want your product to succeed, you buy these other people's products and adulterate them so that the people don't buy them. And we said, we can't do that. That's criminal. To be self-regulating, you must have professionals involved in the industry. Thank you, sir.
Professor Mondo Kagonyera, former minister, former chancellor of Makerere University. I am going to give the regulator one more opportunity to respond to that. And what are you saying briefly, because we need to conclude?
Thank you, Alan, and the chancellor, my former chancellor. So one of the issues that we've been grappling around with in the industry is capacity of the people who are the stockists. And in the new regulation, Professor, that has been addressed. We are saying that we should have somebody who is a professional background in agriculture to be trading in this. So we can assure that that has been addressed, and the prayer in this room is how the Solicitor General's office expedites the regulations to come out from there, and they are gazetted. And all these people, slowly, but of course there will be a time period. They will be without doubt, and we have professionals like it is with the human drugs and the vet drugs. So that's where we are going.
Okay, let's give them a round of applause.
Alan.
I need to conclude this panel, Remy. I can see your hand, but I'm going to ignore it for now. Patrick, briefly.
Alan and members in the room, I think we're here to address ways and means of reducing on counterfeit or fake products or trying to make the industry have sanity. I want to come from the angle of education. When I studied in the university, I had colleagues who did agriculture. At that time, the things we're talking about were not there. Kind of molecules. At that time, we're talking of fertilizers like DAP, urea. But even then, when you'd leave university and you get to the field and they ask you to identify, say, NPK of a different ratio, you would not manage to identify it. I'm therefore saying this because as we are in this era, there are so many things that are changing. I want to empower the stakeholders, particularly in terms of career guidance and the curricula at universities and maybe at diploma level, majoring in agriculture. We've put Fred to hotspot to answer so many things, but one, some of these things, if they can, we can start with the young people who are in the universities, teaching them the things we're speaking about here. I'm certain that as our own respected mom, Victoria, said, that we're here, but our children 10 years from now will not even understand what we're talking about. So let's try to engage universities, institutions,
secondary schools?
Even secondary schools, because the industry is changing. I've just given an example. The kind of chemicals, the molecules that we have right now are not the ones we had at that time. So it would be good that we look at it from that angle, such that we engage the people in the academia to ensure that as we're talking here, also them in wherever they are, try to engage the students to have practical approach to these things. The other point that I want to mention, I think it was very unfortunate that we only have the people of Mahif from headquarters or from the ministry headquarters. I would have loved if we had, say, district agriculture officers from some of these areas which we call hot area spots, because those are the people that Mahif should rely on to ensure that whatever we're discussing, is implemented. I wouldn't want to, water this down, but I think we need a better engagement. Since CropLife has started this today, we need more engagement in this kind of fora with all the stakeholders to ensure that we get lasting solutions. Last but not least, my grandma bought seed. That was maize seed. She planted it. After planting, there was the fall armyworm. She bought the wrong chemical or fake chemical. Consequently, she made a loss. She has grandchildren she takes care of from that farm. It implies that those children did not have, their education or their school fees paid. She expected that out of that farm, she would have something sold and save for her livelihood in terms of food. So there was a food insecurity in that home. Where she bought the seed from, the agro dealer did not know that the seed was fake because he bought it also thinking it was a genuine thing. What happened, my grandmother told it to another person and said, I think that shop sells bad products. And honestly, the person who was dealing those products was not a bad person. So the customers in that village could not go to that person to buy more inputs. That shop closed. When it closed, that person had an effect. He couldn't have a livelihood. And at that point, remember, he was supposed to be paying some tax to Uganda Revenue Authority. He couldn't pay. His business closed. And on and on and on. So the issue of counterfeit is beyond us. It should be something that we as stakeholders and government should take on seriously. Last but not least, what are some of the models? I want to speak from an experience of Bayer. They have a product which is one of the hot-selling products here. It's a seed called DK 777 and 891. What Bayer has done as a multinational appointed agents in this country. It did not only appoint agents, but it trained them and gave them, extra support staff. Now what happens that if you buy seed from those agents, and assuming that seed is not good, you will always go back to that agent. And certainly, through the agent, they could trace where that seed could have gone. But alas, as I speak, we also have got stories about your seed being faked and being imported from a neighboring country which is not even Kenya. So I don't know whether we're multinationals, what we're going to do. So it's a big problem, is my story that I'm trying to raise in the House. Thank you so much.
A round of applause. Jon, briefly, please. Final thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Patrick, because I also wanted to come to the economic loss of counterfeit. But for me, and I think by your moderation, you figured that it is definitely a topic that touches, every party in this room. Starting from the farmer that has the loss, through the channel that trades the seed, through the manufacturer, and of course the regulator and the governing bodies that basically are supposed to provide the playing field. So I think everybody has to play a role in that. For us, of course, as a company, we'll make sure that our products are clearly identifiable, that we train farmers, and that is something that I would hope that most industry members would also go to, so that we basically can identify a fake product and that we tell farmers about how they can help themselves by identifying this before even falling into the trap. The other thing is, of course, I believe we need to work together across industry and obviously the regulator to put standards in place that are enforceable. I'm very happy to hear about the legal changes that you were pointing out, because indeed treating this like a petty crime is probably not the right way. But the other thing is, of course, changing the law is one point. The other thing is that will only get into effect if it's in the end enforced. And that is obviously the point where, again, from the discussion, I think a couple of points came out. And it's for us all together to provide a system that in the end, the farmer in Uganda can strive, having right products, can be profitable, which is, again, benefiting the industries, benefiting the country, benefiting anybody in the end. Because that is basically what we're all striving for. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
John.
Stephen.
Yeah, I think I want to give you one last one as I'm closing. I know I mentioned that Zambia, we also have counterfeits, but I see the extent that you have here is a little bit too much. It's worse. I can relate, we had this problem a few years ago, but I think there are three key things that we did first. The first one is we took deliberate steps to make sure that as CropLife, as the members that are partnering in agriculture are educating the farmers. We spend money, time, and resources to go to make sure that we educate them so they can know the difference of a counterfeit, a fake product, and an original product from each supplier. And deliberately, we have all those stickers. So I think we need to make sure that we are doing that in Uganda. That will be a starting point. We need to make sure that we invest in that deliberately. Number two, we also need to strengthen the regulatory framework. There are a lot of loopholes when you listen to all these things that are happening. We can support the regulators to make sure that the regulatory framework is strengthened. These products are being imported genuinely in the country. These people are paying money to the taxman for the product that they import. But they are fake products, they're counterfeits. How can we strengthen and work with the regulators to make sure that we can stop that? If you walk to Container Village, it's very famous by the way, I need to go there. Container Village seems like you find anything you want, counterfeits. So these people, if you ask them, they have imported them genuinely. So there's something that we are not doing right. We need to find that area. And the third point that is very key is these products are coming from surrounding countries or overseas. We need cross-country collaborations. We need the regulators to work closely with CropLife and also UNBS to make sure that we can combat this. This is a huge problem, not only to the farmer, to the businesses as well. We are losing income, we are losing an opportunity from that 300 million investment that we put in. We lose the money, and we don't want to invest because we are not getting money. The businesses are losing, the farmers are losing. I think Patrick gave a very good example of his grandmother and the family. These people are struggling to have 100 Ugandan shillings. For them to invest that and lose it, everything is a disaster. And we can only be the people that are here to support them by working together. Let's work together and one step at a time. Agree on the time frame and start doing it. I think one of the things that Fazi would tell you is CropRife is very keen to support such projects. Let's reach out to CropRife AME, Africa Middle East, and they're going to support us. This is very key for us, and it's a milestone. We can do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Given. And finally, Mr. Rutich.
Thank you, Alan. I think a lot has been said. Counterfeit, I think it starts with the company. You need to take the responsibility to ensure that you can identify the product. Maif cannot know if this is a Yara genuine product or not. It's you. So the responsibility begins from us. But now, I was discussing this with my colleagues, and we were like, we hear challenges in Maif. The guy from PS has also said there are challenges. It's financial. And I'm throwing a suggestion to this symposium to be able to facilitate this. Because if I go alone to container, tomorrow grain bars will go to do raid. Next it will go Pogola. Why don't we do this thing jointly? Can we establish an anti-counterfeit fund?
Can we do it now?
Through CropLife, because CropLife is
I think that's a brilliant idea. So how do you think it should work? You're saying there's too many silos.
You see, Alan, this is the situation. If I need to go and raid, I have to spend
the microphone closer because
sorry.
Yeah.
I have to spend money, 5 million, 10 million. Now tomorrow Bugola will go. They will spend 15 million or 8 million. If we had a platform, a single platform, we would pool our resources, identify those areas, identify those fakers, and we use a body like CropLife through Maif to be able to raid for us on our behalf. It doesn't mean that I have to go alone as Yara. Tomorrow someone else goes as this. We'll spend a lot of money. But if you pull those resources through one kitty, I think we can leverage and be able to do something in the industry. That is my honest suggestion.
Okay, so we found a solution, and that solution lies in collaboration. Let's give my panel a loud round of applause. Well, thank you very much. I need to be guided. We skipped one panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was a manual. Not very good. But thank you very much. I need to be guided on what we are going to do next. Do we have time, Jimmy, for another session? Okay. Okay. So we have a cocktail coming up in a few moments. We'd like you to stick around for it. Let's give that a round of applause. The cocktail is coming up. But before we get to the cocktail, I'm going to ask Mr. Joe Iracha to make his presentation. It's not going to be very long. Regulatory commercialization challenges of fertilizers and crop protection pesticides in sub-Saharan Africa. And then we shall have the panel discussion tomorrow. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Hello. Can you hear me? As the they prepare their presentation, I will ask one simple question in Swahili. And I would like to hear from the Ugandans. I'm told they are not very good in Swahili. Are you ready, Ugandans? Yes. Chaelewa, chaelea chaundwa. Chaelea chaundwa. Anybody with an answer? Kenyan? Can a Kenyan answer? Yes, Edward.
I think Chaelea, if it's floating, it's being made.
Come again?
If it's floating, it's being made.
If it's floating, it's being made. Another one? Another try? Another Kenyan?
Kenyans are just as bad.
Come again? Everything that glitters is not gold. Mm-mm. Another one? Joe?
Anything that is good, somebody must have put in some value.
You win. Whatever looks elegant and nice, some great ideas have been put behind it. And I did that deliberately for this conference or this symposium. Isn't it really nice? It is being made. There are a lot of people who have put ideas behind it, led by Agnes. Can we put a lot of applause to them? It's been a great day when you talk as the last person. People are tired. I hear cocktails smelling out there. So, but I'll be very quick because a lot of what I'm about to present has more or less been shared. It's been like a summary. When Jimmy was introducing me, he said, I've been in Bayer for so many years. True, in one company for over 30 years, was around there, your DNA is that company. So I'm proud of that previous experience, and when I look at, I trace my footprints in the industry, I see a lot of young men and ladies who have proudly mentored. So without much ado, that's my topic, navigating the complexities of agricultural practices. And I lead a company called Fresh Care East Africa. Over the last 10 years or so, after retiring from Bayer, I can say I'm a true testimony that there is life after retirement. So don't fear retirement. What does Fresh Care do? Basically involved in a consultancy on plant nutrition and biofertilizers, specifically for two companies, one a German company and one Argentinian company, Rhizobacter, which specializes in rhizobacteria. Where's the fundi? Yeah. I think I can see it from here. I'll quickly navigate through. Of course, one of my the other functions the Fresh Care does, you had me mention of a herbs company, which I chair. But principally it was supposed to, we do consultancy on connectivity in food chain partnerships, particularly we're exporting to Europe for the small farmers. You need to connect all the key stakeholders, like the financiers, the exporter, the buyer, and all that, to bring them together. And we have done that successfully for a few companies or small farmers in Kenya. Can you move to the next? Click. Where is he? Where?
Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to use.
Excuse me, I'm from the old school. Our agenda today captures the regulatory framework for fertilizers and pesticides. My bias would be on fertilizers because pesticides I left handling over 10 years ago. We look then at commercialization, challenges in both crop protection and the fertilizers, and the strategies for overcoming the challenges in sub-Saharan Africa. For those maybe who don't know, many of you know when you talk about sub-Saharan Africa, in the olden days before 94, we used to define sub-Saharan Africa as Africa south of Sahara and north of Limpopo, because South Africa was a no-go zone. So this is where the name came from. That's the topic at hand. Key regulations and policies. Not sure I cannot exactly see from here.
You can, there's a screen here, you can look from there. No, from there, you can then click from that screen.
From where? Ah, from here. Thank you. Thank you.
You have to remain there to speak.
Yeah. The microphone. Have to be here. Okay. So we're talking about key regulations and policies. Regulations around fertilizers ensure the safe and effective use in agriculture, promoting environmental sustainability. A lot has been said. I will not go into details. Pesticide regulations. Pesticide regulations focus on safety and efficacy to protect human health and the environment while ensuring effective pest control. Importance of stakeholders. A lot today has been said about stakeholders. Understanding these regulations is essential for farmers, suppliers, and policymakers to ensure responsible agricultural practices. Now, a lot has been talked about compliance and enforcement. So it will sound like a repetition, but it's a summary. Importance of inspections. Inspections play a crucial role in ensuring compliance with safety regulations and maintaining public health standards. I'll go into one case which I came across in my life at Bayer and after. One, of course, was on pesticides. We caught a distributor who faked our product 3 times. And we reported to the regulators. They were ready to prosecute. But the farmers who had been sold the fake products did not want to spend time in court. They said, no, we don't want to go to court. We don't want to see that guy again in our premises coming to sell chemicals to us. But we couldn't go to court. But of course, at the end, the guy's game was over because the whole industry knew this guy is a faker. Another strategy we did, when we had cases we can prove or which have been proven, we decided to adopt a name and shame strategy in the mass media and on radio. That really hurts. Because they know a certain shop is earmarked, we can't go there. It's one of the ways of going around that. Another serious one, which refers to the regulators, We had one case, I will not mention the country, where we had a clear case of a fake product, actually locally formulated fake, with the manufacturer's label intact as it appears, fake. We wanted to have clear evidence. Send somebody buy the product from the shop with a clear name of the distributor and the address, presented to authorities, but nothing was ever done. I will not go into details. The role of audits. Regular audits help verify adherence to quality standards and ensure that manufacturers are following the regulations effectively. We have discussed that. Safety and environmental standards. Compliance mechanisms are designed to promote safety and environmental standards, protecting public welfare. Commercialization. The market dynamics and distribution in the distribution channels. This is I think the topic, I will just read the subtopics. Distribution channels, of course, are very critical, and accessibility for farmers are very critical. Who are the biggest channels? Agro-dealers. Without agro-dealers in the chain, because a real value chain is a chain all through from the manufacturer, is buyer in Germany, bring to buyer Nairobi, they have a chain of distributors, retailers, is a whole chain. They are all important in the chain. So I'll not go into details again. The pictorials talk for themselves. The first one shows a retailer who sells Yara fertilizers, and agri-farm down there as an example of one of the suppliers in the chain, and a lady retailer there as well. This business is international, so we need to abide by the rules of the game. And the key topics there is availability of agricultural input. International trade significantly affects the availability of fertilizer and pesticides in sub-Saharan Africa, impacting agricultural productivity. The pricing influence. The dynamics of international trade influence the pricing of fertilizers and pesticides, which can affect farmers' profits and crop yields. Trade agreements and policies can either facilitate or restrict access to crucial agricultural input, shaping the farming landscape. Challenges. We've talked about a lot of challenges today, both on fertilizers and pesticides. And we also talked about access and affordability issues. Economic barriers. Farmers in sub-Saharan Africa encounter significant economic barriers that hinder their access to affordable fertilizers for their crops. Supply chain issues. Supply chain issues exacerbate the problem, making it difficult for farmers to acquire the necessary fertilizers on time. The impact on crop protection. Limited access to fertilizers directly affects crop production, impacting food security and farmers' livelihoods. You have talked a lot about this, quality control and adulteration. I will not go into details there. We talked about the importance of quality control, adulteration risks, and at the end of it, ensuring product integrity is vital for sustainable agriculture that secures our food production. Fertilizers and chemicals have a lot to do with the impact on sustainability, on the environmental impact and sustainability. A lot has been mentioned about challenges of fertilizer use, the need for sustainable practices, and promoting ecological balance. This is an area I left many times, many years ago. But we covered earlier on the pest resistance and effectiveness. One of the key challenges of pest resistance, and at times you really sympathize with the smallholder farmers. I remember there was a time we had like maybe 10, 15 brands of dimethoid. A farmer sprays, it doesn't work. He goes to the agrovet, he's given a different brand, but he's still given the same product. He goes, it doesn't work. And the story goes on, and they keep on abusing these chemicals, don't work, and all that. At that time, we decided to form what you're calling BTC, Buyer Tomato Club, to show the farmer the ABC of growing proper tomatoes and managing resistance. So we have a lot at stake as stakeholders to educate farmers. During that time, we visited one farm in Kirinyaga, Kenya. Very big tomato farmer. He does a lot of spraying, but around the corner, there is a section he did not spray. That was his family. It was a shocker. We asked this farmer, does it occur to you one time, you sell these tomatoes in Nairobi, you have kids in school, does it occur to you that the same kids, while you are pumping all the chemicals, can eat that tomato, he is sick, and comes back to you? It comes as a surprise. What does that tell us? We need to do a lot on education. Of course, alongside that, health and safety concerns are key. The impact on farmers and consumers is great if you don't do proper health and safety concern training, education and training, and mitigating risks through implementing risk mitigating strategies which help ensure the safe use of pesticides, protecting people and the environment. Chemicals, of course, pesticides have been accused greatly about environmental contamination, and we cannot run away from it. Maybe some of the reasons why we have that list is because of part of that, maybe not. Is an area we need to critically look at. How do we overcome these challenges? We need to adopt innovative solutions. For example, efficient fertilizers. Innovative agricultural technologies improve the effectiveness of fertilizers, optimizing nutrient delivery to crops. A lot of us think about the compound fertilizers, NPK. But we are told God created the plant with the two mouths, the lower mouth and the upper mouth. We concentrate so much on the lower mouth, and we forget when times are tough for the plant, you need to feed it from the top, including some nutrients which are very mobile, and you can only feed them from the top. So we need to be a bit innovative. For example, if you talk about liquid fertilizers, you have liquids and suspension. What does that mean? Somebody who brings a liquid fertilizer from out there is bringing you shipping 70% or 80% water and 15% nutrients. Suspension technology, very few companies have that technology, but it's there here in Uganda and Tanzania as well, in Kenya as well, and East Africa. You're bringing in 85% nutrients and only about 15% water. Wonderful technology. You're not carrying a lot of water. So we need to be a bit innovative in the way we do our, if we want to really develop to the next stage. Application of pesticides There are new advances, and this is not only restricted to smallholder. If you go to Timau in Kenya today, or Eldoret, Kitale, not the very large farmers. This is not theory. Drone technology is being used. It's very effective, particularly when it's raining and you cannot go into the field. And then, of course, we need to focus on sustainable agriculture. This man, drone here, this fellow here, this was a trial in Western Kenya on a biofertilizer done by FIPS with our support, using a biofertilizer which gave him that kind of potato as opposed to this. With that adoption on innovative technologies, it assures us of feeding the future. This has been said again and again. We need to strengthen regulatory frameworks, and importance has been discussed. We need to support safe agricultural practices through trainings and all that, and protecting as well public health through effective regulatory frameworks that play a crucial role in safeguarding public health by ensuring quality and safe standards. Back to sustainability. This is actually a subject I'm very passionate about, particularly in the smallholder sector, where rainfall is a bit deficient like Uganda. The picture up there shows a conservation technology for smallholder using chisel plow, and you can see the difference in that crop. That one will harvest, the other one will not harvest. We need to think about integrated pest management. Of course, that combines biological, cultural, chemical practices to manage pests and sustainably and effectively. Organic farming. There are a lot of school of thoughts about organic farming. But lately, biofertilizers are becoming more and more accepted through technologies. Some of the new technologies which are in the hoofing or in the works. The challenge before was temperatures, cold storage, shelf life. There are technologies knocking their doors, and very soon you'll be hearing from them. One of them, this potato farm here, where my cursor is pointing, on the left side, the old farmer's technology, the other side is a biofertilizer added. So they work. We have testimony that this is part of the future, and you need to combine all aspects. In conclusion, this again has been talked, collaboration. Addressing challenges in agriculture require collaborative efforts from governments, business people, communities to ensure effective solutions. If we have to adopt innovative strategies, implementing innovative strategies in fertilizer use and pest control can significantly enhance agricultural productivity in the region. Sustainable practices. Adopting sustainable practices is essential to safeguarding health and the environment while promoting crop yields. As I conclude, in my previous life, I always used to have some messages for farmers. Farmers complain a lot, but I tell them, take heart. Convince yourself you're in the right business. Why? What's the population of Uganda today? 45, 47? Next year? Let's say roughly the growth rate is about 3%. So every year, you have like 1.5 million people extra to feed. Same story in Kenya, same story in Tanzania. So in 1 year, you have an extra 6 million people to feed in East Africa. The land is not expanding. So you are in the right business. Convince yourself that. Number two, for you to succeed, you have to walk the journey with the right partner. The right partner with the right technology, you can't go wrong. And as a farmer is lost. How do I know who is the right partner? Agnes mentioned something very critical, that crop life, they have internal mechanism to make sure that their members are doing the right thing. So if we embrace that, I'm sure, with the support of the ministry, we can go places. In another year or two, we'll be talking a different story. Thank you very much.
But let's give him another round of applause. You've done very well, sir. Thank you very much for that. Tomorrow we shall continue unpacking the things that he said in our first panel discussion. Thank you very much, Joy Racha. Another round of applause. Thank you. You've been a fantastic audience today. That's why I'm buying you cocktails. You can go have them on me. No, let's say thank you to Agnes and her team. They've done a fantastic job. We've had a great day today, have we not? We have had a great day today. Let's go have some fun. Let's go enjoy ourselves. Let's hair down. Professor Latigo wants to let his hair down too. Well, whatever you have left. Let's have some fun. Let's enjoy ourselves, and thank you very much. Before we go, I'm going to ask Jim to lead us in the first stanza of Uganda's national anthem. Oh, to thank me? You can, yeah, thank you. No, we won't need to sing the national anthem. But thank you very much to each and every one of you. You've been absolutely fantastic. Enjoy yourselves, get to know each other, and hopefully relationships that will last you a long time shall evolve from this. My name is Alan Kasujia. Thank you. Oh, the cocktail is at the poolside. The poolside of the Serena. All right, thank you. And the start tomorrow is 9 sharp.